I mean, come on, guys. Is this really the last one? Is it really? Episode 100? Think about that. I mean, we said farewell. We're not saying goodbye to you guys. We're actually saying goodbye to a friend of ours. If you guys don't know today, he left the cast. We knew this was kind of coming. So I just wanted to say thanks for helping us out. Thank you for helping me out. Thank you for helping everybody that's ever been a part of this cast out. You know, a lot of these situations sometimes end really toxic, really bad, but you know, it is what it is. And you know, without you ever coming into this cast, we wouldn't really have the audience that we do. A lot of guys have stuck around to watch me, to watch Rambo, to watch Shane. They've stuck around just to hear us talk shit to one another and disagree and debate and yell, and it's all fun, you know. And episode 100 is not a farewell to you guys. It's a farewell to Rags. Rags decided he was going to move on and do you know, bigger things and whatnot. So we wished him well on Twitter today. I do want to say this, though, to the agitators that are on Twitter stirring the pot. Look, we're not trying to get into some Twitter war with him. We're not trying to yell, scream. We're not trying to turn this into something negative. All I'm trying to say, and all we're trying to say is, thank you for helping us out, because you did. A lot of people on Twitter were already trying to start shit between me and Rags, trying to dick ride Rags, because I'm not going to lie, what he was posting was kind of, you know, rude. But, you know, I mean, I really just, I don't know where it came from, I guess. And I'll just put it to this way, guys. The Rags that I got in the DMs versus the one I got on Twitter were completely opposite of one another. So I'm a little confused. That's why I was kind of confused when he said what he said on Twitter. I was like, what the fuck was this about? Like, what did I do? Did I do something? Like we haven't even been able to talk in a while, and it sounded like he was pissed at me or something. But either way, I don't want this to be a super negative, super, you know, poisonous thing. I just want to say thank you for helping us, man. I really do appreciate it. You gave us an audience. You gave us something to build off of, you know. And we talked before, prior to this, and a lot of people don't know this, but me, Shaner, and Rambo talked to Rags way prior to us even starting the podcast, you know, trying to get to know him, saying, you know, if we do something together, we already know it's not going to last forever. In fact, to be truthful with you, me and Shane were talking about this months ago, right, Shane? We were saying, man, this is like episode 60. I don't see this like lasting very much longer. And it did. It surprised us.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it.
The hell out of me.
Like, we really didn't think that this was going to last this long. But like I said, this isn't a farewell to you guys, because we are still going to keep the Game Talk podcast. It is still our podcast, where I'm going to keep the server up. I'm going to keep everything up. There's no reason to change anything just because one of our members is no longer here. I said this in 2 episodes ago, that Rags would be welcomed back at any time. If he's chosen to leave and he wants to do other things, that's great. Good for him. I'm glad that he wants to move on. But I'm not going to sit here and be spiteful and hateful and angry. You know, he's welcome back at any time. He helped start this. He helped start our channels up a little bit and give us a little bit of a boost, and I really appreciate that. I don't want to sit here and talk shit on the guy and be a dick. No, not at all. He helped us. Why the fuck am I going to be a dick to him for? Anyways, but that's not what this is all going to be about. We wanted to do a full-on cast tonight for episode 100 and to say goodbye to our friend. So, I mean, there you go. I mean,
special cast on a special day. See, someone just cracked open champagne or something. I heard carbonation.
I wish.
This is Coca-Cola, sir.
It's not Mountain Dew, you pussy.
All I have is just some peppermint schnapps, so
I got rubbing alcohol in that Kuwait mouthwash. Will that work? I don't.
Nice. We got this. Fellas, we got this. Hey, so we were talking about this, okay? So what do you guys think? Should we have a 4th member? Because if we have a 4th member, we kind of know who we want, and it's kind of a hard choice between 2 people. And both of them happen to be in the chat right now. So there's that.
They don't even know this, though.
No, they don't. Or should we do, or better yet, or should we do a rotating cast with the fourth position? What do you guys think down below? Let us know in the comments if we should rotate the fourth position as much as possible. Probably, you know, get newer blood in here every now and then. I mean, let me know what you guys think down below. Shane, Rambo, what do you guys think? Rotating, or should we draw from a hat?
I mean, I was taught, like, when you mentioned the rotating thing, it kind of sounded interesting, because then it wouldn't be the same person all the time, and then we'd also get, like, we could actually end up with somebody with differing opinion too, so it might bring some life into some of these casts that weren't there in the previous ones.
Mm-hmm.
I like the rotating thing myself. I'm a tech man in Trism. It's like, to me, that sounds really interesting. I don't know of many other casts, if any, that do that.
Okay, that sounds actually like a good idea. So, if you guys don't know this yet, or if you don't remember at least, I'm going to remind you. This is the last podcast on this channel. The Game Talk channel exists. It's a thing. Go to Rambo's Corners Twitter and look up his link underneath the bio. I think it's there. Is it there, Rambo? I can't remember.
That would be the link for the Twitter, I think, is there. Let me go take a look, because I haven't looked at my bio in a long time.
Well, he doesn't have time with all the shit he gets on Twitter.
Fuck no, man. Let's see. The actual link to the Game Talk podcast Twitter is on there, and then if you go to that, the Game Talk podcast Twitter, and follow that, there's actually the link to the YouTube channel.
Can you link it down below for them?
I can do that, yes.
All right, because we're gonna have.
Let me see if I can.
We are gonna have an entire channel dedicated to the Game Talk podcast. This fucking podcast is not dying. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if I have one fucking viewer. We're gonna keep it going because this is something that we really enjoy. We cover everything. We cover politics, religion, fucking internet toxicity from YouTube. We do
sexuality,
everything.
penis size,
sexuality, gay shit. I mean, we cover everything. Yeah, you can post link in chat if you want, Aquarius.
Yeah, does he have the link?
I think he does. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, it's like his.
Tech man. Yeah. Well, we had this. We had the channel made months ago, like months ago. So. We are definitely going to be launching on that channel. Everybody's going to have login access to it. Everybody is going to be able to stream to it whenever they want. So if you're a Game Talk podcast member, you will have access to the channel. But the thing is we have to vet you in. You can't just be like here for a week and then you're an automatic member. It doesn't work that way. We have to be able to trust you. We have to be able to know that you're not going to fuck us over and troll the shit out of the channel and get it shut down. So more than likely, if you have a stream key, well, because at least with that, we could reset it and, you know, discontinue your access. So that's probably what we're going to do is give you guys a stream key and let you guys stream on the channel and then get your channel out there. That's what we want to do. We want to help as many people, you know, it's pretty much paying it forward. You know, Rags helped us out. We want to help you out. And I think that would be the best course of action to take when it comes to streaming on that new channel. So, PC gamers only? No.
No, hell no.
No.
Absolutely not. We have never been a PC gamer only advocacy. Like, we've never been that. We know a few people that Rags, you know, that people that like follow Rags, they actually do that. We are not like that.
No, not at all.
Hell no. Because, you know, the channel, like, here's the thing. We know that some of our content in the past, when it came to this podcast, has been stale. We read the comments. We get your feedback, even if it's negative or positive. we take that into consideration for the next episode. And we know there was a lot of dead air in the past. And if you guys have noticed, we've tried to keep the conversation going. We try to keep it moving forward. And we try our best to not make this a boring fucking drag. Because I know some of these podcasts can drag on. And some of you guys, even without Rags being in them, you guys have watched them more than once. That's insane to me. I'm just saying, that's still crazy to me. I still can't wrap my head around that. I listen to our shit and I'm like falling asleep and shit. And like, oh, no, you're good. Yeah, if you're more of a console gamer, Katsy, you're fine. Absolutely. What the fuck is in the live stream? This is a background that one of our followers made us, and I liked it, and so I changed the filter to a red and put the text up. Yeah.
It may also be a ransom note. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it kind of looks like a fucking ransom note.
Pay us $1 million and you'll get your precious Rags back. Well, I appreciate that, Trism. I really do. And that's kind of the reason why we did this podcast in the beginning, was because we have different walks of life talking to each other on a commonality in gaming. That's what we want. That's what we've always wanted. We want a differentiation in our politics. We wanted a differentiation in religion. We wanted everything to be different. Because if you have your own echo chamber and you have people that are yes men around you, guess what? You're never going to grow as a person. You're never going to grow as a content creator here on YouTube because you're only used to people telling you that you're right. That is why we've done this podcast. It was originally to show you guys and to help people transition from PC gaming to console and vice versa, to teach people about technology and help bring other people up. And we could still do that, and we could still do things like that even now. So who knows? Maybe that could still be a thing for that channel or even this channel. I mean, I plan on doing some reviews on some tech in the future of old stuff that I've used throughout the years that's still relevant today. And if everything goes right, I might get my studio set up tomorrow. If, you know, a certain fellow Native American comes over tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I could do
can't
that.
trust some fucking Indians, man.
Hey, now.
You're a rock star. Get the game on.
I was about to say, you kind of stole that one.
Yeah, it can be a little stale, and we try not to be. That's the thing. That's, you know, we like to keep this shit going. We like to talk shit to each other, make each other laugh. I mean, just think, you guys. How many podcasts have you guys watched where me and Shaner made Rambo's fucking blood pressure skyrocket?
Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while we'll bring like Simo in here to give y'all some entertainment for a while with me going fucking insane.
Yeah.
One of these days I'm gonna end up having to check myself in.
Yeah, exactly.
Do the cast from the hospital.
Right. All we gotta do is get either Mr. J, Halo, or fucking Jay in here.
Yeah.
He was like, oh man, this guy just got switched to life support. Rambo, you are fucked.
Oh man, like the rotation. Whenever I see, if I ever see them pop up on the rotation, I'm gonna be like, ah, hell. I'm drinking before those episodes.
And just a reminder, we're gonna keep mentioning the new channel for the podcast, which will be linked. Yeah, hey, actually, Rambo, can you link that to me real fast? I'll put it in the bottom of the channel.
Yeah, I just do some. Let me type this message real quick, but then
okay. I'll link me the Twitter, and link me the channel. And I'll post both down below under the about section of this video, so that way people can actually look at that and they're constantly reminded. In fact, you guys, I'm gonna put it on the very top, so that way you guys will click on that.
I'm gonna just send it to our group DM and on Twitter. Let's see. Are y'all still there?
What?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I got distracted.
It's got fucking really quiet. Like,
I'm really sorry. I know. Speaking of stale air, and here we are, fucking being quiet.
You seriously
keep talking.
You seriously need some like some
shock collars.
No,
shock collars. Yeah.
Like what my kids take, Strattera, so that way it's like it's safe ADHD medicine.
Can I have the unsafe one? Because I'll take some Adderall or Ritalin if you have that. I mean, you know. Anyways,
Yeah,
so with Brim Studio, the Blaxicans off work tomorrow. So I don't think the Indians will be doing much. We'll just be directing the Blaxican what to carry and how to carry it.
That I would like to. I mean, y'all need a YouTube like stream that so we can watch it.
I need some materials to make a whip out of, though. You know, so I can live up to my cracker
It'll be
name.
kind of like payback. It'll be kind of like payback for all that for like Columbus. It'll be like your Independence Day.
Fuck fireworks. We're gonna brutally assault a black man.
Aw, thanks, Cyrus. I just now read that, dude. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Did you guys see what he said?
No, I'm going back and reading now.
He said, I'll read it out loud. Yeah, I'll read it out loud. It says, so this is what Cyrus said. He says, your show is only beginning to discover its potential. A treehouse is supposed to be fun and inclusive, and you are the reason I still have faith in YouTube. Proud to know you guys. I really appreciate that, dude. Because,
thanks, man.
Yeah, like, a lot of people who come here, I know a lot of them love rags, and I get that. And it's cool. You know what I mean? I get it all the time. Right? You know, I'm only here for rags. I'm only here for X. I get it. But amongst those people, I have got to know some really great people. They become good friends of mine. They became friends of Shane and Rambo's. They're nice. They're respectful. They have our backs on Twitter. Not that that's a huge thing or anything, but it's fucking Twitter. Everybody's gonna talk shit, but you know what I mean. Like, it's nice and refreshing to know that, you know, amongst the crowd, there's going to be those few that stick out the most and want to follow what they like instead of what is considered to be the most popular thing to do at the time. In other words, bandwagoners or whatever. Let's see. All right. So were you guys able to link me on that or no?
Yeah, I sent it to you in the Twitter DM.
Oh, Twitter DM. Oh, okay. I'm like waiting for it. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? All right. All right. Okay. Let's see. The official YouTube channel.
Yeah, Trism, a lot of people, that's actually just about everyone. I'd be willing to bet 90% of people had come here initially for rags. And like when they very first find the podcast, it's for rags. And we're okay with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
We understand the nature of the beast. Trust me. I get it. You know what I mean? I'm one of the few. Actually, I take that back. We are some of the few people that actually understand that. So.
Yeah, I mean, you stay for shitpost price. I hope. I'm sorry.
We need to get that shitpost segment going. Shane.
What? What? Where's that
Shitpost Sunday, biatch.
Yeah, I know.
And we really appreciate y'all that y'all are coming there, that y'all came for rags and stayed for us. That's, I mean, we definitely, we do this for y'all, and actually, you know, like, we enjoy having y'all come into the cast too and talk to and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome, dude. Like, I love interacting with our audience. I think our audience is probably one of the most dedicated fucking audiences here. You know, and we got fellow podcasters that are from bigger podcasts that have noticed us. Shit, you were saying the other day, and you showed me the screenshot where Humble Bundle watches us. They enjoy our shit. I'm like, yeah.
I was kind of blown away by that one.
Yeah, that's
shit. The original baited podcast watched us.
Yes, they did. In fact, I still got the DM on that one. I did it on stream too. I thought people watched it through that. I guess they did. And they're like, where did Keemstar actually message you guys? I'm like, it's right here. Like, we got noticed because of you guys, and I couldn't be fucking more appreciative. Are you kidding me? Like, this is why I'm still doing this. This is why I still tell you what, you guys. This is no joke. You can ask Shane this, because Shane's known me the longest amongst everybody here. Shane, if I had to go to work early the next morning, would I be fucking doing podcasts?
No.
Would I be doing video content at all?
Nope.
There you go.
Dude wouldn't even be playing games.
Exactly. Like, seriously, like, you guys are the reasons why I go to work early fuck in the morning after staying up doing a podcast all night. I get like 5 hours of sleep, 3 hours of sleep. There's one time that I didn't even get any sleep, and I went to work anyways. Because you guys are awesome. Got noticed by his senpai. Yeah, I got noticed by my senpai. Hey, thanks, Marky. I really appreciate it. It really is a pleasure doing this. And I know a lot of you guys have PM'd me asking to be on here. And sometimes I don't actually get to those PMs fast enough. So by the time I see them, I already feel fucking terrible. I'm like, fuck, like this guy really wanted in here. So like I try to keep up with that. I try to keep up with my social media. You guys are literally the only reasons why I'm on Twitter. I'm not even lying. I've had my Twitter since Twitter was a thing, okay? Or before it was a thing. And all those posts, those thousands of posts, are not until our shit posting on Twitter together. You guys, because of you guys, we have actually trended on Twitter of having the #2 hashtag just my opinion. I just want to say.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
You guys remember that, right? Like, our fucking phones were dead that whole week.
No, God, I remember that. Yes.
Oh, Sparehood, that's just a farewell to Rags. He's no longer going to be with us, but we are still going to have the podcast. The new channel link for the podcast and the Twitter is down below underneath the video description. Or in the video description. So, I mean, there are some topics that we finally decided we were going to talk about the other night after the podcast, of course. So I actually found a game today, Shane, that I think you might like, and I was telling Rambo about it. And you guys down below, let me know if you guys noticed anything, if you guys have seen anything about this or heard anything about this. It's called Deadly Alliance or Dead Alliance, one of the two. I can't remember. It's an FPS shooter, arena shooter, and you have to take over bases from other players. Now, check this out. You could either A, kill all the zombies, or B, use a pheromone grenade and take over the zombies to make them go after the other players. What do you think about that, Shane? I know you're...
That's pretty nifty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Again, another spin on the zombie thing that doesn't sound stale at all.
That's what I'm saying.
And where's this launching?
Xbox. I already downloaded it. Yeah, I already downloaded it. It should be on your thing. It's going to be a free-to-play until the 31st.
And what's it called again?
It's either Dead Alliance or Deadly Alliance. I can't remember which one it is.
Okay. I'm going to go look on PlayStation Store and see if it's there, too.
Because that shit, like, I saw the video on it today, Shane, and I was thinking of you, dude. Because I know you like the zombie shit, and I was like, yo, like, this I could actually get down with you on. It's literally pretty much Call of Duty zombies, but except you can actually sick those zombies on onto the other team. Now, here's the thing, Shane. They can actually counter your pheromone grenade and take them over from you. So, like, you could keep them going back and forth. That's part of the strategy.
Oh, shit. That does look pretty cool.
Oh, it's on Steam as well. Oh, cool. Let's see. I know it's always Minecraft in the description. I always have it as Minecraft. Yeah. It's always been a thing.
Dead Alliance is actually on a on PS4 too for pre-order.
Oh, cool. It doesn't have a free-to-play weekend or anything on it?
Not that I can tell. It just says pre-order. What's it called? Pre-order until multiplayer beta.
Yeah, that should be a thing. Yeah, that should be. So it's coming out on everything. Cool, like. Cool. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm not. You could ask Shane. I'm not much of a zombie fan, but like that shit, I could totally get down on. I saw that and I was like, oh, this looks like a blast. I would totally play the shit out of that.
Yeah, it seems like the new thing that they're throwing into the zombie games is where you can use them as distractions or weapons, which I really like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's something new, and the zombie genre is like the one genre that could really use like a bunch of new shit. I mean, so that's awesome.
If they're going to continue it, it definitely needs some new shit. I can tell you that because it's getting stale.
Yo, you're not lying. Like that shit. Like I'm so sick of zombie Call of Duty shit. Like I can't do it. Like I don't even play zombies at all with the new Call of Duty stuff. Like I can't. It's just so fucking boring, bro. Like
It's the same shit. It's just different, like a different skin on it. That's all it is.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. Like last time I was serious about the other mode in Call of Duty was Ghost when they did the alien thing. I
Yeah, that
mean,
was at least something different.
yeah.
Dude, so like, I got my hands in on Path of Exile on the Xbox. Shane, that shit is so fucking good. Like, I can't believe they were able to actually keep up with the PC version. It actually looks almost no different whatsoever. It looks really good. So if you guys are on Xbox, I don't know if it's coming to PS4, Rambo. I think it might. But if you ever get the chance and you've ever played Diablo, or you know someone who likes to play Diablo, Path of Exile is going to be...
Or Torchlight.
Or Torchlight, yeah. Path of Exile is going to be their new crack cocaine.
Yeah, I saw you playing it on... I clicked on your stream and was watching you play it for a little while before I went and did something. I didn't comment because I wasn't going to be there long. But...
Yeah, I saw the one viewer. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? And but of course...
Fucking lurker.
Goddamn stalker.
Just a lurker, man.
Yeah, so like Path of Exile is pretty decent. So if you guys don't know what Path of Exile is, yes, it is on Xbox, my friend, and it is glorious. It looks good. It plays well. It's like another surprise type situation, like how Diablo 3 first came out on the PlayStation 3 and nobody knew if it was going to play good with the controller, and then they found out, wow, this was actually made better with the controller. Same thing. Path of Exile, I was sort of skeptic about it, and I was like, yeah, this is going to play well. But once I started playing it, I was like, it really felt natural. It really did. They kept all the drop ratings and everything, all the rare drops, all the legendaries, everything is in that game. And oh man, I cracked out on it today. I'm not gonna lie. I streamed it for about an hour before we got up and had to go do stuff.
So did we want to tell them the members we had in mind, or?
Okay. Yeah, no, we could do that. We could do that here. So, and this is, so we're already looking into different times, you guys, because I know some of you have been requesting earlier times. Some of you are saying now it's too early. So we're trying to look into a proper time frame for you guys, so that way you guys can actually tune in and listen to us, and then put your have your input added into the cast as well, because you guys know how we like to read our comments in the live stream. That's just how we are. We have to interact with you. So we were looking into 2 or 3 people. Cyrus Martin and Trism. You guys probably already saw this one coming. These two coming because, I talked to Cyrus on Twitter a good fair amount. I did a one-on-one with him on this channel, and it got a lot of good feedback. A lot of you guys supported him. And you guys were like, wow, he's not really that much of a dick as we would have, we were led to believe. And it was like, yeah, no, he's actually a pretty good guy. You just got to get to know him. So I'm looking at... He's a fuckhead. He's a fuckhead. He's a fucking prick. That asshole. And Trism. Yes, Trism. Yes, you. Because Trism... I know we joke around about you being like the budget berry and stuff, but you really do add stuff to the cast itself as far as diversity and the way the topics can go. You aren't afraid to get your hands dirty, and you come off pretty knowledgeable in the topics that you want to address, and I appreciate that. You make it funny, you make us all laugh, and I want to definitely include you on this. So definitely, you two, Cyrus Martin and Trism, you two are always welcome here. Of course, that is extended out to all of our members in our audience. But my third one, though, is Pete. So Pete, he's going to want to come in here soon. I want to get Pete in here because this motherfucker has been holding it down with us for a while now. And he's been really good about it. He really has. So, Pete, yes, you could come in. Where are you? Hold on. Budget Berry is down there.
I want to tell them while you're doing that. If y'all, since you're messaging, I guess, him on Twitter or whatever about coming into the cast, if you're not getting a response, because he does work, so his chance to sign in and reply to y'all isn't always the greatest. But if you're not getting a response from him, you can always definitely message me, or either DM me on Twitter. They're open, or just send me a tweet. Same thing. Because I'm usually, I have my phone and I'm on Twitter. If I'm not playing a game, I'm on Twitter like constantly. So,
yeah, I know. I know some of you guys have been trying to reach out to me on Twitter and Discord. I'm gonna warn you guys now. I do not have Discord installed on my phone. I do not do it because Having the Game Talk server blow up during the day on my phone when I'm at work isn't exactly ideal when I'm trying to sell shit.
So mute
I just turned
notifications, right?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah,
I have it installed, but I just turn the notifications off, so I never even know if I get a DM or not in there until I log in for the cast.
So that, right? Twitter, like, I can only check my Twitter like once in a blue moon when I'm at work because we get pretty busy. So I don't really get on Twitter as much as I used to. Because back when I was working the pro desk, I was able to be on there all day because I would be running estimates. I'd do the estimates real quick for someone's job, and then I was done. And then I could get on social media and fuck with you guys throughout the day. Well, since my promotion, let's just say my phone is almost at full charge by the time I get home. I don't have time to play with you guys that much anymore. The PoE beta.
JC, the only problem with muting the notifications on Discord, the Discord for your phone, is because that's what I've done. But I always, since I don't ever see like a notification, like it doesn't show like a number next to it, like say Twitter does. So I never know when a DM comes in, I never know if it's there, and I just didn't get the thing didn't pop up for me. So I never even know that I have a DM until I log in for the cast, and then at that point it's kind of late because we're usually logging in right before we go live. So that's the reason why I always say if you want to reach out, the best way to reach out is reach out on Twitter because I'm always on Twitter. Yeah, and damn notifications are always on.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely. Shane, Rambo, hell, even Pete, I'm sure you guys, if you guys need to get a hold of me, just get a hold of any of the podcast members. And Shane's got my actual phone number. So if anything actually happens, he could just text me or Facebook post me, and then I'll get back with him as soon as I can. Because there was some situations that took place on our big server that we're on right now, and like everybody and their brother was trying to get a hold of me when I was at work one time, and I was like, yeah, direct all that to Shane, please. I can't do anything right now with any of that. And of course, Shane really appreciated that. He loves it when people mob him.
Oh yeah,
it's always fun, isn't it?
I'm a lonely motherfucker sometimes, so bring it my way.
Oh man, and we already got a thumbs down, so I can already guess. It's fine. It's fine.
Who the hell thumbs down?
I really don't know. I
what
don't.
A douche.
Yeah, it's all good.
Roll up your pants, boys. There's a shit storm coming through.
It'll be like that for a little while.
Winter's coming.
Fucking Game of Thrones.
I gotta watch that shit, man. I've gotta watch that.
I watched. Shit you not. Jamie had he fell asleep on the couch last night, and he had Robot Chicken on, and they were doing a Game of Thrones episode. And these guys are all playing a violin and shit, right? And the king is like, I have a special gift for my pregnant wife. And he pulls out a knife and starts randomly stabbing her. And the two band members up on the balcony were actually assassins with a crossbow shooting him. Well, the middle guy's all, what? I thought you bros were in it for the music. What the fuck? I was like, what? That shit is legit though. That shit is on point. That describes Game of Thrones in its totality. That's literally how that shit is. Everything's going good.
Kinda.
Yeah, everything's going good, and then some motherfucker gets shanked somewhere, and then someone gets raped all in the same 5-minute span.
I still love that meme where it's who's the actor that plays Boromir and he's in Game of Thrones and
yeah, I know who you're talking about. But
it was one show it's just gonna be him having a good day because he always gets killed in every single thing he's ever in. It's like he goes out and has a picnic and then goes home and goes to bed and that's it, and it's the whole show because he's never survived to the end.
Jesus Christ. Oh, dude, I don't want to ruin it, but, I was depressed when something happened like that. I was like, fuck! I thought you were going to live this time.
The end of Season 5?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, Season 5. Yeah.
Because that's why I stopped watching Game of Thrones, was the end of Season 5. I was just like, okay, that's it.
You're like, I can't take this shit no more.
They're killing off everybody. It's like, and I get why they're doing it. I get it. You know, it's it's more realistic, and it's, it shows they're not afraid to, certain shows are afraid to kill off certain characters because the fans all love them and this, that, and the other. I get it, but still, it makes it so that it's hard to follow along because you're almost guaranteed that anybody you like is eventually gonna fucking eat it. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll watch through season 6 and
I
start
heard it
watching
was
season
good.
7.
I heard it
That's
was
what
good.
I hear too. But
Well, Anzac, that word and me don't really go together synonymously. I just kind of got roped into that, having that fucking discussion, and now it won't leave my Twitter. So I've had to mute everybody that just comes at me because it's like I'm tired of having that same fucking argument every single day.
Are you sure, or is that just subjective?
I seriously never thought that the debate that Cyrus had with two of the people that used to watch us would turn out to be my Twitter conversations for the past week and a half. Like 2 years through, what a year later. I never thought it was
objectively a week and a half or a subjective week and a half.
Oh, Jesus.
Yo,
I hate that fucking word now.
Cyrus!
It's gonna be the meme that never dies.
Cyrus, dude, like that conversation, Cyrus, is cancer right now. It is cancer. That debate has lived on for almost a year, bro. Like,
legendary.
And they won't let it die, man. They won't recognize that what the part where they're wrong. They keep thinking that anybody who's arguing against what they're saying is arguing against their, like, the PC platform, and it's like, y'all don't, okay, whatever. It's just so damn. Oh, I can't no more. I just can't.
Objectively can't.
Yes, I objectively cannot. That one is an objective fact. I just can't.
I can't even.
No.
He can't even.
The debate about the word objectively.
Objective and subjective debate that Cyrus had with two young pups last year, and it's just it still won't die. Like, it will not die.
It's breathed its own fucking, like, life form now. I mean, it's out there, and everybody wants to use the word now, and
it's objective, Rambo, based on a subjective situation.
Yes. Like,
and how much do you want to bet that just like literally, just like how they changed the definition of literally to include the way people misuse it, what do you want to bet that they're going to change objectively into the way that people misuse it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they will, yeah. I mean, the people that are making the argument are literally changing the damn definition, so it's only a matter of time before that definition gets changed to fit their argument.
Sup, Spud Nova? Yeah.
No, Cyrus, I'm good. I really don't want to see that debate again. But they can
Cyrus,
definitely...
I see you're down below. You want up? I could pull you up. I don't know if you're at work or not. Wait, today is what? Today's Saturday? No, I think he's off today. Yeah, I think he's off today, if I remember correctly.
I cannot have that. Like, this just...
Are you off right now, Cyrus? Yeah, that's right. I pulled your ass up.
Oh, hey.
Yes, Tech Man.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy. What's going on?
So,
first time on here. Yeah.
First time on the Game Talk podcast. Woo! Show me your tits.
Oh, boy.
You knew what you were getting into.
I was going to say, it's completely different when you got Bren screaming in your ear, right?
No,
I knew what this was. I knew the risk. I knew the risk when I put on the uniform.
God damn it!
Yeah, I think Techman and Anzac, those two are the only people that were able to actually look at what I was actually saying and understand what I was saying. The rest of them,
they understand. They just
do they? Do they? I mean, I'm beginning to question that. I really don't know if they do.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
It's a scary thought.
It seems really difficult to believe that someone would not be able to understand conceptually what objective means. But I've had that debate, so it is.
No, you have. What debate was this, Cyrus?
Dude, you kept your cool in that damn debate. Oh, I could not have.
It was interesting. I mean, it was interesting how they did it too. But I'm not going to criticize them. They had their perspective on it.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know. You said you've talked to them since, and they've kind of come to understand a little bit better. I don't know.
They
but
did, but now all of a sudden
They did, but they reversed back to it.
Same
Yeah.
person is like reverting
Jesus.
back to it now, and I'm like, God.
Okay.
Seriously, I can walk away in that one of the people that were involved in this whole thing. I'll come back and I'll have like 60 notifications from them, and it's like we're talking like within 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm like, then they question like why I muted them. I'm like, I don't my battery's dying every single day because y'all are continuing an argument that y'all know nothing about. Like y'all just can't seem to grasp that concept.
You're affecting my battery life IRL, dudes.
That is a subject that it will have no resolution if you choose to not have a resolution. You know, it's like if you decide in your mind that you are just not going to get it, then there is nothing that anyone can say to explain it to you. Like it's like, I would literally, when you saw what I went through, and I've seen what you've gone through, and dude, you have nothing but my sympathy. You have nothing but my sympathy. So
He's like, you got my sympathy and my laughter.
I've stayed out of it. You've noticed that, right?
Yes,
And it's so painful. It's so painful that they're talking about it like it was an actual war or something. I mean,
Rambo,
it feels like it.
Bro,
it belongs to you now. It's
yo,
yours,
Rambo, I gotta say, like, I'd never thought I'd ever see somebody have PTSD on somebody else's debate.
Yeah, I never thought I would either.
You're like walking around and somebody says the word objective and you like have shell shock. You're like, oh.
Yo,
up in the corner of the Starbucks.
That's pretty much the fucking case, bro. He's like, you see fucking Rambo fucking in the corner bathroom on the bottom of the toilet, fucking, stay away from me.
Hugging the porcelain man to be like,
Curled up in the fetal position, just.
No.
Yes, I started World War III, but I didn't mean to. Like, the only thing I did was just try to correct what they're fucking saying. Like, that's all I did.
It's only World War III because they choose for it to be World War III because they're the ones who are deciding not to understand.
Yeah, true, but
it's ridiculous. But again, anyway,
I've never once ever argued against their points. Like never.
Tomorrow morning's Twitter post, guys. Just wait.
You guys realize what you've done by having me on here, don't you? I mean, you guys you're done now. I mean, shit. I mean, everybody's gonna be like, oh, they've totally sold out. They turned their as soon as Rags was gone, here comes this Cyrus.
Yeah.
We see what's going on.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I'm not even worried about it because, like, to me, like that whole thing between like you and him was like done and over with, like, and moved on
a long time ago.
Well,
yeah, like the people hung on to it for hung on to it for a long time.
Yeah. Okay.
Just go with it, man.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be
yeah.
What's that word I'm looking for without saying it? Objective.
How
You're
dare
done,
you,
Rambo. You're fucking done.
Oh, that's
your opinions are now moot from now on. You understand me, fucker?
along with 1,000 fucking Twitter followers.
This is like the scene on that third Batman movie where Gordon's talking about you needed a friend to dip your hands down in the filth or whatever. like whatever. Come on. You had to use objective. Oh
God.
Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, guys, seriously, you guys are awesome. I cannot wait to see this new show on this new channel. I know I have a weird schedule, but yeah, anytime I'm available and y'all want me on, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, man.
But
yeah, we'd love to have it.
this is a new era for you, and I'm glad you're kind of like starting fresh in a new place. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good for everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so
shit,
too.
If Rambo can get 100 views in one night on his channel, I mean, yeah, should have no
What are you
problem.
saying about Rambo's channel?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it really. I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, it was. I don't have the biggest sub count.
If you guys want views, all you got to do.
I already know where this is going, dude.
All right, we really need to like hashtag objectively World War III or something like that just every time.
Oh man.
I already saw this shit coming. He's gonna say, "Do a video about how console gaming's better than PC gaming," right? Right?
I'm not here. I don't need to say anything.
Ah!
Seriously, you have infected your show with the cancer of Cyrus. I'm sorry that
Oh, please.
you've given yourself the virus.
Bro. I literally.
The virus known as Cyrus.
I had one of the head CEOs of Freedom on my channel, so nothing can like hurt me now. Okay. I'm just saying. Like,
I don't know.
Well,
Freedom Umbrella.
I just changed my name on Twitter to Objectively Rambo.
Oh no.
Yeah. Never.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Damn.
Well, it's yours now, dude. You own it. So
Yeah.
congratulations.
I'm gonna wear it proudly, man.
This is like everybody mark this day on the calendar because this is an important day, actually.
Jesus Christ. He actually did it. He hashtagged that bitch. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
You are a
ridiculous.
brave man, sir. You are a brave man.
Oh wow! Hey Brem, did you check the reviews on the Deadly Alliance or Dead Alliance, excuse me, multiplayer beta on Steam?
No, I haven't. I know it was pretty bad on Xbox. They said it was really
Very
laggy.
negative out of 203 reviews.
Ouch.
Wow.
I heard the servers were lagging, like their servers were having issues.
Yeah, because it looks awesome.
Yeah, it does look awesome.
Graphics are fucking incredible.
I know.
I know graphics don't make a game, but I mean, Jesus, if they can do that well on the graphics, you'd think they'd be able to, especially with that gameplay. I mean, that sounded fucking tight.
Objectively Brimstone. I refuse to use that, sir.
It sounded objectively good.
Nothing about Brimstone is objective. Come on, let's be honest. Wait, let's debate this. Is he objective or not? Does Brimstone even understand the definition of
Absolutely
really
not.
Look like
No, he
people with a
doesn't.
plan.
Not really. Not really. When the fuck have we ever had plans for these shows? Like, ever? Like, I don't think we've ever actually, like, had a rough outline of what we're talking about. We just, like, oh, hey, look what happened. This fucking idiot just happened. Okay, let's talk shit about this guy. Like,
See, you guys have got it all wrong. The YouTube Saints, man. Format. You must praise the format.
well, if we do, then we might get flagged down, right? I mean...
That's true. Yeah.
Seriously, I think ISIS has more of a plan than we do.
I know they do. They have.
They tell us so on their Twitter.
You just have to translate.
We already know when their bombing is coming.
ISIS sitting
Fucking
over there?
stupid is that though?
But should we attack them objectively? Should we?
Jesus Christ.
Uh,
Oh, too good.
For real though, like I can't believe that, like, you know, Milo Yiannopoulos can be booted off of Twitter and all the. There was somebody else that just got booted off too, right?
Yeah, there's a
Go
bunch.
get is changing his Twitter name.
But it's totally okay for ISIS to have a Twitter.
I know.
Just,
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Milo
If
Yiannopoulos
anybody
gets
needs
booted.
proof of the absurdity of life, ISIS has a Twitter. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. But Milo can't.
Absolutely not. That is a fuck no and fuck all situation, evidently. Hey, Cyrus, what you been gaming on, man? What you been gaming, sir? What you been doing? You been playing the video games?
I've been working a lot of overtime, and I haven't played that much lately.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't even have PS Plus right now. It's expired.
Fucking casual.
Fucking blasphemy.
Damn it!
Double casual.
Does this mean I go in the ovens, Brim?
Yeah, you go into the oven over in Auschwitz, right? Like that's
Get back in that gas chamber.
So you thought you would be a casual, did you, Mr. Martin? Oh crap!
Damn.
Brim, why are you talking like that all of a sudden? What? I mean, what?
What? What you talking about, comrade?
He's played too much Wolfenstein.
Right?
Yeah, I got the accents fucking captured in my mind. I'm sorry, guys. It's like I'm reenacting the fucking game.
Man,
I can't wait for the new one.
Yeah, when does it come out? Do y'all know? I don't remember.
I think it's in like September. I think.
Man, it looks great.
It does. And I
need to finish the first one, dude. I actually bought that.
Oh man.
I bought that because Rambo was like, dude, that is a great game, and they had it on a sale for like $1.
Such a good game.
So I picked it up and I played for the first 5 minutes of it, and it was really good. So I need to finish that bitch.
The story is actually really good.
It really is. And then if y'all are playing Wolfenstein: The New Order, y'all need to play Wolfenstein: The Old Blood because it's like the precursor to the New Order.
Okay. Yeah, and it's a pretty huge game too.
Yeah, I mean it's a smaller game than the New Order, but it's still a pretty good sized game for
55
the
gigs or something. Unreal.
Wow.
Another great game, and then I'm geared up and ready to play the Wolfenstein 2 when it comes out like that. Like I'm a huge Wolfenstein fan.
Okay, Brim, I think we have homework then. I think we need to beat that first
V-doos.
Oh, yeah.
You do's.
You do's. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We'll link you to the sites. Damn, you all right there, buddy?
Damn it, I knew I gave y'all cancer.
You know me, sparking it up.
Techman, I've gotten plenty of keys. I don't know if Brim's checked his email.
No, I haven't yet. I haven't
gotten any.
We'll link you to Cyrus, so that way, like, if there's any games you want to play and you want to review them or something, or you want to talk about on the cast in the future, you can. They're PR sites. You just send in your credentials, and then you have to get accredited with one of them, and you just apply for games. And if you have a certain amount of following online, the online presence, they will actually just send you stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've gotten like 10 free games from Keymiller, and like the only thing they ask you to do, like, because like that review, I think you've seen the review, but that unbox game that I did, you put it on I put it on my channel with the hashtag unbox game. Like they give you the hashtag to put, and it congregates or whatever, all your social media presence congregates on this one site and they can look at every hashtag that you've used. And once they see that like you've used 3 separate hashtags on YouTube or Twitch or Mixer, then they'll review your account. And once you become accredited, there's actually codes on there where, I mean, you could have requested if we got in there early enough, but like codes for like Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost Recon Wildlands, Injustice 2. I mean, these like actually big games.
Have y'all played Injustice 2?
Oh yeah, I beat it twice.
Oh man, I haven't
beat it because I suck at fucking fighters. I beat Tekken 7 though, but I can't beat fucking. I'm gonna put that shit on fucking easy.
I've played every ending and every character and gotten the achievement for it.
I'm beyond the casual whenever it comes to fighters, man.
Gets in the oven.
I'm not a big fighting game guy either.
If I was in the arcade, it would have been a different story. I would have been whooping your ass because, like, I was a badass in the arcade, but
figures. Leave it to the old guy to use an old reference to say he'll beat us up.
You know, my problem is I buy games and then I don't play them.
Yeah,
I don't know that feeling. I don't know that feeling. I mean,
I do that sometimes.
I played all 513 of my PS4 games.
Rambo, I got a question for you. Like, how much hard disk space are your games taking up?
Jesus.
Almost 8 terabytes.
Holy Holy crap. This is like
I have 10 terabytes total for my PS4, but it's almost the full 8 terabyte is full.
Jesus. Have you checked to see if this is a record? Like, have you looked into this to see if anybody
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
That's
a lot. That's a lot.
Hell yeah, man.
Like the top 10
if he's even close to the record, then he's gonna buy more. We don't want him to die when his wife murders him.
Yeah, my wife. It all depends on if I could hit the record as long, if I could get away with it before my wife killed me. But
fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah.
Before his wife kills him, of course.
Well,
Are you still thinking about buying all those PSVRs you were talking about?
Yes. Yeah, we're actually
Jesus.
we're planning that for Christmas for the kids. Each one of them is going to get their own PSVR.
Maybe you can like disguise a purchase. Like you were like, oh yeah, we got to buy all these PSVRs, but then you like you add one extra, like supposedly, but you're really buying a bunch of games. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, there you go. Like, and my wife will never
blonde-
know because they're like got big lump sum money. They'll be like, she'll never know.
well, I mean, you're buying all the other.
$30,000 at Best Buy.
Jesus. I'm
Yeah,
just
she
saying.
won't let me have the credit cards. I can tell you that.
I'll be right back.
She sends me places with cash. So
I got
You get a
you.
little note pinned to your collar too.
Dude.
help me, it's safer this way.
Here's cash and a webcam. Like, why do I need this?
If you buy that, I swear to God, you're sleeping on the couch. And if you buy that, you're not getting sex for a year. Like, Jesus. All right. I give.
Yeah, Tech Man, I'm actually looking at because there's a way to turn your internal for your PS4 into like an 8 terabyte. So I'm gonna actually be looking at doing that so that way I can have the 16 terabytes for my PS4 games.
4 terabytes for Rambo's porn.
Hey, Blu-ray 4K, baby. You don't even know.
Right. VR porn, that's where it's at.
Hey,
Oh,
Rajik,
that's what this is all about. Now I get it.
POV, sucker. POV.
I don't have to. I only have 5 kids that I know about. So
Oh.
That he knows about.
Daddy knows about.
it's kind of dangerous for me being an online personality because at that point, then they're like, "Oh, that's
Baby
the guy."
mama's coming out of the woodwork.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
if I ever make it, like I'm gonna be like having to like never be on cam if I make it.
Rambo's like, so you're sure they're my kids, but are you objectively sure they're?
Oh my god! If I ever have another kid, I'm naming it Objective.
Oh, no, Jesus.
What, you don't want
Like-
chlamydia?
I can have twins and name it Objective and Subjective.
Oh my God.
What was the newest one of those? I just heard about another lady that named their kid
I don't even.
something retarded. And it was, because it sounded nice or some shit like that. But, it was hilarious.
Furry dumpster. That's funny. Did you see what they put in shit not safe for work? Where'd you get the picture of the server? That's a dead furry in the back of a dumpster. It's kind of a thing.
People have strange names. I mean, of course I do, but I saw somebody's name the other day. It was Yu-Ho. Like, seriously.
It was what?
Yu-Ho.
You fucking hoe.
God
I
damn.
was like,
And I know it's true because it's my name, bitch.
It's really weird when I get the notifications for the Game Talk podcast on my Twitter, and it's like Brim followed you back. I'm like going, you've been following me, like what the fuck? And then I figure out it's the Game Talk.
All right.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm thinking my Twitter is broken.
oh.
I so don't want to get Twitter. I totally refuse.
No, you need to, man. It's fun.
No.
It's really a lot of fun.
Fucking hate Twitter.
It's objectively fun.
Oh.
Yes,
Twitter's a double-edged sword, right?
it is. Really,
yeah.
it really
I
is.
so don't want
Yeah.
to support that guy and everything about
No, I
his
don't-
company.
yeah.
And
I don't like that. I don't like that idea. But I mean, really, if you're really gonna try to make it like with your YouTube channel, you really got to
No,
have a
you
Twitter
really
because
do
that's
need
what,
one,
that's
yeah.
what a lot of the companies reach out to the companies.
It's really funny because a lot of the companies that I didn't expect to ever really reach back out to me have actually like done so.
Yeah.
So I will say this: Twitter's good for that. I've reached out to Humble Bundle. I've gotten back with. So did Rambo. I've reached out to both Satchin, Adela, and Microsoft, and they both came back at me. I mean, it's just amazing the kind of people that that are on there that are legitimately just trying to use it as a business tool. But then you have that other side of it, and it's like, why do I have this goddamn thing?
You can't, and you can't control it either. Like even Twitter's like little keywords that you can like avoid. You would literally have to like have a dictionary in there and just start typing words in because like these people.
No.
God damn it!
That might actually not be a bad thing to like put in my banned word.
The word objectively is like the drain that the show circles around. It's like,
excuse me, sir, but I'm pretty sure that is subjective.
Fair enough.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
I
Lord,
hate you all.
I hate all of y'all too, because if it wasn't for Cyrus's fucking debate, I would never be in the situation I'm in.
Rambo, nobody told you had to take that word over. Nobody.
No. Do you even know how? Here's how it actually happened. I got sucked into this whole thing because Fratanga said that console fanboys are worse than PC fanboys, and the only thing I said is how, and that led to the word objectively somehow. Because I don't know, because he never answered my question of how. He just automatically started harping on me about me paying for PlayStation Plus, and then it went to all these different talking points that he has for his videos, and then he said the damn keyword PC is objectively better, and I'm like, it seemed like a trigger in my head, like no, it's not, and that was over. It was over after that.
What happened? What did I say? What did I say? What?
You know what happened? Something about me giving people bro jobs. I come back, I sit down, that's the first thing I see. And that Rambo's part of the problem for buying PlayStation Plus.
Well, I mean, they're not lying.
Huh?
About the what?
That you're part of the problem for buying PlayStation Plus.
Oh, God.
Anti-consumer motherfucker.
What's his name? Kids Move. Oh, bless his heart.
Oh, God.
He's really the brightest. He said PlayStation Plus has had three price increases in the last 10 years, and Xbox Live hasn't had any. And I was like, no, they've had one. He said no, it was free, then it was 50, and then it was 60. And I was like, no, it was never free. It was always 50. You're confusing online play with PlayStation Plus. PlayStation Plus was a separate thing and always for $50. You never got it free.
That's
like
true.
He's it's just like these people.
Literally.
This is where I say.
How do you know what the inside of Kid Smooth's head sounds like?
This is where as Google is your friend, because he's like, Xbox Live hasn't had any, and you're like, he's complaining about PlayStation Plus hike in Europe, and I'm like, well, so how come you weren't complaining in January, actually February 28th, when Canada got a $10 Xbox Live increase, and India, their Xbox Live price doubled. So why aren't you complaining about that? I mean, since you care so much for the world,
this whole thing really boils down to people that feel like, I don't know. It seems like there's like every one of us is going to have a different experience as far as what group comes at us the most. Okay.
Yeah.
I personally, the most trouble that I've had is from PCMR people. That's the people who have given me the most grief. But that's going to be different depending on who you are, what experiences you've had. I think that when people say, what was it, the statement that they said about console people? What was it that you said that they were saying, Rambo? That console people are worse than PC people or something like that?
Yes.
Well, see, that's going to be based on their personal experience, because for whatever happened to them in their past, they're saying stuff about the platform that they enjoy, and somebody disagrees with them, and then it starts a bunch of crap. So for them, that's probably true, but that's a subjective thing, right?
Oh, God.
Right? But the problem is that we're not able to see
my fucking antipsychotics.
people are not willing to see from another person's perspective. They're not willing to set down their rose-colored glasses and say, oh, well, let me be objective about this and actually kind of take a look at it, you know? So as long as you're tribal about it, you're going to fight with people, you know?
Yeah.
And then there's people like you, which are really not. A lot of people want to call you a peasant because, you know, a lot of people say you're a peasant because it's more convenient to make that assumption about you. But even people like you, Rambo, who are not peasantry, I don't even understand that peasant thing, but whatever. They're going to still lump you into that group. So even people, I don't think of myself as a peasant either. I do PC gaming and console gaming. But for some people, it's just so important to them that we're still going to end up in that. So I don't know. Maybe there's no way to get around this. Maybe we're always going to be involved in this kind of drama. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think so. As long as we just, I think as long as we just continue posting about gaming and we happen to be gaming on just the, you know, posting about a platform that happens to be either the one that the PC guys don't like, or the Xbox guys don't like, or even the PlayStation guys don't like. I mean, it's always going to be, no matter what we talk about, we're going to get shit from one side or the other. And you seem to like they just won't leave you alone from a video you did fucking
there's
a year
a reason
or so
for
ago.
that. There's a reason.
Well, yeah, yes, yeah. I mean, we don't have to go. I mean, it's like even if you try to even talk about anything, it's like I've seen them come at you when you're just talking about like retro gaming or whatever, and they start bringing up shit that has nothing to do with what your post is. Yep. And it's so fucking frustrating. It's like, at what point do these people just eventually just go, oh, this guy just might be a gamer?
They're never going to. There's certain people who literally have no interest in a conversation. They treat they treat every interaction online as some kind of like, I don't know, like a competition of some sort. Like, I've got
contest almost.
Right. And those are the people that you're just never going to have a conversation with. You know, I still try because I'm stupid, but we shouldn't.
I do too.
You know, we're wasting our time. And
the way I always look at conversations like that,
I always have that one hope. Sorry, Peter, but I just always have that one hope that like whenever if I continue to try to have conversations, I'll reach one of these people, at least one of them.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been my experience that that's ever going to happen. But
out of 1,000 turds that you've reached out to, at least 3 of them came out to be shining gold nuggets.
I'm hoping. What was he saying, Peter?
Oh, whenever I get into conversations like that with people like those, I always just argue as if I'm trying to win the, theoretical whatever crowd, so that anybody who reads this will see that my arguments are better. I don't try and convince them. I just try and present my side as best I can, in as polite a terms I can, just hoping that anybody else might be, screw trying to convince them. I'll just try and convince anybody else who happens along.
Yeah. Maybe I should hire you to do this for me, because I don't know how to do it.
No, that's okay. I already get into it enough on Facebook as it is.
All right. Well, I tried.
Trism, like, Cyrus will talk to anybody. He's not afraid of conversation. Our first conversation went extremely well, in fact, because we had sort of like reached out to each other over Twitter, and it was actually a really pleasant conversation. We stayed up on Skype for a few hours at night, and we were like, "Hey, you want to do something?" I'm like, all right, let's do this. I mean, pretty easy going actually. Because and I think that's a huge problem right now with YouTube in general, is when you start listening to people's opinions about other people on the internet. And I've been guilty of this. I spread some shit a few weeks ago in a cast. That's where all the shit starts, right? That's where it stirs. So like when I was reaching out to Cyrus here, I was like, is he gonna be an asshole to me, or are we gonna be good? Like, it turned out
it was a very out of the blue thing. Like, he messaged me, and we hadn't talked at all before that, and I was like, what's gonna happen here? am I going to get attacked? What's going to happen? But it went very well because, yeah, y'all know Brim. He's a cool guy. And I appreciate very much. You've said a lot of great, really nice things about me, and gave me a chance when, I mean, you were in company that was not friendly with me, and for you to go out of your way to do that has always meant a lot to me. So that's the reason I came to this show. I didn't post anything or say anything for a long time because I didn't. Right. And so thank you very much, guys. Thank you for giving me a chance to at least show you.
Oh, dude, ever since like you reached out on, like, I think you after all that initial crap when we first started the cast, and of course you were like at the topic of the situation, the subject of a couple of the casts, at least a portion of it. I followed you on Twitter, but you never followed back or whatever. And then I noticed like you kept your Twitter kind of just talking about your normal, just normal shit. You never really addressed any of the other crap going on or made any stupid remarks about the crap. And then like I think at one point like you just like all of a sudden kind of, I don't know what made you follow me or whatever. Then you followed me, and then you responded to me, and ever since then me and you have had some pretty long conversations on Twitter, and that's one thing I definitely respect about you is that through all that shit, like you didn't like automatically lump me in at the same time with like the other company.
Yeah, that was actually one of our main conversations.
Yeah, like you didn't all of a sudden look at me like just like I'm on the cast with Rag, so therefore I'm gonna be just like him.
Yeah.
You actually gave me the opportunity to talk, and both we actually kind of hit it off on that part. But I respect you for that. I mean, like you were able to not just lump me in like most people do on Twitter or in social media. It seems like, like you're just automatically guilty by association.
Well, we're all going to have friends that are not friends with our friends, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's going to be a thing. Yeah.
You don't find too many people who actually have that can think that way. Like, they take this as sort of as the kind of like the street mentality. Like, I'm mad at I don't like that person, so if none of my friends can like that person. And it's a sad way to be, but I mean that's really I've noticed that to be more prevalent in the social media crowd, rather than people like you that will actually just kind of look at each person individually.
I've tried to be fair with everybody that I've met. I mean, we're human, and sometimes we make mistakes, but I've tried. And so again, guys, thank you for giving me an opportunity to
fuck
do
yeah,
that.
dude. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, and I think that's the biggest difference here is I don't look, see, like if you go on Twitter, right, and you look at all the followers of the mutual groups that we're all a part of, that's a lot of pack animals, fucking pack animals and a half. And that is definitely one thing I could say that we're not. It's not something that we would, we're not a pack. We don't have some hierarchy. We don't have a leader. We're all individuals with our own ideals and our own ways of thinking. And I think that's what's more important. I think if we can have more diversity around things like, talking to one another, for instance, and not being a pack animal could be a huge benefit to everybody. Because if we just continuously like allow these bigger YouTubers their echo chambers, nothing's never going to change. That's why I think it's important that some of those people that are in those packs are able to branch out and have their views challenged. And it's healthy. It's a healthy way of being. What's unhealthy is when they don't want their views challenged and they accuse everybody and their brother just because they don't believe the same way they do as being an SJW. That's a common thing, by the way. That's sad.
I want to say one thing positive about your former castmate, and that's the only thing I'm going to say. It won't be negative, I promise.
No, that's right. Yeah.
You're entitled to your opinions, man.
Well, I don't talk about him because of the problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying you're entitled to however. Go ahead though.
So this morning, is it still Saturday? No, it's Sunday now. Whatever. Anyway, different time zones, whatever. But I had a online discussion with a guy that I had a problem with that we were actually able to resolve everything because we talked to each other. The Awesome Kilbasa.
Oh, I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah. He had done a video about me, and I majorly overreacted to it. And then I had to go back and backtrack. I basically apologized to him and said, look, you didn't deserve for me to do that to you. And he apologized to me and was like, I jumped the gun on a bunch of stuff with you. And we were able to come to a common ground and basically figure each other out a little bit better. And at the end of the day, when we got done having this conversation, we were like, hey, you know, if you ever want to do something, maybe we could collaborate or whatever. And, you know, it was really good. We had a good ending to that whole dramatic event. And I really felt like over the couple of years that I've had a problem with Rags, that this was the potential of what could have happened between us. Because I don't think that he and I had that many things that separated us. But when we get off on the wrong foot with somebody and we're not willing to actually extend that olive branch, then sometimes these things just spiral out of control and become this other thing that didn't even need to happen.
Yeah.
So this feeds into my gratitude to you guys for being willing to, take the steps to have a conversation. And I really appreciate it. So I can't say it enough. I really do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's funny because, like I said, this was kind of part of our first meeting. Actually, was this very conversation that we're having right now.
Yep.
Because I think it's I think it's so hypocritical in the long run to be completely against an ideal, right? To be completely against an ideal so vehemently that you become that ideal and you don't even see it. And and I'm not saying Rags is like that, but a lot of his followers are. A lot of his fans, not all of them, hashtag not all,
hashtag not all.
A good number of them are. They're so into themselves, and they think highly of themselves, and it's whatever. It is what it is. But I would like to see more of them kind of expand their whole thought process, because if so, then more situations like mine and Cyrus's and Rambo's could take place. More conversation, more actual social expansion, I guess you'd say, ideal expansion even. I mean, it's really good. I can't stress this enough to people. It's really good to challenge yourself, to challenge your own ideals, and to have things challenging you as a person. Because if you don't, then you're never going to fucking move on. You're never going to move up in anything. You're just going to continuously be stagnant. You're going to be in one place forever.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
yes, Prism, social media is full of the mob mentality.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much what the gaming community's turned into, right? It's just
yes. No matter what,
at least
all sides.
At least a sizable portion of it, yeah.
The loudest part of it, right?
Yeah.
The loudest.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's always the loudest part that's the most crazy of anything.
Yep. So, now that I guess we're done with that topic. Are we actually like looking forward to any games coming out that's coming up besides what is it? Wolfenstein?
Knack 2.
Knack 2? God damn, you're such a child. You fucking kid.
I love Knack, man. Knack was fucking awesome. So I've already pre-ordered Knack 2 and ready to go whenever that thing comes out. September 5th, I think it is.
Yeah.
I know you guys aren't really Nintendo people, but that Mario Odyssey looks pretty awesome.
No, it does look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look good.
I've actually thought about like trying to get a Switch as well for like around the Christmas time to be able to pick up Mario Odyssey, because it actually does look pretty interesting.
I really like my Switch.
A different take on Mario.
Yeah, and I think if you get a Switch, you'll be surprised that it's actually really good.
How is that thing? Because I still have a Wii U with a ton of games that I need to beat.
Graphically, it's better. I mean, obviously not worlds better, but it's better than the Wii U. Being able to play games that were previously 720p at 1080p is pretty nice, but the portability of it is amazing, and all the different controllers that are compatible with it now. I mean, they've got, like, I have a little Bluetooth Super Nintendo controller. It's made by a company called 8-Bit Dough, and they've added support for all their controllers for the Switch. So there's like there's a lot of really cool ways you can play stuff on it. You know, and I've got a pro controller too. I actually mainly play it in dock mode, but a lot of people play it as a portable mainly.
Are you experiencing any of those issues? Oh, I'm sorry, Rambo. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was gonna say I would play more in dock mode myself, but that's all.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask Cyrus here. Like, Cyrus, are you experiencing any of the issues that a lot of people are with when you play it in dock mode? Is it actually like bowing at all? Like, a lot of people are saying that sometimes the actual chassis that you plug that thing into will start to expand out or bend in, and then like when you try to pull it out, it'll actually like scratch the screen and shit.
I have not had any problems. I have not. I mean, I think I don't know. I have a suspicion that people are putting their Switch inside their entertainment center where its venting is not proper.
Oh, like no ventilation at all, like they were doing with the 360s.
Yeah, because it's high. Like when the Switch is docked, it's pretty tall, and I think maybe it's not venting correctly.
Oh, okay.
I really don't know. I mean, that's just a theory. I don't have any evidence.
It's a game theory.
I could have swore that I remember listening to like it was probably the Beastcast, the podcast. I swore I heard that one of their like company ones had done it, and you know they obviously don't do things like that.
Okay.
But that's definitely one issue on the Switch that like I think that's going to have the most effect in the long run, because if it can happen that quickly, even if it was in a super enclosed place or something, that's still something that could potentially affect lots of people's systems, you know, over like years of use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wonder if that's going to end up being an issue, like, you know, later on down the line, or if it was just a freak occurrence where, you know, a couple in a batch were, you know, just something about the plastic or whatever wasn't cured right, and they just did it on their own.
Well, I will say that I know several of my friends that have Switches, and nobody's had this happen. That's just a small sample. So I'm not saying this doesn't happen. Obviously, it's happening to some people. But, I mean, anytime there's a new console, it seems like we go through something. There's always some kind of...
Oh, yeah. There's
issue.
always something, yeah.
Yeah. It's growing pains, I guess. They got to... Eventually, they'll probably change the design anyway. I mean, they're going to have... You know,
shit, I have a PS2, and I can't believe this, but it's one of the original thicks, and it never got the misalignment of the sector gear glitch.
Oh wow!
That literally everybody said that those first generation ones, like every single one of them would eventually the gear inside the drive that aligns the laser would eventually like it would go like one tooth off or something somehow, and you had to like bust it open and of course void the warranty to, you know, change that and fix it. But mine never got it.
Dude, I had a PS2 do that, and I didn't know that I could fix it, and I literally stopped playing games. I stopped playing games for like 2 years. like it happened. I was invested all in the PS2, and then it didn't work anymore, and I was like, well, screw video games. I'm not playing games. Then later on I found out, I was like, oh my god, really? I was very disappointed with myself. But
that happened to my ex's PS3. She had one of the first versions where the drive that pulls the disc in, it's not actually a flip drive or anything. There was a sensor or something on it, and it was a teeny tiny, super cheap part. But if that went out, then it wouldn't know to pull the disc in. And fuck, man, I had to open it up and fucking do all this shit, and it didn't work at first, and that was a huge pain in the ass, and all for just like this tiny little ribbon cable with 2 connectors on it. It was crazy.
Yeah, so this kind of stuff happens, right? I mean, every console basically has something. I mean, man, did y'all ever have
mentioned the Red Ring of Death?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get to. Yeah, Jesus, that was. Did y'all ever mail y'all's off and have them send it back to you and all that?
I skipped that generation because I was smart.
Yeah, I didn't buy one, so I got. Yeah, I've been PC gaming since like 1990. And like my brother would own consoles.
Jesus, what, like, Pete? Are you like what, house. 40, Pete? You fucking old bag? Jesus.
Why do you think they call me Papa Bear?
Because you're a fat hairy guy that likes to cuddle.
Oh, walked into that.
Not even the oldest one here. That's the funniest thing.
I know. I
Hey,
think you're like one of the youngest, aren't you?
Yeah. Let's not add up. Let's not do that. Let's not go through that.
Let's just go back to games.
Yeah. What about that objective word?
The insecurity.
Yes, but am I
The insecurities just went high up in here.
Way to segue into that.
God damn it. I can't take you girls anywhere. Man, so there's a new game coming up. I'm not sure if you guys are into anime action RPGs, but there's one that actually caught my eye on Terminal.io. And it's called RE Legend.
I've actually requested a copy for that.
It looks cool, dude. Like
it does really.
I like anime style games that are like that. So I'm not sure what this is. Is this like what is this? Like an action RPG / Stardew Valley? Like it looks like it.
It kind of does, but I think it also, it's like, I don't think it's, I think it's turn-based, it looks like.
Is it?
Guys, I'm sorry. I have to go for now. My kids are going nuts, and my wife just got home, and
okay.
so I'll be back on in a little bit.
You're fine. We might actually even be streaming, so jump back on and.
All right, cool.
Jump in.
Yeah, girl.
Nice
it looks like, it looks like a I've seen some like a couple of like when the video was playing on it. It looked like the combat was kind of turn-based, but then it also kind of looked kind of like action too. So it was kind of weird. It was kind of hard for me to tell on the little clip that if it was turn-based or not. But it reminded me of it being turn-based.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to actually see more on it, but it's caught my eye. It definitely made me want to request a copy of it so that way I can check it out.
Yeah, so did I. Like that shit is just awesome looking. I was looking at it and I was like, yo, like, why haven't I heard about this yet? Like usually, because I try to pay attention to all the Kickstarter shit, and this blew the fuck up in one night. Like they got all of their funding like shortly after they fucking posted it. Did you see that? Like they literally launched the Kickstarter and then boom, fucking money. I'm like, damn.
Whatever was in their Kickstarter, like whatever footage or whatever they had of it was definitely enough to get people interested more than what we've seen on Terminal. So I'm actually tempted to go into the Kickstarter app and try to see if I can find that and see if maybe I can see more information on it, because I really want to know more about it.
Yeah, it looks like you could tame different monsters as mounts and shit. That really interests me. I like shit like that. I like anime style RPGs. If anybody knows me, Stardew Valley was crack cocaine to me, and so Rambo remembers. So Stardew was really good, and this game, it looks like a cross between Dragon Quest Heroes and Stardew Valley with a little bit of Maple Story, all wrapped up in one. Looks really cool. And it looks like it's coming out on everything, right? Like that's on all the platforms?
Yeah, from what I can tell it is. I mean, I think
you're cutting out. You cut out that last bit.
Oh, okay. I think that the terminal thing is definitely, I think, for Windows, like the Steam or whatever. Yeah. But I think that from what I can tell, it's planning on launching on everything.
What is the name of this game again?
RE Legend.
RE, like regarding, you know how you abbreviate regarding, and then Legend.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It actually looks interesting. If you could set aside like the cutesy anime style stuff, like I think a lot of people would like this, because it looks like you could kill the monsters, create your weapons and armors. You can have like random mounts and shit. You could hatch like. From the video that I'm watching right now, it is like a little dragonkin, a little armadillo. Like I don't know, like I like stuff like that. So I don't know. This could be good.
I see.
But they got their funding hella quick though. It was like, damn.
Oh yeah, it's like double what they asked already. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, this shit looks awesome. Let me see what this chat says about it. You guys check this out yet? If you played Stardew Valley. Have you played Starbound? Yes, I have Starbound. It's a great game. I love Chucklefish developing team. They are awesome.
Metro Exodus is one of the
Yeah,
games
it says
or two as well.
RE Legend co-op monster raising RPG. An all-encompassing RPG simulator hybrid with strong monster raising and multiplayer features. Trying to get some more information on it for. Oh shit! Yeah. Let's see. How much money have they raised so far? Does anybody? Can anybody? Okay, they haven't got. They've got the. Some of it, but it looks like they're planning on launching on PS4, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox One, and PC, of course.
Hey, look, Cyrus, you might actually have a game to play on your Switch. Whoa!
Finally a game. Awesome.
Yeah, where's the third-party support?
Is that?
Oh boy, is this what we're gonna do now?
Nintendo's actually Nintendo's gotten to the point of actually like being in contention with possibly taking over the second place spot with only basically first-party games.
What you're alluding to the problems with the Xbox One. Man, what is their plan? What is really going on with that system? Like,
I really think that their plan is to be basically the Steam platform for consoles. You know how Steam basically just sits there, does nothing. It just kind of is Steam, and all the games launch on it.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be their target for the console. They're trying to, I think, make like a Steam machine, but be the Microsoft network. You know, the Windows 10 Steam machine type of thing.
And that's never worked out for Microsoft.
And not really focus on the first-party games anymore, but kind of just focus more on being, try to make the platform as best as they can for third-party developers. That's my take. I mean, obviously they're gonna like continue doing like Halo and Gears, but I think and Forza, but I think that you'll see the other crap, anything else, kind of phase off.
I just don't understand how your company is struggling to find software, at least exclusive software, and what you do is you invest millions and millions and millions of dollars in a $500 upgraded version of your system that very few people are going to even want to buy. I don't understand why that's your solution to having this problem. Like, I mean, this holiday season is going to be horrible for them. You know?
They've taken, if you look at who, I mean, I obviously I don't know this to be fact or not, but from what it looks like to me is that if you look at who like Phil Spencer and Aaron Greenberg and Mike Ybarra actually converse with on Twitter and social media, they are conversing with the people that have this belief in their head that the only reason the PlayStation 4 is selling better than the Xbox One is because of the power narrative. And somehow they actually believe that the small sect of fanboys that were tweeting out back in 2013 that, aha, your system's $500 and mine's more powerful for 4, is what led this thing to be such a success and the Xbox One to be a failure. And they are relaying this information back to Phil Spencer and team, like going, power is the key, power is the thing, power is all we need. And sure enough, here, like this is the product. I mean, this, like, we ended up getting just nothing but power, no games.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You guys don't know what you're talking about. It's the best box.
It really is. It really is bizarre though, because like Xbox is not known for. I mean, they've had some powerful consoles, but that's not what they were known for. They were known for their games, like the being a contender in the console space with like the variety of games that they brought, whether they be variety of shooters or whatever, but they were games. It was the games that actually drew people from the PlayStation 2 over to the Xbox 360. And I don't know what the hell happened between the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One, but like somebody up there has got drunk and they still haven't sobered up.
Yeah.
It seems like. I mean, it really does. It's kind of weird.
No, it's very strange. It's like they're totally in random weird places now. Like hey, we're gonna do this Xbox One X. Oh, and we're gonna add original Xbox backwards compatibility. And I'm like, what are you like? This is how you're gonna overcome this problem?
Damn it, you're not making sense, Wilma. Let me smack you out of it. Jesus.
Yeah, that was the thing when they announced that. If you notice that, like, all these different games, when they announced like we have 42 games and 20 some of them are exclusive, even though they weren't. They, all these different things, all these great things. They announced all these games coming out. The one thing that got the crowd the most of their fan base was backwards compatibility with the original Xbox One games. Like their target base and their hardcore consumers that are really talking to them heavily are just feeding them with this false net, like this, I guess, a false, to me, it's like kind of a false reasoning as to why they are in the position they're in. And this is what's going to fix it. But I guarantee you that a majority of the Xbox crowd, the actual Xbox crowd, is sitting back wondering the same thing we are, like, what the fuck is going on with Microsoft here?
You don't speak for me.
Well, Brim, you've even said that. Like,
I know. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Because obviously you got to be careful saying that because you'll end up getting labeled with me. But
are you sure it's subjective though?
Oh my. Around the drain we
I couldn't help it. I had to.
I'm seriously checking with the therapist on Monday.
What if I have an idea? What if Microsoft is tanking? Like, you know how like a sports team, when they realize they're not gonna win the season, they start like deliberately losing so that they can get like the best draft picks. What if there's some kind of internal like politics at Microsoft where if the Xbox One doesn't meet certain benchmarks, then they can do this other strategy that they really want to do, but they're right now being pigeonholed into this other thing, and they're like, hey, if we screw up bad enough, we can do this other strategy. And they're like, okay, let's see if we can just completely screw this up. I don't know.
That actually could be a thing because it almost seems like they're intentionally doing it.
All right. So I'm gonna come in as a really hardcore nerd.
Okay.
So, one of my guilty pleasures. Oh no, I can make it worse. One of my guilty pleasures when I'm working on stuff like video content and stuff is I listen to their business meeting calls on YouTube. That's right, I admit that.
Oh my God, you do? Really?
I'm not gonna lie, I do.
Wow.
And
okay,
from what
I'm unfollowing.
So
I give you credit for admitting that.
There's a reason though. There's a reason though. So
please.
So I've always wondered, because the 360 was such a catastrophe, right? Yeah. And the articles behind was only speculation. Everybody only knew speculation. But you are right. At least the 360, that was 100% correct. There was two different sides playing at two different fields, and nobody in the middle to bridge the gap. There was too many fucking chiefs in the kitchen. Like there was just too many. Like not enough hands doing the work. Too many people telling other people what to do. All right. So for those of you that don't know this, Live and the Xbox and the Windows were all three separate, completely different compartments inside of Microsoft. Live didn't talk to Xbox. Xbox didn't talk to Live. And Windows and executives on the CEO side of things didn't talk to anybody. All they really cared about was taking care of shareholders. So you have all these different things going on at this branch, and then you have a company that just spent billions of dollars wasted on fixing consoles, saying, "Oh, we're gonna buy Lumia. We're gonna buy the company that does Lumia, the Nokia line." They fucked that up because, again, that opened up a whole nother branch with a whole nother group of people that was saying, hey, we're going to interlock the Windows experience to be this ecosystem we have. Great. That sounds great. The ecosystem isn't really doing well because guess what? those branches I just told you about don't talk to each other. They don't do anything. They don't communicate. When Julie Larson Green, when she came into the scene, dickhead over there just got let go. He was the head operator to Windows. He was the one that designed Windows, that shitty OS called Windows 8 and Vista. Yeah, that one. We all remember that.
Windows 8 was great, man.
Yeah, it was trash.
It was objectively better than
So Julie Larson Green comes in. She comes in. She's the original designer to Windows 7 and Windows 98, if you guys don't know who that is. And they loved her concept so much that they put her the new head as the developer for Windows 10. Well, she was also in charge at revamping the live experience for the Xbox system, and that's where Spencer comes in. So Spencer comes in. He tries to fix everything that dickhead before him fucked up on. So, along with this change, a new CEO takes over because the old one gets let go. Satya Nadella, he's the new CEO over at Microsoft, and he is a bit at arms with the console platform and sustaining the shareholders' favors while concentrating on business suites for their Azure cloud computing systems. So, like, their Azure cloud system, remember how, like, that power of the cloud, Rambo, remember that? Yeah. So we were right. That is literally mainly based on web securities for major corporations. And guess what? Not one of those things in their business calls were they ever talking about the possibility of that working with the Xbox One, even though there were people at Xbox saying that was the case. There was no evidence ever shown that was going to be a thing. I think the live service is on the Azure cloud. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. But from listening to all these things, shareholders seem to carry more weight than the consumer in this company. They did away with the contracts of Nokia, so Nokia is their own thing again. They said they lost too much money in the first quarter of that contract because they spent too much, and that's the thing. I think they overinvest into a lot of their startup shit. So you hear them say, "Oh, they just gave this company fucking $3.6 billion." It's like, what? Like, really? So then they bitch about not having money, right? So that's where all this disconnect comes from. We are still suffering, Rambo, the same shit that happened during the layoff session before Satya came in. Satya wants to do away with the Xbox platform, but he's got everybody under him that says, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He let go of like 30% of his Windows developing team in 1 year. 30%. If you only knew how many people Microsoft have under their fucking their campus, it's ridiculous. So during their business conversations, they were saying that they want to focus on making Windows 10 an open platform so that the Linux community can come in and work on their OS. So not only is their OS being developed in-house, but Linux community is also going to have some say-so in what's going on with it. That's also why it operates a lot better than it did prior to the other shit that's been taking place, like Windows 8 and good old Vista, Rambo's favorite one.
Vista was great, man.
So
that's what made the PC Master Race the PC Master Race.
Yeah. So that's why.
God.
So
wait, let me get this quote down. Hang on, Rambo.
So that's why Windows and Microsoft in general are doing so poorly, is because nobody knows what they want to fucking do over there. Nobody wants to work together. They're still in that segmented mindset of, we're not coming together. We're just going to stay segmented and work on our projects until they're canceled. One of their calls that I was listening to when I was doing my video shit, they had stated that they had canceled something like 12 different builds of the new Windows OS before 10 launched. That just shows you how much money they burned through. Yeah, they burned through a lot of money, dude. Like, these guys are stupid. Like, the new people that they have right now are retards. Satya has a good idea, but he's focused too much on the shareholders and not enough on the consumer side. Because he forgets that consumers are kind of what makes his business stick around. So he's trying to do a bunch of was it what is it? Being a philanthropist.
Philanthropist.
God,
Yes.
it's so hard to say. He's working on trying to change the world, and everybody else at that office is going the other complete direction. So hey, that's what Microsoft's going under right now.
Is working to change Microsoft.
And that's why the gaming division is suffering so badly, because their head CEO doesn't even want fucking Xbox to stick around, dude. He's been trying to kill it forever.
I really think that Xbox would do much better if it spun away from Microsoft, spun off.
I do too. I think so too. I think they would fucking do a hell of a lot better if they said fucking Microsoft.
Wasn't that brought up a while back about possibly doing that?
What's his name? Bill Gates actually was contemplating the idea back in the early 360 days. If somebody came forward and wanted to buy the division, he would very heavily consider selling it.
Wait for Vega.
Wants to buy it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think anybody wants to buy it now.
Yeah.
Like I like my platform. I really do. I love my Xbox. It's fun.
It's really not a bad platform.
But like, they really need to get their shit together over there.
It's just not being ran properly. That's all it is. Yeah. It's not a bad system. It's just not being ran properly.
If I could just say, it wouldn't take a lot for me to want, because I've thought about buying an Xbox One S even recently. It wouldn't take a lot to make me think, hey, that's a good, that sounds like a good experience. Like I might buy one, for $200 or something.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't take a lot. But you've got to give me something. You've got to give me some faith in this platform. Like give me some games, man. That's all that you have to do. That's
yeah. And you know what?
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Go for it.
Well, my experience with the Xbox is that my original Xbox, my dad won in like some little raffle thing at work, brought it home to me, and I've been playing the PlayStation 2, so I played it for a little while with that big Duke controller. I got rid of it. I didn't play it that long. So then Xbox 360, I bought my son one because he wanted one. He played for about a month, and then we ended up selling it. He got a PlayStation because everybody else in the house had a PlayStation. And so this is like going to be like my very first Xbox that I actually went out and bought. And I was really pumped for Titanfall and all these, these great games that they were talking about. I ran out, got one, brought it home. And I think it was like shortly after I got it and was playing Titanfall, like they had some sort of live event like on their thing. And so I watched the live event, and that's whenever he announced like basically that all the exclusive games will be going to PC. And I'm like, what? Like I just bought this fucker. Like, and now you're like telling, like, it basically seemed like you were like shooting a damn, because like everybody can say what they want about exclusives, but exclusives are what makes these consoles stand out. Like I mean, they might not be like, say, I only play the exclusives or whatever, but whenever like the originality of like going between PlayStation and Xbox, the main reason why people went there is because either they like the big story centric exclusives, or they like the big multiplayer centric exclusives, and that's where they kind of like separated. Now, of course, they play the other games more and everything else. That's the more popular games there. But those were like the big deciding factor between the two, and Microsoft kind of just shot themselves in the foot with that and kind of deflated my hopes. And then I thought, okay, well, it doesn't matter. They're going both platforms. I'll just get them on Xbox. That way at least I can still have these games. And then it became like 1 year they had 6 exclusives, the next year they had 4, and then it got down to, okay, now we have 1 in this year, and now we're going to have like a total of 3, and it's starting to look more sparse to where like it's almost like they're getting away from exclusives. And that to me, like, sure, that might be a great thing for like what the PC community wants and stuff, but for me as a primary PlayStation gamer, it's made me like question why I have this thing sitting in my house, even though I'm buying an X, because I'm still hopeful. But the more and more I see it, the more the writing's on the wall that the X is basically going to be my 4K player, because there's really not games on that. Sure, there's multiplayer game or multi-platform games, but when it comes to like justifying a $500 purchase towards the number of exclusives that they have and the exclusives that they do have, it really doesn't weigh out. And it just seems like for some reason, like that, like I was really pumped for that console, like what kind of like how you were. I was really interested in it. I bought it, and then they took the interest away almost immediately. And it just kind of I've been sitting back and wondering ever since that one day, right after I bought the system, like why do I still have this thing sitting in my house? Because like there's only a few games that I play on it every once in a while. It only gets turned on literally every once in a blue moon. And
let me ask you a question. Do you think that it would have served Microsoft better and the brand of Xbox better if they announced, when they announced the Xbox One X, if they, instead of calling it the Xbox One X, said, this is our next gen console and it's going to be backwards compatible, but this is our next gen and we're moving on?
Yes, it would have served them a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, I think so.
Because at that point, they could have started over fresh. They wouldn't be carrying an Xbox One name, and there would actually be like the developers would actually be able to take full advantage of that Xbox One X's power, and not be held back by the original Xbox. So yeah, I mean, it's going to like I've been saying like they should have started over with the Xbox One X. Like that should have been like their new the ninth or whatever, is it ninth generation when they start over?
Yeah, man, there's just so much negativity tied to the Xbox One, right?
Yeah, it's not unfounded negativity, I don't think.
Well,
of course,
the community
make it look like it is, but yeah.
I think they were really stuck because the hardware was practically, it's just a tuned up version of the Xbox One.
Yeah.
So if they had completely changed the name, I think people would have just said, no, you're fucking stupid. It's literally a tuned up version of the Xbox One.
Well, I know, but I think they could have. I mean, I think instead of like building it in the sense that they built it in, if they would have built it with the thought of going forward, they wouldn't have had to build it with the souped up Xbox One parts.
You know,
you been able to actually start over.
You got a good point, though. I mean, I don't know if there was a way to win here. You know,
and that's the thing. All these things are decided 5 to 10 years prior, so we don't really know. Say the key decisions, you know, a handful that were made 5 or 10 years ago that ended them up in this position where, they, like you said, there really isn't a good way out.
I think what we could have done instead of even worrying about a stupid Xbox One X is simply like here. I mean, we're looking back and looking out. His promise back in 2014, I'm gonna start working on first party. You know, first party is important to us. We're committed to it. And then all of a sudden, all these closings of the first party studios, but then they go and buy the Crackdown IP, but they don't buy the studio. They go down and buy State of Decay IP, but they don't buy the studio. It's like if first party is important to you, sure, you have these IPs. But you have a ton of IPs right now, but you have no first-party studios to make them. All your first-party studios are tied up with their own specific IP that they make, and then you only have 3 of them. Or 4 of them, sorry. Why not? Why don't you actually buy these studios that are making these games that you apparently are backing and loving very much, and put them into first-party development, so that way you actually have more developers to develop games.
Well, I mean, you got to remember, Microsoft started off as a software engineer first, hardware secondly. So their mind isn't like what yours and mine is, where we're like, hey, this makes more sense for you to purchase this than it does to fucking, go and invest into some stupid ass fucking thing that no one's ever going to use, like the Kinect. They're looking at it they're looking at it as, hey, this kind of looks cool. Let's try this out. I mean, remember the Taco Bell giveaway of the first Kinect? Who remembers that? They gave away like something like $1 billion worth of Kinects throughout the whole United States at their Taco Bells. Like, and that shit still didn't take off, right? Like, to me, it would make more sense as a company like that, especially one like Microsoft that has a huge reach across the industries. both software and hardware alike. I think they should have looked into, since they've already got the AMD contract, they should have looked into it. They should have seen what AMD was coming up with. They could have negotiated something with the new CEO at AMD. They know that she's making waves in the market now. She's flipped AMD from being bankrupt to being a true competitor, which is amazing to me. So I don't know why they didn't just go to her and be like, "Hey, what's this new chip you're working on? Let's wheel and deal." Because if they're already willing to spend $1 billion plus on fucking Notch, then they should have no problem making sure that their hardware is not only up to date, but it could possibly be engineered to last a little bit longer than what currently is going to be happening with the Xbox One X with that Jaguar chip. Like, come on. That Jaguar, I mean, I thought that was the dumbest fucking thing ever, dude. And that's the thing.
Ryzen's been out for how long now?
A year, I think.
Is it a year?
Almost a year.
And we're still coming up on it. It's still, what, 6 months until Xbox One X is out?
Exactly.
They could have, if they had been in better contact with AMD, they could have made a Ryzen chip. And man,
well, that's the thing is
an 8-core, 16-thread, 3.9 gigahertz CPU, that would have been a hell of a monster.
Right, and it would still run. It would still run all of the first iterations.
Yeah.
And this would have opened up a gateway for them to do true exclusives to the Xbox One X. Remember, Rambo, when Spencer says he'd never wanted to do that, and now all of a sudden he's going to do that? Remember that?
Yep.
Like,
it's too late now.
It's too late to go back now. I mean, Spencer's kind of a fool at this point, in my opinion. Like, if they're going to go back on their word and start doing the first-party exclusives on the Xbox One X, then they should have done the Ryzen deal. They should have fucking done the Ryzen deal and just been done with it. Just, here you go, Ryzen. Thanks, guys.
Imagine a Ryzen regular core Vega with like 18 gigs of RAM. HMB2.
The new HBM stuff looks pretty good.
You would have a console that would be like 70 or 80% of what you could do with like a single $700 or $800 GPU in a PC, and that would be a hell of a.
Well, they're already going to sell that bitch at what, $500-$700? I mean, whatever that price is.
And that's the thing. The Ryzen CPUs and shit, they're cheap.
That's what I'm saying.
With their clout with AMD, they could have got it and still probably only charged $500 to the consumer.
Yep. They could have done it. And if they had,
I just don't know,
man.
Yeah, I wonder what the price difference would have been on Jaguar versus Ryzen and all that kind of stuff. I wonder how that would have played out.
I mean, it's a good question.
They do the Ryzen 3s. I think they're around like 140, 160, 180 bucks. Because the Ryzen 5s are about 200, 250, and the Ryzen 7, the one I have, the cheapest one is about 300 bucks, and the most expensive is like 4 or something. But it's still like 1/3, 1/4 the cost of like a top-end Intel CPU. So they could have negotiated for, if not one of those 8 cores, then maybe like 2 of the 6 cores or so. I mean, we're talking $300. So at their cost, what, 50, 80, 100 bucks per Xbox unit at the most? They definitely could have stayed within the maybe like $599, $600.
I was just gonna say something to these guys real fast. You guys gotta remember, this is marketing, all right? So for them to be paying full price for a CPU is unheard of. Microsoft's deal they've already
not even close.
Yeah,
no, they don't. They
would have gotten a hell of a deal.
Yeah, they would have gotten a hell of a deal. And yes, Techman, I was talking about Lisa Su. The thing is I don't think at all that if they were to go and say, hey, we want a Ryzen 1700X, I don't think Lisa would have them pay the full retail version. They would get it at cost, because that is considered a distribution license.
And that would retail, get game developers and software developers and a whole bunch of people interested in the Ryzen platform, which would just be great, because then, that's the latest for AMD. It would have been fantastic.
It would have really solidified his position in the market.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Xbox is bleeding money right now anyway. So even if the console was subsidized a little bit, you're going to make that back on what you're going to do for the brand. I mean, just install yourselves. I mean,
you would think so. Trism, so Trism thinks that AMD would say no.
AMD won't say no because look what they did with the original. Was it original Xbox or the Xbox 360?
Oh, the Xbox 360 was IBM.
Okay, so it was the original Xbox that they came out with like ahead of time, like a CPU that wasn't even on the market. Like they were with AMD and actually ahead of their time on that.
Yeah.
And it led to one of the biggest AMD booms for like 5 or 10 years.
That's actually I think that's honestly what actually brought AMD to the level that it's at now. Obviously, AMD, did their work
up against Intel.
Yeah, I mean, I think it boosted them to be a legitimate competitor. Obviously, I can't take away the work they've done, but that really made them more a mainstream name.
And I really love AMD. I'm big on brand loyalty when a company's earned it, and AMD does business on the up and up.
I'm not big on AMD. I love my Intel and my Nvidia, but
you mean the Nvidia that you don't own anymore?
I own an Intel, damn it. Don't fuck with my Intel. The best CPU in town.
I don't know, bro. My Ryzen 7's pretty nice.
Man, my 6700K, my 6700K knocks your Ryzen 7 out of the water.
Oh shit.
Yeah. How much did you pay for it?
Hey, guess what? Guess what? And I also don't need an air conditioner in my room when I run my PC.
Oh, my power quiet, dude. I got a 280 mil radiator with 2 really nice fans on it.
You have a radiator in the Ryzen CPU. It's built in.
Yeah, well, my dad could beat up your dad. So.
my dudes, I got you all you fuckers beat. I put my bitch inside of a fucking little tiny refrigerator under my desk. Just saying.
You have to if you're running AMD.
Oh shit.
I have to give the AMD guys shit.
I know. That. Yeah.
So let me see if we got the quotes right. Rambo says Xbox made AMD, right? And then AMD is shit. So wait a minute. I don't know what that means. Never mind.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, AMD is shit.
That's a way to get out of a lot of things if you can just add in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. That's my new quote. In the grand scheme of things, that.
Oh, wow.
Trism, yes, I actually, Trism, I know that. I was kidding.
He's kidding. Yeah, we're just being asses to each other at this
point. But it definitely, the 6700K definitely outperforms the R7 in gaming. But the whole comparison between the two, I think they're pretty equal.
I'm right there with you, Tech. To me, cool in my room is 75 degrees. Catsy, no, it's not.
Cool in my room is 60. Cool in my room is 60.
Well, you don't live in hell. Me and Tech do. Catsy, no, it's not weird that you're 13 and you're listening to a podcast about PCs. If anything, I hope this cast actually broadens your horizon a little bit about PCs. All right, Caesar, thanks for coming by, bro.
If I can get a few people into PC gaming, that's a win for me.
Yeah, but I mean, PC gaming's. I mean, it's fun.
I mean, gaming. It's more people into gaming.
Yeah.
Any way you can get them.
It just happens to not be for me, but I mean, I'll game on PC. It's just like it happens to not be for me as like my main platform.
From what I understand right now, the differences between Intel and AMD, from Gamer Nexus to Linus, from what I understand now, you guys could correct me. I'm just this is a guess of the situation. Ryzen does better at multitasking on single-thread performances than Intel, where Intel does better on single-thread performances and less on multiprocessing. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was
pretty much,
right. Yeah. Because I saw, I think it was Gamer Nexus or one of those guys, or the Hardware Connects, where they were like live streaming a game, right? And they were processing a video at the same fucking time, and there was like no hiccup whatsoever. Tell me that's not sick.
On the Ryzen system, right?
Yeah, that was on a Ryzen build. Yeah.
Oh, dude, the things I can do with my Ryzen system, it's incredible.
That's insane to me that you can like render a video at full speed ahead and it doesn't even touch your multi-threading performance. It just fucking, you could be like, oh, you want a live stream? Here you go. Like,
and they're only, Ryzen's only about 5 or 10% under the comparable Intel CPUs in single thread performance and like 1080p game. So that's a great trade-off for me.
And see, I'm okay with that.
I've actually thought about swapping my, like, selling my 6700K and getting the top of the line Ryzen.
Yeah, I've thought about switching out my 4770, dude.
You don't even need the top of the line. My 1700, I've got it at 3.9 gigahertz right now.
No, this is Rambo. He has to. It's a mental thing for him.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
My thing is I want to actually either get the top of the line Ryzen, or to get the those Intel chips that are the black ones or whatever, like the really high end ones.
The Xenons?
The ones that have like they have like 22 cores and shit like that.
Yeah.
I want to get like the high end of that. Well, either the highest end Ryzen or AMD or the highest end.
You mean
Intel
Epic?
chip.
He wants Epic Threadripper.
The 32 core, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's like a month away. Yeah, that does look pretty cool.
And then I want to do like 2 1080 Ti's, and then I'll do like 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm gonna rebuild my PC.
I'm thinking about going a full AMD build eventually once I get more money.
I cannot do a full AMD build, man. I just can't.
Dude, right now the TDP for GPUs are actually lower than NVIDIA. NVIDIA's are now considered the space heaters, and AMD is actually doing a lot better with power. So like,
I have a feeling that NVIDIA's next isn't it? They're doing like the NBM or I said NBM, but
HBM.
What? Yeah,
HMB2.
HMB2. Yeah, they're doing those next with the next graphics cards they're doing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm really wanting right there.
Oh, Trism, don't worry. Rambo wastes money all the time.
Oh
See,
yeah,
I'm a big thing of price for performance.
I can't take it with me. I can't take it with me, so I might as well give it to some business.
Yeah, well, some people are broke.
You know what? If I were you,
afterwards.
Rambo, if I were you, I would have like your Intel build, keep it. Just have an Intel build for your stream box, and just keep that as a stream box, dude. You have that as a media tower. Have all your fucking Blu-rays and movies.
That might actually be.
Yeah.
That might actually be an idea. And just build a whole separate PC for the gaming.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I might do that.
I'm gonna have 3 towers in this bitch by the time I'm done. I've got my old school. Check this out. My launch, by the way, i7 920 sitting from across the room from me with an R9 270X in it, with 8 gigs of RAM. That's my girl's computer, and it still runs everything. If you guys know, that was like a 2007, 2008 launch, first generation i7. So. I mean, Intel's really good. I mean, they do last a long fucking time, but
they're built for the long haul.
And so, when I see like shit like Ryzen come out, it's a nice, refreshing thing to see competition to finally rise up and be like, "Yo, check yourself, bitch," and then have Intel release a panic generation skip. I thought that shit was hilarious. Even Linus was like, "What the fuck is this?" Jesus.
An i9 in the media center. It's like, what are you using this like rig for, Rambo? Oh, I play like emulators.
Yeah.
I've always been the thing like go big or go home, because the way I look at it is if you go big, then if the next thing comes out and you just happen to not have the money for it, you're not like hurting in performance at all, like for a long time. So my thing is like to build for the future.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's what I did with my first generation i7. I jumped on that bitch as soon as it came out. That was a tax refund. I loved it. I saved up. I saved up like 3 months worth of tips, and I scraped together as much money as I could to get that bitch built. Like I'm proud of that build because it's lasted me all these years. The first thing to go out on it was the GPU, and that was there was one 9800 GTS that I had from my first build before that one, and then the AMD card that I had, the 5770, went out on it. But that was just a few years ago. So, I mean, those CPUs are definitely no joke. But I am definitely going to keep this build. This 4770K has done me justice. I love this build, so I'm never going to get rid of it. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably turn it into my stream box, and then get me an AMD build for all of my multiple computation needs that I need, because I can't do half the shit that I see people do with those Ryzens, man. I mean, this 4770K is amazing. I love it. It's a great CPU, but it cannot do what half the fucking Ryzen CPUs do. It's like, God damn it, I want to do that. That would help me out to be able to render more than one video at once. Do batch rendering. Like, the batch rendering with that thing is amazing. I try to do batch rendering with my 4770K, and I'm like, okay, I'm falling asleep here. Like, what am I going to do?
16 threads is awesome.
Oh, I bet it is.
Do the Ryzen CPUs require a different motherboard than x86?
Yes. That was the thing.
That's what I thought.
I knew the next time I was upgrading, it was going to be a big one, because I was still working off of DDR3 with a bulldozer in a really nice gaming motherboard, and everything was really cheap, and I loved it. And it multitasked like a son of a bitch. And, you know, up until the very recent games coming out, it was still handling everything I needed it to do. So, and my motherboard died right as the Ryzen stuff was stocked at Fry's. So I got RAM, motherboard, CPU. I'm still working off my old GPU. I'm just waiting for Vega, and then I'll have a brand new all AMD system kicking. But and it's been really good. I love the CPU. It does, yeah, it's amazing. Do all sorts of shit all at the same time, and it never even slows down.
Yeah.
Wow. That sounds really good. I have a FX 8350.
I had the 8320.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Those are great CPUs. They don't quite have the horsepower.
Yeah.
Your 8350, did you get the black edition or the one with the cooler?
Yeah, it's the black edition.
That thing's still a beast, dude. There's still people that are doing clocks with it right now for games and shit. Yeah.
I have that, and I have the R9 390X. And I've been very happy with both of that as far as current gaming goes.
Good to see a fellow Team Red member.
It's just really loud. It's really loud. I don't have liquid cooling or nothing like that. So, but
I do suggest the Intermax cluster if you can get it. It's like a TS or whatever. Just look up Intermax white cluster, and that thing is a fucking beast, dude. My shit is so silent. And
Intermax, can you email me that?
Yeah. I'll send you the top coolers for that. Yeah.
Honestly, I think I would use my gaming computer more if it was quieter. I really do. But it's so loud, man. It's like I can't really stream with it because it's so freaking loud. You know?
What kind of case are you running in it?
I don't know. Like when I bought everything at Fry's and put it together.
Corsair.
It's like a Corsair, probably. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember the name.
All right, I'll send over a list that will like quiet your system down, because I'm running an R9 290X that Shane hooked me up with, and that shit is so quiet.
Yeah, it's actually really quiet.
Yeah, well, it's because of the tower I'm using. I'm using a Fractal design case, which has a soundproof foam in it, so I can't hear a goddamn thing, dude. My decibels are great.
Interesting. Okay.
I got the Corsair C70, and it's honestly the best case I've ever worked with. It's a really nice case, and it's cheap. It's only about $110 online, and it comes in OD green, which is just so cool. I love it.
No, they don't, Juan, because I keep everything separate. So I have separate audio for everything. I have a mixer that I plug into, so you will not be able to hear the overlapping mic sound that can bleed into say like an all-in-one headset. So I keep everything separate.
Wow, your hard drive is louder than your fans? Oh, man.
That's not good. That is not good.
Well, maybe it is good. Maybe he means like
he's got really silent fans.
Yeah. Like, damn, I can't even imagine that. That's the life I need right there. I need the quiet fan life.
And if you got SSDs, I mean, shit.
Yeah, that would be.
If you got SSDs, that would be bad, actually.
Oh, old ass hard drive.
Yo, if that's an SSD, dude, you're gonna blow your shit up. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Like, why is it knocking? Like, it sounds like an engine that's about to go.
That's just normal.
It happens. I'm used to it. Like, Jesus.
You just kick it on the side once in a while. It'll be all right.
Oh, dude. You know what's funny is at work we have these phones that we have to carry with us for whenever they call our departments or whatever. And my friend, like, he's all, dude, your phone's not working. I'm like, no, it's not working. I changed the batteries. He's all, watch this. He fucking chucked the phone down the hallway, dude. He's all, pick it up and turn it on and watch it work. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I can't believe it worked. I'm like, is that where we're going now in technology? We just got to throw shit around and it works. We're going back to, like, the redneck days. Nah, that's cool. I guess we're coming up on the 2 hour and 15 minutes, so I'll say 2.5 hours. Do you guys want to go ahead and start doing our closing, or was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about?
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people we got watching, because it
20. It's been fluctuating between 20 and 27.
Yeah, I mean, they're sticking around. I mean, are you just tired of you or want to move on? Or...
No, it's okay. I'm actually in the mood to stream tonight, believe it or not. So, I mean, I don't care how long we go tonight because I'm off tomorrow, so whatever.
If you want to liven it up, Rambo might be able to do that if he could.
Is that objectively?
Let me get out some of his quotes from the past. Hang on.
Bring
people have mentioned how infectious your laugh is, and it's no joke. It is.
Who?
What we should do is actually.
I've seen that around
on our
before.
next stream. On our next stream, we need to have Simo, Jay, NoobTube,
All right.
and John Kill, and Mr. J, all special guests at one time with me.
Oh, that is perfect. We should do that. What's up, Barry? Welcome to the stream, sir.
Hey.
Is this actually Barry?
No.
I mean, I could be. You'll never know.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Why did that sound so sexual?
I didn't.
Yeah, I know. I can be whatever you want me to be.
Oh.
He's like biting his lip as he says it. Mm.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, time to talk about objective. That sounds better.
It's fucking hilarious, by the way. It's just it got all super sexual when this man gets into this call. It's like, hey,
You're
buddy.
the only person that can make the conversation about objectivity sound good.
I mean, I have the voice for it, so I might as well.
That is a very smooth jazz voice going there.
Yeah, I've
really
been
is.
told.
You're listening to Late Night Hits.
You are listening to the Game Talk podcast with your host, Brimstone and Rambo's Corner.
You know
with
what?
these
I may
special guests.
actually have you do the intro like that, dude.
Yeah.
Because I know you do audio. This is an audio. He's a fellow audio guy, so you know what's a good idea, Budget Barry?
What's a good idea?
Have you do our intro.
Come
Come on, man! I can do you in radio voice.
I mean, I could. I don't have any problem with it. I just don't know exactly what direction to go with it.
But isn't that what
We
makes
don't
the
have
Game
we
Talk
don't really have a
podcast
direction.
work, man? Come on.
True, but I feel like just like everything in life, I'll fuck it up somehow.
Wow, talk about self-deprecation, Jesus.
Yeah.
He's all, I'll liven it up if I jump in there, guys. Everybody's fucking emo all of a sudden.
Okay, guys, remember, go up the street, not across the street.
Well, I mean, it's all for attention either way, so you might as well.
Damn.
Damn, this guy got emo real quick.
I'm more of an
Okay.
edgelord than edgelord. Anyway, back to the
Back to
gaming.
Facebook.
Back to the gaming conversation. What did you guys have in mind to talk about?
Well, I'm glad that you asked, good sir. So we've been talking about games, Microsoft, technology, and everything
I'm
above.
aware.
So let's talk about transsexual monkeys who identify as electrical appliances and inanimate objects on the weekends.
We can't talk about Shaner while he's not here.
I'm like, that'll that old horse. We're gonna beat that old horse again, Brim.
It's like I identify as my family tree, and it's like, damn, that's fucked.
No.
Now we're gonna get all the hate from the transsexual, whatever monkeys that think they're inanimate objects. I don't know.
There's
I
probably
sexually
quite a few
identify as a
out there.
Dovahkiin.
Oh God, shut up!
Did anybody else hear about the woman who had her dog get the transgender surgery?
Oh my god!
Wait, what? That's a thing?
What?
Swear to God. Swear to God.
Her dog's transgendered.
That's what she
Wow.
says. And yeah, and she said
Oh, fuck.
it got the surgery from a vet.
We're devolving as a human race. Like,
I want to know how she knows, but on the other hand, I kind of don't.
Isn't that like
Yeah, me
abuse?
too, yeah.
Isn't that like animal
yeah,
abuse?
you would think so. You would think so. You would really think so. But I think we're actually like we're taking evolution. Like somebody said something like you can't prove evolution, and like these people said hold my beer because like we're gonna prove it.
You want to bet?
Yeah, like damn, we're like yeah, Techman, I think our brains are shrinking too. I'm something is not right in the water. I that's the reason why I drink pop. I quit drinking
It's
water.
turning the frogs gay. I mean,
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Remember,
I think the
guys,
water is
you need to
fucking
subscribe
fucking
to
people up.
InfoWars so that way you guys can get my first bottle of Vitamin X.
There's some chemtrails in the air, and I've told you guys since the beginning. What have I told you? I told you, you want the real news, you come to me. I'm the only guy that knows, and I've told you, but you don't listen to me. If America is not going to listen to me, this is the path we're going to go down. It's the frogs, the frogs.
okay, wait. So
That was actually pretty accurate.
say what you
I know.
want about all this shit, but all right. So the frogs really did get turned gay by the water. So he was right. And just the other day, I saw an article where a dyke march in Washington or D.C., I think, the Jewish participants flying a rainbow flag with a Star of David were kicked out by the people of color participants because
Wow.
Israel is a Zionist state. And all this
What,
other shit.
What
Wait,
the-
what?
The headline, I swear to God. The headline was just the most glorious thing. You gotta look it up for yourself.
Okay,
But it was
okay,
like
real quick.
Best
real quick.
timeline ever.
Real quick, take a deep breath, and then explain it again because I didn't understand.
There
I
was
didn't
a
catch all
dyke
that,
march in
Okay,
in
I get
DC,
that. Okay,
And intersectionality and all that.
okay, all
The
right.
people of color, dykes,
Yes.
got mad that there were Jewish dykes flying rainbow flags with the Star of David on it. And they got him kicked
Jesus
out.
Christ.
Oh man, the Nazi.
Oh, it was
Are
yeah, it was
Wow.
fucking glory. Oh, dude, I was dying. I could not stop laughing.
That's
I
like the
think I was
best part
watching
about
the
these
YouTube
people is
Saints.
when they
And they
When
were
they
the
do
ones
this
that
to
broke it.
themselves.
But oh my god, dude, yeah, it was hilarious.
when they did
Wow.
this to themselves is just too priceless.
So
Yeah,
juicy.
Well, I'm sure Bram will tell us more proof that the Jews just ruin everything, right?
Just look inside my oven, comrade.
Comrade.
I don't even know, like, Bram.
I know nothing.
Yeah, I was like going.
My brain.
I thought that was
I
the
think-
Canadian
I think you're-
elementary school that started calling all the kids comrades instead of boys and girls.
Oh,
Ah,
fuck.
yeah, that doesn't sound.
No way.
Fucking...
Swear to God,
I mean, I'm not surprised.
best
Considering,
timeline
like,
ever, dude.
I'm telling you, we are seriously like before
This
long
is-
we're all gonna be back in the fucking ocean, like swimming.
I don't know. I don't even recognize the world. I don't recognize this place anymore. You know.
I don't either. It's not where I grew up.
You know,
I've-
I remember, now of course I wasn't alive during the time of the 1960s. However, I'm pretty sure back then people protest for more freedom of speech, so that they weren't silenced by bigger governments. Why is it that now people are literally fighting and throwing protests for the exact opposite? They are wanting more halts on free speech. They want more people to be silenced for their opinions. What has happened? What happened?
We're reverted. Like, we're all going to be like the water mammals that turned on the land and evolved and stuff. We're gonna go all back. We're all gonna be swimming before too long.
These kind of things are the reason why the comedian was the comedian, Watchmen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this kind of shit just makes you want to fucking pick up a gun and go nuts. You know?
Wow.
I can't wait for the zombie apocalypse.
I'm actually not like that, surprisingly. I don't know.
What, going nuts?
Yeah, I don't feel the urge to go nuts about this. It's definitely astonishing to see, but it's not something. It's more of just something I'd like to take a step back and observe more than actually go nuts about it. It's weird.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I have that approach to their regular conversations back and forth. Just kind of seeing that whenever they start doing law changes and shit, because if you see things that are happening within the world and everywhere, it usually starts one place and then it kind of moves around and it finally becomes a norm amongst everything, whether it be whatever law it is, wherever, good or bad. But the UK has now got it to where the police department is actually tweeting out and actually threatening people that mock them that they're going to go and arrest them because that's against the law. And it's a short matter of time before that comes here. And that's what's scary is because once that happens, I have to sign off social media. I'll be the first person in the gas chamber because
jump in.
because I
head first.
They're like, do you have any last words? Right. They're like, do you have any last words? I should have fucking deleted Twitter. I'm gonna be the one that got killed, had the death penalty for something I said on Twitter because I say some shit.
That is true. It's true.
That is
I mean, it's a scary. I mean, it's a scary thought because we are we are seriously steps away from where the Nazi Germany began.
Isn't
in
this
some places in the world?
Isn't this what happened to Rome? Everybody just went
yes.
Opulence and got caught up in nonsense and basically just stopped doing everything you're supposed to do, and then here comes the people that will fuck you up, and they're just so quagmired in politics that they just sat there and let it happen.
Yep.
Man.
It's setting up to pretty much exactly how Rome fell. I mean, it's setting up that way for whatever these countries that are adopting this to follow suit.
Is there any islands that are just unoccupied that we can just all live on?
Yeah,
there's actually one. There's actually one that my cousin, she put it on Facebook, and it is going currently for $467,000, and it's 30 acres. It's 30 acres. And I'm thinking, you know what? If we can all pull our resources together, sell our houses, we got this.
We need to start. Whenever we launch the new channel, we need to launch a Patreon for that.
That shit would be dope. I'd be yo, Cyrus, man, I know you got farmland out there. Smuggle some fucking chickens out. Get some geese. Get some fucking pigeons if you have to. I don't give a fuck. I live in Arizona, so I'll smuggle out some fucking snakes, rabbits, donkeys. We got this shit. We're gonna live forever. We got this.
What about me? I'm a Texan, so what about me?
I live in Oklahoma, so I'll smuggle out some Indians.
Well, yes. Cyrus is Texan too, so you guys both can smuggle out the farm life.
Nah, I'll smuggle out the guns. He'll smuggle out the farm life.
Why do I get the farm life? That sucks, man.
Okay, so this leaves.
I got the Indians here because they're gonna get a smoke signal.
So Pete's got the harbor on lock because he's in California. So Pete, you need to build the ark. It's all you.
Good luck. Yeah, let us know how that goes.
Yeah,
we'll check in on you once in a while. Like, good job.
I will feed you a cracker like after every square footage that you do, so you'll survive. Don't worry, I got you.
Whole cracker? Damn.
You'll be okay. It'll rain.
It'll rain.
You'll be right.
But like the picture of it looks cool though. Like so, like this island is like part of it has a little bit of forest on it, but everything else is like flat grassland. And I'm like, man, that would be cool. Like just to be out there away from everybody. But with our luck, you know what would happen is we all get settled in, right? And then the U.S. government will come over with fucking destroyers saying that we're China.
This is China. We're gonna take over China. This is the
Wrong.
It's gonna be huge.
News.
We're gonna build a wall around this island. It will be amazing. Best wall you've ever seen.
It'll be huge. Huge.
It's gonna have a big, beautiful door right in the center of it, right?
And they're gonna pay for it.
Let's give it a gold.
What would suck is if we got one of those islands that has those snakes and shit on it. There's like these islands that have like these super venomous snakes and
food.
That's why people don't live there.
Oh, we can have hey leather boots.
Aha! See?
That would
Footwear.
literally be our fucking island that we picked.
I'm starting to have doubts about this plan.
all that grass that Brim saw was actually just snakes. So you're just sitting there waiting for them. Yeah.
Fucking water moccasins. You're like, God damn it. Like, what the fuck? It's like, you know what? Like, fucking Cyrus is like, he'd be like, yo, this is my plot of land, and it just so happens to be the fucking pit. The Viper pit. Like, God damn it.
That's what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. Yeah.
Bro, like, we gotta make sure this island is nowhere near Australia.
I was about to make an Australia joke.
Like, think about that shit, because everything in Australia is either toxic or fucking venomous. Everything. It's like, okay.
Everything.
So,
Australia, I don't even know how people live in fucking Australia, because, like, fuck that.
In fear.
I've seen the... Yeah, they're scared to leave. They're, like, the spiders there. I saw a spider carrying a fucking
bird
rat up a fucking refrigerator. I'm like,
well, that's normal.
Yo, you know it's bad when your content is known for flying scorpions. That's at that point you're like, you know what? Fuck all that. Like we're done with Australia. If it's got flying scorpions, get the fuck out of here. I can deal with Arizona scorpions. They crawl on the ground. Good. I could deal with that. But flying fucking man killers? Nah, I'm good. I'll stay inside. Thank you. With a shoddy.
Even koalas are violent little bitches.
That's only if you take away their banana leaf, sir. If you don't have to...
They eat eucalyptus.
Like this from experience, Brim? Or...
Steve Irwin was a hero, goddammit.
Oh, okay.
Like, I cannot... yeah, I can. No, if it's anything like Australia, I'll stick it out with the monkey people that identify with a toaster and stuff.
The monkey people.
Planet of the Apes gone wrong.
I'm a toaster. I will only be dealt with as a toaster.
Right. I prefer the brand of oyster, but you're allowed to make up something as we go along in this adventure. Jesus Christ, bro!
It sounds a lot like Twitter. It doesn't sound like.
Yo, the monkey people that are sexually identified. I seriously think that was what would happen if Michael Bay got a hold of an SJW while filming Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes is racist.
Cyrus, he's like, oh Jesus, overload, can't take it.
This summer from Michael Bay. Planet of the creatures that are not apes, that only appear so because of your prejudice.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All the crazy shit though in our world. I am kind of scared for the future. I'm not gonna lie. All the stuff
we
read. Yeah. All the stuff. All joking aside, all the stuff that we read online and all the things that we have dealt with throughout the years here, like, I am kind of fearful for the future. I really am, because you currently have a generation that's being raised by pussies, dude. And you have, like, younger than that generation, a few of them that are raised like us, where they're down to earth and they don't care. You know, they're willing to make fun of or light of the situation, which is always great. I love that.
Like me.
There you go. Here you go, little guy. Here comes the airplane! Vroom!
I'm special.
Wow.
My mommy and daddy told me I was special when I was younger, and yeah.
I totally believe it.
I mean, yeah, I'm a special little snowflake.
Dude, like, seriously, like, think about it. Like, in another 10 years, Cyrus, what do you think of this world's gonna be like, bro? Like, it's kind of frightening.
I don't even want to think about it, dude. It makes my head hurt.
Because we'll be in our like mid 40s. You know what I mean?
You know, this is why people die, because we couldn't handle it. Like, there's no way you could endure immortality. Can you imagine dealing with the world's changes in the next 50, 60 years?
know. If I was immortal, y'all wouldn't be around right now, because I would have killed everybody a long fucking time ago.
Wow.
Tight. Good one.
I can't, like, the changes the worlds have gone through is like I couldn't even imagine living through that, but like dealing with it and knowing that I had to deal with it because I was immortal, it would just cause me to, because I could just kill anybody and I wouldn't have to worry about them hurting me. So yeah, it would just been gone.
Well,
if it would have saved us from going through what we're going through now, yeah, it would have been worth it.
You know what? I'd be fine with it.
You know, if I was immortal, I'd probably want to have a way of saying, all right, I don't want to be immortal anymore, because it would. I mean, it's a cool concept. It really is. But I understand people when they say that. No, I wouldn't want to be immortal, because, like you guys were saying, the amount of changes that would go through. Not only that, whether or not, you know, we may be immortal, but our bodies may not be immortal. And, you know, could you imagine having to live through life with, you know how people, whenever they get older, things don't exactly, you don't exactly not only look the best, but you're not functioning the best. I couldn't imagine living even beyond that.
Yeah.
But it definitely would be cool to see the world change. I know that was sort of a thing you were saying you didn't want to see, but for me, I'd actually like to see that.
You can have it. Like, seriously. you win. You got it. Let's start a Patreon to help him
become immortal.
Become immortal. You can have it. You win.
I strongly believe that there's going to be a break in the union in our lifetime. I really see that coming. It's coming. Whether it's going to be in the next year, in the next 20 years, it's going to be here.
California's trying.
Yeah, they've been trying for a while.
Don't you mean California?
Yes, I do.
I'm you know, if California ever decides to like break away from the union, I'm actually gonna be in Oklahoma voting for it too. I'm like, okay, yeah, let them.
There's no way that state could sustain itself.
No, but that's fine.
In the hole.
You know,
but that's fine. They can just go away. Like,
California, Oregon, and Washington are all pretty much on the same boat, and if they all broke apart, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think if all three states broke apart and formed their own little thing?
They would still falter.
Yeah.
Well, Washington is known as what? Being the state for egalitarians, right? Like, that's a huge thing. Like, egalitarians and libertarians. That's always been like what people would. I mean, people that I've ever talked to anyway has always known Washington to be like.
Really?
California is like the liberal demographic that we always make fun of, the special snowflakes.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
Oregon. They're all pretty much like right there.
Yeah, Oregon is kind of like that melting pot that has all three of like the left, right, and center. I would say I would miss Portland, Oregon, because some of those people are actually like you and I, like we actually have a brain. So I actually feel sorry for if that state was to go bye-bye. But the other two, I could do without. That's fine.
Well, it'd be funny.
When I saw that like North Korea had missiles that could target California, Chicago, and New York, I was like, and the problem? Like, there's no
Yo, we were talking about that the other night, right? Like we were like off stream talking about that. We're like, yo, if they took out Chicago and Cali, yo, Kim Jong Un, like our debt is settled, sir. Like,
yeah, like we're sending him Christmas cards and thank you notes.
Frisco. Chicago has really good pizza, though. I mean,
yes, but I mean, they could get rid of all the violence at one. I mean, the world's gun violence would drop like by 80% if they just got rid of Chicago.
Does it really get rid of the violence if you just do all of the violence at once? I don't know.
I don't know, but this sounds like an experiment that we need to try.
Objectively now.
Objectively.
The violence numbers would be high for like at that one particular moment, but then they, would collectively drop it like within an hour after.
Yeah, bro, it's like YouTube.
It sounds like you need to write a book about this, perhaps a manifesto that you could detail. Brim, maybe you have some suggestions for that.
Yeah, we'll call this one "Your Kampf."
Wait, we just gotta seize the means of production, okay?
Oh.
I can send it to Kim Jong Un as a present.
Hey, it could work. It could work. Just make sure you don't make fun of him because he might actually strap you in front of a cannon and then fire it. So, yeah. I mean, he's known for that.
I'm putting Cyrus's return address on it though.
Bye, Texas.
You know what? North Korea doesn't scare me. I've faced Twitter. It'll be all
right. Like, hey, you guys, have you guys heard from Cyrus lately? No. Texas got melted.
You wouldn't hear from me either.
Aw. All right, you can't.
So don't nuke Texas.
Texas is too big to nuke. You know how many nukes it would take to knock out Texas? It's just not worth.
Texas, actually, it's funny you should say that. Texas is, they were saying a while back, like, if Texas was to ever successfully break from the Union, that they would actually, like, be able to sustain their own country. Like, literally, their own little nation. Yeah, like, they have so much resources over there, they can actually sustain as a country. Yeah.
Yeah, Texas is the only state in the Union that has a fully functional government, like a fully functional country.
If I could say, I don't like in a realistic way. I don't agree with this. There's this is Texas, and we have a group of people that promote secession. It comes up every now and then, and I've never agreed with even. It's ridiculous to even suggest, but I understand. We're having fun talking about like how screwed up the country is, but yeah, this is a country. We're a country, and for better or worse, we have these problems. We have to deal with the people we disagree with, but we're one country, and you could say Texas probably could make it, but then you have to ask yourself, could we? Because you have to imagine what would happen if you had a country like Texas right next to a country like the United States. And how the other countries in the world would take advantage of that, situation and try to pit us against each other. It would become Twitter, like real life Twitter. How long before we blew each other up? I mean, there's a reason the United States is sea to sea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was necessary. I mean, we have oceans between us and any major threat. So
it is true. If anything, like, and I've been sort of like playing with this idea, like, what if we actually fucking made nice with our sister continent in the South and combined us again? Like, why don't we do that? Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we like make nice?
That would
be
really
America?
Expensive.
Because a bunch of them are commie hellholes.
Oh, I know that. But like, what if we were able to change that though? Like, what if we were able?
They did say the South would rise again.
Yeah.
Not that far south, Rambo.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how well that would go. Like, how far south are you? Like, what do you mean specifically?
The entire South continent.
There's
Oh,
no
for
reason
fuck's sake,
Mexico paid to put a wall between them and the rest of South America.
What if America was to finally step in?
Mexico, so.
But here's the thing: what if America, as a nation, finally stepped in and brought our sister continent to us? Like, I've always kind of wondered about that because, do you guys know who Rage Fist is, or Rager Fist? He did a good video.
Isn't that sexual move that you do when you?
Wow, that's a rough
he had such a great point. He said, "Why not let Mexico do what it needs to do on its own? Like keep them out of our borders, let them fix themselves, let the boiling point tip finally, and let them fight their own wars, and let them fix themselves so that way they could become a power worthy of sharing in financial interests with the U.S. Right? So I'm thinking, why don't we do that with the entirety of South America? Let's try to help the rest of them out, not necessarily fight their wars for them, obviously, but like, why don't we bring our sister continent into becoming America again? Like, I don't see why we need to be separated in the first place, to tell you the truth. If we could drop those dictators and actually work on their infrastructure and help them out, like, I think we would be better as one than what it is now. You know what I mean?
Well, right now, in the case of Mexico, what would you say is the biggest problem with Mexico in its current state?
The inhabitants.
Not so much the inhabitants.
Yeah, kinda.
No, it's not just that though. It's also to do with
it's the gangs and the corrupt politicians, shit like that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's
corruption's like the biggest thing.
That's so hard to get rid of.
Cartels, man. Like I've known people that have lived there, and man, it's a scary place, man. It's the law is
and
completely...
states are starting to legalize drugs, so that might start changing. But they're not going to want to give that up.
Yeah, Brim, I don't know if we want to add all this to the problems we already
well,
have.
it's what I'm saying. That's why I said what I said. Now it did.
Well, the thing is, if they were to legalize a lot of the drugs that are sold there, that would probably put a huge damper in the drug cartels, considering that a lot of them wouldn't be thrown in jail for simple things like selling drugs. In my personal opinion, I don't believe that a lot of the drugs that are legalized should be, at least for, people who are at a certain age to consume. I don't like, for instance, if alcohol is legal, why can't something like marijuana be legal? And I never understood that.
I absolutely agree. Yeah.
And of course, if we criminalize marijuana, and since it is a very popular drug amongst a lot of people, you're going to have crime rates go up. Now, of course, people don't tend to go into what these crimes are. They just say, "Oh, the crime's going up." Typically, this is because of the strict laws. And I will admit, yes, the criminalization of marijuana, to me, it does seem like a very strict law. And if you keep putting stricter laws on things, you're going to have crime rate go up. And I think that if they were to legalize a lot of these drugs, even in further south in Mexico, that would put a huge damper on drug cartels. And even possibly if they made it to where the free market can get its hands on certain drugs like marijuana and sort of let, capitalism do its job, I do think that, well, a lot of the crime and a lot of the violence would go down in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I think I figured out what Brim is actually getting at here. And you're right, Trism. He wants the land, not the people. You got to remember who you're talking about.
So how much time do nukes render the landscape uninhabitable for? I mean, long-term calculations.
God damn it, Cyrus!
If it's the objectively better option.
Jesus Christ!
I just forgot who we were talking about. I was like, oh, it's Brim, of course. It's not a final solution scenario.
The Native Americans trying to take over other lands!
I got it.
Jesus Christ. I just kind of always figured about that because I know we've been separated and we've allowed so much to happen in those nations that it's just like, you're right though, Trism. Like, what if we were to like lift some of those legalities? And I mean, what's the number one cost problem when it comes to money circulation in some of these countries? It's fighting the war on drugs, right? Like that. I mean, billions upon billions upon billions is dedicated to that. Even in our own country, it's like that. I mean, look at Nevada. They just legalized marijuana and they're already in a drought. Like, holy shit. So, I mean, if we were to lift a lot of those sanctions, like you were saying, I really do believe that, you know, we would be doing 10 times the job of what their dictators are supposed to be doing. Like, they have a president that's like, oh, yeah, the war on drugs is strong. And then he's like, obviously has how many fucking drug cartels in his pocket while he's spending tax dollars on this supposed war. Like, and it's bullshit.
And it's not only that, it's also with the overpopulation in the prisons. There's a lot of people that are incarcerated for victimless crimes, mainly because of the fact that they do drugs. Something like smoking a little bit of marijuana can get you into not only jail, but also sometimes prison. And to me, I think that's wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
They do this because of the prescription drug market. Like, they're the ones who are continually pushing and lobbying for stricter illegal drugs.
Yep.
Because
oxycodone is like a $10 billion industry.
Yeah, like in the world, the United States consumes 80% of the world's opium usage, and that's a lot of money to these drug companies. So they lobby for these strict drug laws to keep these like marijuana stuff illegal, because they know it would cut into their overall profits. People would start using marijuana more than they would like Oxycontins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true. I mean, and that's another thing I've noticed has gone still to this day unregulated is these drug companies. Remember when Trump said at the beginning of his this whole thing was like, we need to lower those prices so that way more families can have access to that. I'm still waiting. Like, come on, Trump. Like, let's do this. I mean, you have no problems.
Well, I think what he means is, rather than having the government intervene and forcing them to lower the prices, or God forbid, make them free to certain people based, I say free, but it's really going to be on the tax dollar. I think what he means is that he's going to sort of let up on the government intervention whenever it comes to the free market, meaning that competition within some of these products or these industries would have to force these prices to go down. I think that's possibly what he means, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Either way,
I'm just glad he's finally making America great again.
I'm still waiting.
Excuse me, sir. He had executive orders like day one, son. What are you talking about? He already tried. I know one.
I still don't.
Huh?
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't think it's that Trump necessarily wants to make America this hellhole that everybody keeps envisioning. I think then it's just that he just can't really do much in terms of making it quote unquote better or great. Because I do believe that there are certain things holding back a lot of the legislative that he might want to push. Now, I know this sounds like I'm defending Trump, but I'm definitely not. I'm not 100% on his side. I don't like, getting up in hysteria about certain politicians or certain people. I don't know. I'd like to think that there's some other reason why he wouldn't want to do some of the things that we can all agree that are really good ideas. And I do think that he is very much a pro-capitalist, and I do believe that he wants to deregulate the market as much as he can. Yeah. I think that's his idea on making America great again, because that is what America was founded on. Not only just capitalism, but freedom. And if you have more freedom in the society, you'll have, more economic growth. And at least
and more
that's
prosperity all around.
Exactly.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, I mean, a lot of the legislation that he tries to pass and actually has the authority to pass, then you have these stupid federal courts that are in these states, like overturning those decisions, as in like
not legally allowed to do.
Yeah. But somehow they.
But
stick
he
and
can't
they still have to
not
go
do
through
it.
all the. Yeah, they have to go through all the red tape to get those things overturned. Each individual one, because of the fact of them, the only thing they're basically doing is just throwing up a roadblock, like a slowdown.
And
it's very frustrating to see. I mean, I'm not defending him, because it would be frustrating. I was thinking last term, whenever Obama was in there, it was frustrating to watch the Republicans just basically quit doing any work.
Yeah, I agree.
And just kind of throw their roadblock in on anything the Democrats wanted to try to do. Like they didn't even offer anything to counter what they were doing. They just were being a roadblock.
No, what they did was block. What they did is they filibustered and they blocked everything that the Democrats were doing. And then this time around, they're trying to do exactly what the Democrats tried to do last time and say it was their idea. That's exactly what they're doing. And that's so invigorating. I hate that shit.
Well, I would like to see that, like, allow him the ability to, like, because he had full authority to make that travel ban. Let him do it, see how it goes. And then if it doesn't go well, then we can look at it. But we don't even know if it has what type of effect it would have, anything like that, because these stupid states decided to fight it for no reason, which they couldn't do. They legally can't do, but they've done enough to where the only way to undo what they've done is to tie the rules up in courts, which is going to take a long time, and they know that. So quit doing the stupid roadblocks like stupid reactionary thing to it. Let something of his policy actually play out and see how it actually affects things. I mean, good or bad. I mean, I don't think there's anything that he can actually do that would just completely fuck our country all to hell.
I don't think so either, because it's funny.
A lot of no turning back.
Right, and I agree with that, because there's a lot of things right now, along with the travel ban and his sanctions that he had against some of the countries in the Middle East, especially with some of the strikes. Obama was already doing all this before he even stepped foot in the office. And as soon as he says, hey, I'm going to do this, everybody's up in arms about it. I'm like, but what the fuck? Like, you guys let Obama do it. Obama was doing more than he was. Like, in fact, the drone strikes were like 10 times worse when Obama was in office going in towards the Middle East than Trump currently is doing. And Trump, for some reason, is getting all the fucking blunt end of that hate on that.
The reactionary thing to it is making it, it's sensationalizing something that's like a non-issue. And they've gotten to the point now to where they'll, like, anything that he does, they make it into some sort of like Nazi crime.
Yeah.
And nothing can get done because he's constantly having to fight every single person to get one stupid little bitty piece of thing done.
I agree with that. Yeah. Dude,
how will we ever know whenever he actually truly fucks up? Because they've made everything. They made it the fact that he ate 2 scoops of ice cream national fucking news. Like, how are we ever going to know whenever he actually truly fucks up?
I know.
Damn, ice cream sounds pretty good actually right now.
Yo, I have some in my fridge.
2 genders, 2 terms. Deal with it.
2 scoops.
Wait, here's the thing.
2 scoops.
I think the true crime is that he didn't have more.
Fuck it, get a whole banana split. You're the president.
Okay, eat the whole container.
Right?
I don't even pay attention to politics right now. I'm just like, whatever. I don't care.
I've gotten to the point now where I've kind of like try to back myself away from politics because it's an endless thing of depression right now, because like everything that you see is just over sensationalizing to the negative side every last thing. It's like how do I ever know that when something's actually negative? I don't. It's too hard to actually keep up on politics because you never know. You don't ever know what's positive and what's negative anymore. Everything's fucking negative.
I gotta say, Gavin Scott is right on the money. He says he can't do his fucking job because the media is coming up with Russian bullshit that he can't focus all of his time on making America great again. And
yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Gavin
the Russian
also
thing,
Gavin also suggested moose tracks, and I'd like to point that out.
Yes.
What is moose track?
Oh, it's like kind of
ice cream, son. How do you not, Mr.
Okay.
Diabetic? How do you not know about that?
In Oklahoma. Like, we have. I mean, we like the most we have here are 31 flavors. Like Baskin Robbins.
Y'all have Bluebell though, right? I mean, we have it.
No.
Yeah, Bluebell.
What? You don't have Bluebell? And...
Hey, Cyrus.
We have in the grocery stores, but we have maybe 6. There's 6 flavors.
Cyrus, like a lot of the Bluebell ice cream out where I live has been recalled because of some shit that happened. So I haven't touched it since. I've been scared to touch it, but dude, I love Tillamook. If you ever get a chance, Tillamook is the shiznit, dude. Like it's Tillamook. Yep. It shits on Dreyer's ice cream. Like, I cannot eat Dreyer's dough ice cream or Bluebell anymore. Like, Tillamook is my new god tier ice cream. It is
Well, you make it sound so delicious. It
Bro.
shits on the ice cream.
Hey, they have one. Okay, so his Moose Tracks, what they call it is called Utterly Chocolate. Spelt like
Nice.
udders from a cow. Seriously, it's pretty funny, but still, it's
Damn it.
delicious. Yeah, it's delicious.
Okay.
Let's see. Juan had a good point. He says, seriously though, if he stopped talking about the news channels, nobody would care about them. That's the problem. That's the problem. That, I mean, I agree with you, Juan, but it's also not exactly all true either, because we have a lot of older generation that thinks CNN and Fox News is the gospel. No matter what you say, they are going to believe the news over you anyways.
Well, that approach to not like ignore them and they'll kind of go away type of thing doesn't work, because the media is the media. Like they are a force to be reckoned with, and if you like ignoring them isn't going to do anything. It's just going to let them get away with what they're doing. And you've got to stand up to like the corruption somewhere, or else you're just going to allow us to turn into like the Mexican government, to where everything's fucking corrupt. The whole damn system from everybody controlling you. Remember that the people who control the media, that control the information, control you.
The purpose.
They're the ones who get to tell. They're the ones who get to tell you how to think about a situation, because they're the ones who get to present the information to you.
The problem with news networks today is that they have an ideology behind them. And there's nothing wrong with people having, their thoughts and opinions, but the problem is they keep incorporating their ideology into the news. And their ideology currently is everything Trump does is literally worse than Hitler. And whenever they have that mindset, it seeps through, and people tend to pick up on that. And they don't know that that's an ideology or some prejudice that's basically baseless. They just see it as, well, the news says that what Hitler's doing, what Trump is doing is bad.
He's literally Hitler.
Oh my god. You know what? I heard Hitler was a pretty.
Wait, what?
What's up?
I heard that Hitler was a pretty good artist, so I wonder if Trump's artwork is worse than Hitler.
They are both dog lovers.
Well, from what I understand, Cyrus, about art, that is definitely subjective.
I am an admin in this server, right?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's don't listen to Trump already, they will keep eating. Blah blah blah. You just don't watch. Yeah, okay, so Techman has a good point, and that's what I do too. He says I just don't watch any more news networks. I just get my news from YouTubers who show links to what they are talking about, and if they are wrong, they say it. I'm the same way. I don't really watch the news anymore because it drives me nuts. You get so many dumbass stories that nobody cares about, and then all of a sudden it's Russian hackers finally discovered in Trump's campaign. And it's like, really? And then you watch what they're trying to say, and it's like only like, what, 2 or 3 seconds of it, but everything else is somebody crossing the street and getting hit. Like,
now, okay. There's also another thing, too, about a lot of these news stations. And obviously, we can all agree that they're corrupt. However, it seems that they like to go after people that disagree with them. And frankly, I don't know if they have government go-ahead. And I know I'm getting into conspiracy talk here. I'm not trying to. But I don't know if you guys heard about that meme that someone in the White House tweeted out, where it showed Trump tackling someone and it had like the CNN logo over it.
Yeah, Trump tweeted it out.
Well, supposedly CNN actually went after the guy who made it and forced him to apologize.
Oh, it's not supposedly. It
happened.
I say supposedly just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they actually said that they have all of his information, and it's going to remain private as long as he doesn't make any more posts like that.
That to me is basically that to me sounds like, I wouldn't say blackmail, but more of what's that other word I'm looking
extortion.
For? Extortion, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I thought extortion is more if it had to do with money, but either way, yeah, same thing.
It's blackmail. It's
still blackmail.
Kind of yeah, it's kind of blackmail.
I thought that was the best response is what the internet did. They just blew that shit up. I saw some of the best
and Reddit.
I saw some of the best Trump memes I have ever seen in my life because of that. Anybody see the one with Trump doing this Cold Stone stunner on CNN?
Yeah,
I saw the
I
Avengers. You remember that scene from the Avengers where Hulk is like he smashes Loki on the ground, says "puny god."
Yeah, yeah.
I saw that one. That one was funny.
That was a great one.
Oh.
I like the one where they had the dude apologizing, the terrorist behind him, and him saying like, "This is totally not a coerced confession, I swear."
well,
But there was a
number
point
one-
to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna. They effectively did kind of make him apologize because what they did is that he had it up, everything was good, and I mean I don't think he's a young guy, but he's definitely not he's probably not a socially adept person. So whenever he got a phone call from CNN, and it went to voicemail, and they were contacting him on Twitter and on Reddit and all these different contacts, and he wasn't answering it. It scared him, and so he went and deleted everything that he's ever done, issued an apology, and then called CNN back, and basically CNN said, "Oh, you've been a good boy, stay that way, or everybody's gonna know where you live."
Quite
Yeah.
literally a death threat.
That to me, although let's be honest, if they did release this guy's information, with how much of the people on the internet are on his side, frankly, I'm not saying that it would be a good thing, but I don't know if I think people would more just show up just to like take selfies with the guy. Still not something I want for him, but I don't entirely think it'd be a death threat.
With the rise of Antifa.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You know, and that's the
that-
thing. It's like there's a real chance of it happening.
There is, and that's the problem. And I'm not saying that if they did, it would be the best thing for the guy. I'm just saying that there'd probably be a lot of people showing up just to take selfies with him and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that you'd have a lot of Americans showing up at CNN's headquarters too. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The thing about
they wouldn't have a fun time with the crowd that would come show up for them.
But I had a point to it, and to bringing up the story, and the point was, do you think that CNN could, by any chance, have any, and to whomever hears me say this, it could be obvious or not, but do you think that CNN could possibly have any ties with, I hate to use this word, but for lack of a better term, deep state connections or anything like that? Because to me, it seems like they doxed the guy and threatened him, and nothing happened to them legally, at least.
I don't think they actually have like connections like within the current administration, because the current administration, I think, actually legitimately hates them. But I do think they have some connections and pull with people who have favors within the current administration, to where there's been no recourse. Like they've kind of like basically shut that thing down. There's got to be something, because there's no, like, I would get in trouble for it.
It is an interesting question though, because we know the CIA has used media sources for a lot of covert monitoring that they've done in other countries. So it's an interesting question.
We're given the green light to basically do propaganda on the United States citizenry from Operation Mockingbird or something like that. It was approved. Now, whether it's been done or not, who the hell knows?
Well, you can see the propaganda being done on CNN's channel. Like I've never in my life seen a news network say on air that they've done everything they can. They're going to continue to do everything they can to make sure a candidate gets elected. Like, we all know like leanings, like what leanings they have, but like outright basically be that person's network.
Yeah.
It was like
they turn into like entertainment networks now, right?
Yeah, and that's another thing, is the person who took over that was also like had some ties in with like the professional wrestling and stuff like that, and he said that he basically set it up. That's the reason why, if you look at CNN's news thing, you take that to like say ESPN, their setup is almost the same, with the multiple screens and all the people talking and having the thing like they're setting it up as a basically reality TV show, kind of entertainment type fighting. Like, we're gonna fight today and that's it, and move on. It's not really news at all. It's just basically setting it up for entertainment purposes. It's actually kind of, but it's scary though, because I mean there's some guy in my that follows me when I talk about feminists and I talk about whatever. He comes in and starts trying to say that I'm wrong and that feminists are great and all these transgendered people are the best and all these different things, and he tells me that like Trump is this horrible person and all these different things. I'm like, where's your proof? And he links me CNN. And I said, you do realize that CNN is biased? He's like, no, they're not. They're 100% legit. Like, he fully believes everything that CNN says. And there's these people out there that have got they get like that's their faithful. They will accept whatever the media tells them. And that's a scary thought. I mean, he thinks that the Fox is more corrupt than CNN. And I'm not saying Fox is actually good by any means, but they're not near as bad as, I mean, at least that we know of, as CNN.
Take off your clothes. Take off your clothes. Come on, take off your clothes. Shh.
I'm at the point where I just don't even want to watch the news. I just don't.
I don't even want to fucking. I don't even turn the TV on anymore. I actually watch Netflix. I haven't kept up with regular TV in years, bro.
I don't watch the news for anything. I'll watch Philly D for my news, the big news stories, and he doesn't really throw his opinion in on it. Or if he does, he'll be like, "This is what I think, but what do you think?" And then he'll give you all the links to where you can actually go and look at all the information yourself and the video proof and everything else. Like you're not just getting a snippet of what he wants you to see. He actually provides the whole documentation for you to actually review. And that's I respect that more than like a 20-second clip from a video that obviously like CNN. Yeah, CNN's one of them where that girl was talking about we don't need this in our neighborhood and
take that shit to the suburbs.
They made it look like she was talking about like we don't need this violence and all this stuff like that, but they really talking about take it to the suburbs and kill these motherfuckers. And that they cut the clip up just perfectly to make it look like that, but then the actual clip came out that it was really kind of like a threat, and that's what like Philly D does. That I've found that he will give, like he at least gives you the full context, so that way you're able to not just take his word for it, you're able to actually look for yourself and, dear God, be objective about fact finding. It's I
was just gonna ask you guys, who do you watch to get your news from? Because I'm in the same boat with you, Rambo. I've been watching Philly D for a long time, and he's always been good to get good information on, because you could go and fact check his shit, and if he doesn't know it, he'll let you know, like, this is only speculation, and he'll let you know ahead of time that, I'm not 100% sure on this, you might want to correct me. And so I really appreciate people that, when they know they're wrong or they think they're wrong, they don't put too much stock in what they say, and they're so self-indulged that, whatever they think they say is absolutely 100% fact.
I actually don't watch Philip DeFranco, and I have nothing against the guy. It's just I haven't really watched a lot of his stuff. I actually get more of, I say news in quotations, more from people like Computing Forever, and sort of the anti-SJW community. And by news, I mean more like just sort of getting an idea of what's going on, because I don't like to use them primarily as just a reference for what exactly is going on. And I don't like using just about really anyone as a reference to what exactly is going on. But if I had to take a guess, or not guess, but give someone that I watch, I'd probably say more Computing Forever. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him.
Who is that?
Have not.
Computing.
Cullen.
Yes, David Cullen.
The Irishman.
Yes, the Irish ginger.
He's awesome.
He is, and I enjoy watching his stuff because he comes off as someone who's very calm, collective, and has a very, I wouldn't say set in stone belief.
So,
but he's very right leaning from what I can tell. So I'm primarily a right leaning person myself. So
Yeah.
You know who I'd like to see do the news is Conor McGregor. I think that would be
that would be very entertaining. I can tell you that.
Look at these people over here. They have not experienced this.
Get up and dance for me. Dance for me.
Y'all gonna watch that fight? Y'all interested in that fight?
Oh, I'm going to, yes.
I'll let you,
Like,
I'll let you guys
I
just
never have
tell
been-
me what it's like. I'm not paying for that
I have
shit.
never been excited for a boxing match or any sort of UFC fight.
Dude,
But this hype build up has really got me interested.
Dude, he wore a fuck you suit. Come on.
I don't know if Conor McGregor can win, but I really want him to.
I do too. I really do.
I do too.
I am fooling for Conor, but I think that there's a very good element that he could win because I think that he is going to take Conor very lightly.
Yeah.
I think he's going to underestimate the prepping that Conor is going through.
Yeah.
I don't know much about boxing.
Well, I've heard that McGregor's training so hard, he's been knocked out in sparring already.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's taking this fight seriously.
Yeah.
So are we gonna see a Pacquiao situation happening?
Oh god, I remember when that was like a big deal, and it turns out it was very lackluster.
Honestly, it could happen. It could happen, absolutely.
Dance around the ring, only throw like two punches.
That's what Mayweather does. He runs away. He runs and he ducks and he moves and he puts his arms up. That's what he does.
Just put him in a bar. That'd be more interesting. Bar fight.
I think the one thing that would really throw Mayweather off is if Conor just comes in straight up attacking, like he, chases him and does it. And really, to tell you the truth, I think that UFC fighters train for their cardio probably more than boxers. I think.
It kind of
like there's
it would seem like that because it's more grappling in UFC, right? Like so they have to endure a lot more motion. Yeah, they have to endure a lot more motion, and they have to actually worry about counterweight and everything. So, I mean, I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know because I've never done it, but it would seem like that would be the case, and I really think Conor has a chance. For some reason, I think this fight might be rigged. But it's kind of for the show to publicity to get boxing back on the map again. But I'm hoping not, because it would be nice to see like him jump in the ring with by boxing rules with Mayweather, and then Mayweather jump into the UFC octagon with the octagon rules. That would be interesting because I would love to see Mayweather get the shit beat out of him. And
dude, I think honestly, what's gonna happen is like the first match. I think McGregor is gonna try to. It is McGregor, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
So I think he is gonna end up trying to get him pushed into a corner so he can't fucking run around like a little bitch. Because in UFC, that's kind of what they do. Like, they try to get him pushed into, like, a side to where, like, they can't fucking move and get out of it, and they just take the beatings. So I get a feeling that that's what's going to happen. Like, I don't think he's going to be able to run away from McGregor as easily as he did Pacquiao. Because Pacquiao man, that was an embarrassment. Like, everybody that I knew that bet money on that shit, like, they wanted their fucking money back, dude. Like, they were pissed.
And the Mayweather fans still defend him, saying that he won that fight, like, hands down, like that dude was a puss during that fight.
Dude, it'll be worth the money just to hear what McGregor says after the fight, regardless of who wins.
Win or lose, yeah.
But really, though, McGregor is truly a very humble guy. I mean, he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it in the showboat thing, but after win or lose, he's pretty humble.
Did you guys? Did anybody watch his weigh-in?
No, I didn't. I didn't see that one. What happened on that one?
I don't know. I was asking you because I know you guys keep up with this pod better than I do. So I was just wondering if something happened with his weigh-in because usually there is. Like I think Pacquiao was talking shit, didn't he? Like during his weigh-in. So
I don't think they've done their weigh-in yet. I think.
I think that's coming probably closer to the fight, but every man, it's I don't know, every single promo thing that it's been quite interesting.
Yeah, that was great when he pulled that money out of his bag and he was like, "That's it. That's all you got."
$5,000.
It was hilarious. It was great. Yeah. If it's rigged, somebody needs to tell McGregor because I don't think he thinks it's rigged. That's all.
Yeah, McGregor. I don't know. McGregor just has this personality whenever he's doing the hyping part. That it's just so fucking amusing to watch him.
That is funny. Oh, my
You
laugh
you
is
should
annoying.
watch some of it.
Meh. Do what?
You should watch some of you can YouTube some of the say like put in there Mayweather versus McGregor, and like a bunch of the promo crap will pop up, and just watch some of those things. You'll just fucking be dying laughing.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Funny.
I might actually be into this then. I might actually pay attention to this fight then, because I haven't.
Yeah, this is the only fight I've ever paid attention to, really.
It's so expensive though. It's like they want like $100 for this fight.
Yeah, but you could get together 20 friends, 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't have any friends, so I'll just be paying.
Yeah,
I'll just be paying it for myself.
I'm just gonna go out to the sports bar and watch it.
I was just gonna say I could go to the B-dubs by my house and probably watch it. Just sit there and.
I might do that.
Get
that
a
might
picture.
Be a better thing.
Get a picture of beer.
Me and my wife go up there and wife go up there and watch it on there.
Yeah, if you don't have a lot of people coming, go somewhere and see it. I mean, because
it'll be every fucking sports bar is going to be fucking packed.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Oh yeah.
Like this fight is going to bring in put boxing back on the map. I can guarantee you that, because everybody's kind of boxing's ratings have plummeted since Mayweather retired.
Well, I'll tell you what. If McGregor wins, I don't know what that's going to mean for boxing.
I don't either.
I don't know.
Because he's talking about if he wins, he wants to fight somebody else in the ring. He said, I already run UFC. He said, he goes, after this fight, I run boxing. And so I think that he's going to be wanting to be the contender for the belts in boxing. So that'll be very interesting.
It's crazy, man.
That's gonna.
I couldn't imagine
be
Connor being a boxer though.
Why not, man? Weirder things have happened, I guess. But
yeah, this is true. I'm just glad he didn't end up being like Ronda Rousey.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
Christ, really?
Oh my God.
Like that, I was really behind her 100% because she was beating people's asses, and then one fucking loss and it mind fucks her.
But you know what though? Didn't they prove that the chick was using not Ronda Rousey, but her opponent was actually on roids at the time, or she was using some sort of substance?
Then she came back and fought another fight and got her ass kicked. Like it was a different person. So Ronda's mind fucked right now. She's she can't think straight. Like people get into her head way too much now. So
didn't she give up on it? I thought she gave up on it.
Yeah, she quit.
She was gonna try to pursue
wrestling
or some shit or modeling or some stupid shit.
I think she quit the UFC. So I mean I don't know. It's a shame because she was really a damn good female fighter, but after seeing the aftermath of what happened after she lost was that was something I never saw coming. Because I really thought that she would be kind of like a Connor, because he loses and he kind of moves on and trains, and next fight comes out and beats the ass, but not her, man. She needed time off and going to counseling and threatening suicide and everything else.
Gavin, that would be fucking hilarious in round one, dude. He says, I would love if Connor forgot it was boxing and spin kicked him in the face in the first round.
That would be fucking hilarious.
That would be fucking hilarious, dude.
Again, it would be worth the money.
It would be.
Oh God, I would record the shit and just keep watching that thing over and over again.
I think if Connor wins, I think it's gonna actually shift UFC and champion fighting into the boxing ring. It's going to I think it could bring boxing back to the top where it used to be and bring UFC back to the second spot. Because right now it's flipped. Almost nobody wants to watch boxing, where UFC, it's hey, someone's getting their fucking asses beat. Let's watch that. So, I mean, it's a good chance that you're going to start seeing a lot more transitions from the cage fighting scene. Even the small town stuff, like what we have out here, that they perform in Vegas and they perform in Laughlin. I'm wondering if we'll start seeing a lot more of these kind of things happening, but not so much for cage fighting, but more for boxing. That'd be nice to see boxing kind of make a huge comeback. That'd be.
Yeah, I mean, ever since Mayweather left, the crowds for boxing or the interest in the matches have gone like plummeted. And
you know what would be crazy is if McGregor wins, and then they start holding boxing matches at UFC, like like mix them, like
kind of like.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, the Brim, like that was number one. Actually, said that they're to one of these promo things. Conor wore the jersey, the basketball jersey of the guy that fucked Mayweather's girl.
Holy shit! That's fucking awesome, dude.
Conor is like the master of getting in your fucking head.
When it's so savage, you gotta take a minute to appreciate it.
I know.
It is so fucking,
Yo, honestly, bro, like if I was fucking Mayweather, I would shake his hand. I'd be like, "Touche, sir, touche."
Yeah.
I can't even be mad at you, bro. I can't even be mad.
I'll tell you what, that's one of the big reasons McGregor has a shot, because Mayweather's never gone up against somebody that can do this, that has this kind of capability to get in your head. I mean, that.
Well, boxing really never even the pre-shows and stuff like that leading up to boxing is really just two guys sitting there and them talking about the fight, and then like not even the guys talking, and then the weigh-in, and of course like the fist towards each other. UFC is shit talking, and like Mayweather has really never had to face a sort of mental opponent, and I'm really thinking that there might be like a big upset in the making, because we all know Mayweather is not going anywhere. Like Mayweather's done. Conor is going somewhere. So I mean, if it's rigged, wouldn't it be better to rig it towards to Conor winning, so that way it really brings boxing back to the forefront? Because if Mayweather wins and then he goes back and retires again, boxing is going to be right back to where it was. But if Conor wins and wants to stay there and fight some more in the boxing ring, boxing's back on top again. Like the number one, like one of the number one sports. So, I mean, very well, even if it's rigged or not, I mean, it very well could end up with Conor winning. And nobody sees that coming, because everybody, I mean, especially the Mayweather fans, they think Mayweather is like the god reincarnated. But I think everybody's underestimating the ability of Conor. And
you know what, Rambo, worst case scenario, this thing goes to decision and they give it to Mayweather. That's the worst case scenario.
Yep. And I don't think that even signifies that if it went to decision, I still say like if they give it to Mayweather, Conor still wins in that, because there's
So hold on, what's the Stephen Markall talking about? He says, did this guy just say there's a big upset coming and he's talking about rigged? LOL. This guy has no clue what he's talking about. What are you talking about?
Because I said that there was a big, like, if it's rigged, like these people that keep saying that about me, like they hear a word and then they focus on that instead of like all the other words that came before it.
Oh, okay. So he probably just came in like just before. Yeah, okay.
I was like, if it's rigged, then that. But then I think there's an upset coming, that kind of thing. Like,
okay.
If it's rigged,
okay.
But I don't think it's. I'm like 50-50 on it being rigged or not.
Oh, okay. Welcome back,
Hey,
Go Get.
Yeah. The only upset would be if Mayweather wins, then we'll all be upset.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pissed because.
Oh, don't worry, guys. He's just got to throw 2 punches, dance, and he'll win. He got this.
Yeah, you know, that's sad, but it's probably not gonna happen.
I literally know
I'll tell
nothing
you what,
of
growing
boxing.
So growing up and watching Mike Tyson fights and seeing how he just like manhandled these fucking opponents, so then like everybody talking about boxing. Until they started talking about how great Mayweather was, and I watched some of his fights, and they're so fucking boring.
Well, it's because it's not heavyweight, man. Heavyweight was boxing. When that was big, it was like these guys would get in there and just knock the shit out of each other.
Dude, they'd fucking take him to Pound Town, dude. They'd get him worked into a fucking corner, and next thing you know, the guy's got his fucking ribs broken, dude. It's like, Jesus.
You've seen some of these knockouts that Tyson did. This dude, he would hit people so hard, they didn't know where they were. I mean, for like, they literally fall back. When they finally get up, they're just like, they had this look of shock on their face for like 30 minutes. Don't know what the hell happened to them. That was boxing, you know. What we have now, I've never enjoyed this middleweight stuff. It is what it is, you know. But with what's going on now, with this situation here with McGregor and everything, it's interesting. And so, you know, I'm very interested to see, could he win? Is there a chance? I don't know.
I think, well, from what you guys have told me about Connor, like, the dude is a savage when it comes to fucking, you know, like, really getting into someone's head. From what everyone's told me about the guy, when it comes to his fights, he's really good. So, I mean...
I wonder how he's going to do with those gloves, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Hey, honestly, though, if he does, like, swing kick that bitch, like, like, I would be like, yo, he won. He won. He wins. He's a winner.
If he did and knocked Mayweather out, it won't matter if he's disqualified because
No, it will not.
He'll have accomplished exactly the same thing.
Yep. Dude, the internet would explode. He'd break the fucking internet.
Yeah.
The memes. Oh my god, the memes.
Because you know they would get a slow mo of Mayweather's face as soon as he got kicked.
Right? Oh, it'd be glorious.
What's that one Gwen Stefani song they always play for those? That's my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the memes would be great.
The memes are the fight, the UFC fight that happened tonight. John Jones and Daniel Cormier, I think his name is. They hate each other, and like Cormier lost, and there's like a close up of him crying, and like that meme is going. They're just making memes like crazy from that right now all over Twitter. It's just going insane. It's going to become like the new Jordan meme.
Steven, don't ruin our fantasy. We had this fantasy in our head. Don't ruin it. Yeah, I understand McGregor could be sued if this stuff happens. So it's not going to happen.
It would still be hilarious, though. Jesus Christ.
But Connor has enough money to take care of the lawsuit.
We're just bullshit. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not really being like this is not a boxing podcast or a UFC podcast. Like we're just
we got to talk like sportscasters if we're going to have a boxing podcast. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Rambo, what have you seen in the local circuits?
Jesus Christ, we can't even have evidently we're not allowed to have a casual conversation about a sport we know nothing about. Jesus, really? Like, check yourselves at the fucking door, you guys. Jesus Christ. We're allowed to talk about whatever the fuck we want. That's the point of this. Game talk. Come on, it's not that serious.
You see, the door is always open for people like this. Let's just hope they close it on the way out.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know. People get annoyed when they know more than the people talking. But I'm like, I understand. I mean, we never said we were experts. We were just bullshitting, right?
Jesus.
Nobody said, no, you guys are wrong. I'm going to tell you. You know, we're not like that.
We're just saying it would be funny to watch him do it. We're not saying that it's going to happen. Jesus, like, you get these guys in here, and they're all of a sudden fucking professionals in the thing that you're talking about. And it's like, dude, we're just, like, cracking some jokes. Calm your tits.
Mayweather's going to win because the frogs are gay. If the frogs weren't gay, then Conor McGregor could win.
I don't know.
I used to be into WWE when I was younger, so that's the closest I've ever gotten to any sort of fighting sport.
Yeah, I used to watch that with my brother.
My dad tried to get me into this stuff a lot. In fact, I got into martial arts when I was younger, and I respect the sports and fighting. I do, but it just watching it all the time. I couldn't do it, dude. I fucking couldn't.
Yeah,
It's so fucking boring in some cases.
That's what we need for Congress is like those like WWE like speeches where they talk to each other, you know.
I'm watching it for president.
Yeah, Senator McCain, in your last speech, you said that you were going to lower taxes, but nobody lowers the taxes.
Oh,
like
okay.
The people's elbow, you know. I don't know. I'm going to lower the.
Yeah, okay. I see what he's saying. I thought you guys were aiming that towards us. That's why I was saying what I said. So Steven says, what bothers me is the people who make YouTube videos about McGregor versus Mayweather and pretend to be experts, but they couldn't even name a Riddick Bowe opponent. Then he says, whenever there's a big fight, suddenly everyone is a combat sports expert. LOL. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean then.
I don't. Yeah, that's not
number one. I know you're joking. I wasn't coming at you, dude. I was just because like and to be honest with you guys, because as soon as you guys said that, like I already know, like we're gonna get at least 30 other comments later down the line stating that. So I just wanted to state that and make sure everybody understood that as well. So because I know there's gonna be 30 comments. You guys don't know shit about fighting. You guys aren't experts. You know what I mean? Like, and you guys may not mean it that way, but I know like 30 comments after you will. So
yeah, whenever I see those comments, I'm gonna pop up and go, "What gave you that clue?"
Well, we know a lot about fighting. We're on Twitter.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir, but you don't know the 13 styles of keyboard mashing. Gosh, Wu-Tang.
I dare you to go on there and type objectively in Twitter and see how experienced in fighting you are.
Then we'll see what kind of man you are. We'll see. Go on Twitter and then talk about it, objectivity, and come back and talk to me then.
Subjective. You guys see that shit? The McDonald's Hong Kong post and shit post that says, "Please kill me. I wish to die."
I saw that.
What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Too good. Well, we're coming up on the 3.5 hour mark.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
right?
before we do that, apparently, Fratanga is going to make a response video towards my stream that was like where about the objectively part. So this ought to be interesting.
Why?
I'm not responding. I can tell you that. I'm done with the
hey, Fratanga, if you ever get a chance to watch this, why the fuck weren't you in here so you could actually talk with this guy instead of hiding, woman?
Fratanga.
Fratanga's cool. Fratanga's cool with me, but I guess he's been sort of getting on Rambo's case for some stupid shit. Like me and Fratanga are good, but
you know,
it's just that whole. I mean, it's just that one word that like they won't let that go, and I thought my stream would give them, because like they wouldn't let me talk, and 140 characters isn't enough to actually have a conversation, because you'll reply, and if you have like a 10 tweet string that they need to look, after the first one they're responding and calling you out, not even paying attention to the other 9 that you're sending. So whenever they did their podcast and they started bringing up my tweets, I tried jumping in there so I could explain, and they wouldn't let me in. But they let somebody else in.
I've certainly never experienced anything like this, Rambo.
God damn it.
I know I'm beating a dead horse when I bring this up, but the whole objective thing, I kind of want to weigh my opinion in on this.
Do it.
Every time I hear somebody say PC gaming is objectively better, I always want to ask how. I know the benefits to PC gaming, but I call them benefits. I don't call them objective points to make them better. I mean, yeah, we could say that PC gaming offers more freedom to the consumer, and you can consider that a benefit if you want, sure. But I don't think that automatically makes it objectively better. It's better to me. I value it more than I would value without freedom. But to say it's objectively better, I would think that's a little bit of a fallacy. I'd rather choose a better word.
That's because you're a peasant. That's because you're a peasant.
A little bit.
I'm a PC gamer. The fuck you talking
about? Excuse me, sir. That Pentium 4 does not count. Thank you very much.
When you actually have this conversation with these people, it doesn't matter that you game solely on PC and you don't even own a console. You will be lumped in with the people like me, and you will become a peasant. Like it seriously doesn't matter. There was actually PC guys actually trying their best to try to explain, like maybe from their standpoint where like they could actually maybe this to get them to see what I was saying, but then they got called a peasant.
Here's the thing about
like, dude, I don't even fucking own a console. They're like, you're still a fucking you're whatever. You're a pony, and like They don't.
Okay.
It wasn't pretending, but it was like saying that, but it was like the followers of that. This thing delved into like a shitstorm. It was like an 1,800 tweet stream.
Damn.
I want to explain the whole origins behind peasant and whatnot, because it has really gotten out of control. What it started out as, you guys know the whole Kekistan normies thing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You know how that's a joke, right?
Right.
And whenever people call each other or they say normies, it's a joke. That's what peasant was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a joke. But unfortunately, people have actually taken it to heart. And that's what I don't like to see. Whatever people are calling peasants simply just for playing on console, that seems more like you're dismissing an argument from them, or you're just calling them names to group them into something for the sake of grouping them. And frankly, I don't like it when people do that, because it's usually in a retort towards an argument. For instance, if you bring up an argument on why you play console, and it can be a valid argument, they'll just say, well, you're just a peasant, and dismiss the argument. That's no better than an SJW calling you a Nazi and dismissing your argument.
Yep.
So you're saying peasants are Nazis?
No, I'm not saying that.
Wow, objectively.
See what he did there?
Let me get this quote down. Hang on. Let me tell you.
No.
Yo,
Well,
you need to have like a
you
quote. You need to have a quote segment on your like channel, Cyrus, about these podcasts.
No, I don't, and I will.
That
not.
would be hilarious.
No,
So
I'm just
Rambo last night, dude, as a news anchor though. You have to do it as a news anchor.
Oh my god.
Hey, what's up,
Yeah,
guys? It's Cyrus here, and the other day
Tonight, Trism says peasants are Nazis.
Okay. I didn't say that. I'm sure you guys
Full
got the
story,
context
yeah.
behind what I was saying.
Oh, there was
Whenever
context. I didn't hear anything.
When people call you names to dismiss your argument, it's no better than when an SJW calls you a Nazi for disagreeing with them.
Yep.
It is nothing more than dismissing an argument, and that is something that I've never wanted to do. And I didn't want this whole console versus PC thing to devolve into that. Whenever I first got into the whole debate, I've always viewed PC gamers as a little bit more pragmatic and more understanding of how the gaming industry works compared to the console peasants, not gamers, peasants, actual people who are fanboys of the consoles.
Yeah.
But whenever I see PC gamers who get into the debate and all they do is just call people that disagree with them peasants, it kind of makes me sad to see that that's where this whole argument is going, because there are ways to retort a lot of things that the console guys say. And to just return to the whole, oh, well, you're just a peasant, the petty name calling, it's sad to see.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I can tell you that I've tried on my end to have like how you basically were saying like the benefits, right?
Yeah.
Like you try to and that right there should be the argument anybody has. Like if you're gonna do it, talk about the benefits and what you think makes PC gaming great. Well, they have turned it. This core group of people have turned it into those benefits. No matter what the benefit is, it's objectively it's an objective benefit over consoles. Like no matter what.
Now,
And you can't. It's a fully subjective thing if it's a benefit or not. Because it's a benefit for you, it might not be a benefit for me. Not everybody wants wide open spaces.
I agree.
So
what I don't.
It's just
you know
a touchy.
Yeah, what I don't like about the word peasant is that it's. I understand it was originally this, ironic joke thing or whatever, but it's really turned into like this way to diminish somebody. Like you've labeled them as someone. I mean, what is a peasant, right? Like somebody who is lowly and poor and beneath you. I mean, it has this connotation that I think just promotes this like continued animosity. I don't understand why we have to do that to each other. I mean, even if somebody acts like what you would call a console peasant, I still don't understand why you call them that, because it just seems like just a really negative thing. It does more harm to you than it does to them, I think, to use that term.
I think that it originally started within like the PC community to stick within the PC community. It wasn't really meant to go out and.
Oh, that's probably
Well, you guys,
somebody like.
where it came from.
You had these people that ran with it, and now that they use it as some sort of like ammo.
Well, you know where it came from, right? The PC master race, peasant thing, right?
Yeah,
It came.
I mean, I remember the story.
Yeah. It was a joke. It was meant to be a joke, saying it was actually directed towards The Witcher 1, and basically it was actually, in a way, kind of making fun of PC gamers. Basically saying that The Witcher 1 is this complicated mess of a game that's supposed to be overcomplicated for those, so those console peasants will never come to it for the glorious PC master race. That was actually what the original joke was, and people took that as sort of what would I say? Not a cosign, more of a sort of badge of honor in a way to be a PC master or part of this race. And it was originally starting out as a joke, and I see it as a joke. I don't ever call people unironically peasants, because that's just, it does nothing. There's nothing there. It's just name calling.
It is really. The term has changed so much.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
And now, I mean, there's one of the guys, Geekish Gamer, and you might have seen the actual video that Rags did on, it was called the Geekish Gamer Show, where he said why he thinks, well, he came out, responded very well to the video of Rags, and was basically saying, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I was actually misinformed, and I want to make sure I get the correct information out there, and he actually corrected everything. Well, that he hasn't talked about PC versus console again, and I mean we're talking 6 months ago, and now Fratanga is actually just wrote him up and said, "You're a peasant."
Really?
You are a peasant. Yeah, and he's like, at that point, he's like, well, you're just a fucking dickhead, because I've already apologized for this, and I already admitted I was misinformed, and I corrected that. He's like, it doesn't matter that you corrected it. You're still a fucking peasant because you said it the first time.
What the
I don't
fuck?
agree with that.
No, I don't agree
that.
with that kind of shit. No.
He's let this thing go to his head, especially the increase in subs. It's really got. He's like the person that we thought that. Well, we didn't really think Rags was ever going to be, because we talked to Rags before, but how the whole perception of YouTubers that started out small but then they got big. He is that he is like that living perception. He's turned into that, he's better than the other people. He's actually gotten to the point now where he's comparing sub counts.
What the fuck?
Wait, who? Fratanga?
Yes.
Wow.
I
never thought he was going to be like that.
I never thought either. I just simply had muted him. I got tired of having.
I wonder if people like that understand what that is going to do to their persona in over a long term. I mean, that, subs and numbers about who likes you and doesn't. This is that stuff comes and goes. What's popular today is not popular forever. Right. And when you paint yourself into that corner, when you decide to totally embrace that kind of a mindset, I just wonder if they're giving any thought to where that's going to lead them in the future and what people are going to ultimately think about them.
I just don't understand where the fuck his mindset's gone, because it doesn't sound like the same Fratanga I met.
And Stonesy has kind of evolved into that too, where he's I mean, just go to Stonesy's Twitter and go to his tweets and replies, and then look at some of the stuff that he's actually said to me, what he's called me and said to me and everything like that. And I'm like, where the fuck does this come from? And who the hell? Because if you were sorry, but some of the shit that he said to me, if we were face to face, it wouldn't have been just a mute button. Because I couldn't have stood. I wouldn't have stood there and let any grown man talk to me that way.
Yeah, rightfully so.
But I mean, it's just completely odd. Because they were at one point they were just really cool and talking, and this whole objectively thing has blown up to some sort of I don't know what the hell it is now, but and they can't seem to wrap their mind around the fact that it seems like for some reason, I guess, taking the word objectively off of their argument somehow makes the PC equal to the console. and they definitely don't want that happening because they have to be superior. It's like they have this superiority complex, and it's coming across more and more and more the more they tweet and the more they talk. And that's the reason why this video that he's going to do, I'm really interested to see how he's going to cut up my audio to try to fit his argument, because in my thing, and there were several people that actually are his followers and stuff like that were actually in my damn stream with me, and they finally figured out like what my argument was, that I was never arguing against what he's saying, just trying to fix his fucking argument. And
that's the way it's always been. We've always we never said anything about console being better than PC. That's the first mistake that they, for some reason, have coded in their DNA. That just because you are against or you disagree with what they're saying, you are automatically for the opposition.
Here's the thing. If you're not willing to say that PC is the only medium you should be gaming on, if you're not willing to say that you would be foolish to game on anything but PC, if you're not willing to make that claim, then you're a peasant.
Yeah, it's gotten to that point in that conversation, because this guy was asking, he tweeted me, I don't know who the hell, he said he lost respect to me after this conversation, but he tweeted, was like, why did you mute for Tenga? And I was like, I've explained it several times. I'm tired of explaining it, but I'll do it one last time. So I explained the thing. I was just trying to correct his argument about the objectively thing. I mean, he's like, well, PCs are objectively better. I was like, no, they're really not. And I explained why. Well, then he was like, so what makes consoles objectively better? I'm like, I've never
yep,
said.
That's the issue right there. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like, I've never once said anything about one side being better than the other.
It's that whole weak ass mentality argument of, well, if you're not for us, then you're against us.
You're against it. Yeah.
Hang on, real quick. Was Furtanga in your chat, or was he like online and DM'd you just now? How did you know he was gonna make a video on you?
Go Get talks to him, and he saw it.
Well, I would say the better option would have just, if he has an actual problem with what we're saying in the argument, I'd say let him in here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Save him some time.
I have absolutely no issues with bringing Furtanga. Like I said, I'm cool with Furtanga. I have no problems with Furtanga, other than his stupidity when it comes to this whole objectivity versus subjectivity bullshit. Like, this is
I would love to have a conversation with them, but they want me to jump into a situation where it's me and 5 of them coming at me, and that isn't going to be. There's not going to be anything solved, because as soon as I'm never going to get a chance to speak.
I'm going to message him right now.
Well, okay, but to be fair, that would kind of be the same situation that he'd be walking into right now.
No, because y'all would actually be. I mean, if I was actually having a conversation with them, y'all would be quiet and let me have the conversation.
Fair enough, but even still.
Oh, he is on. He is on.
He is online, yes. And here's the thing.
I actually offered him to come into just a live stream with just me and him.
And I personally want to sort of sort this out as well, because I want to hear out his argument, because as someone who is primarily, I would say almost exclusively a PC gamer, I would like to sort of pick this bone with him in a sense, because I honestly want to hear what he says about this.
I'm just quite honestly tired of this fucking argument. I just want it over with. So if I have to talk to him to get it over with, I'd love to get it over with. Because I'm tired of seeing these fucking tweets.
Can I ask y'all a question? Let me ask y'all a question. Y'all I'm not familiar with Furtanga. Y'all seem like y'all are pretty familiar with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been our thing.
What's going on here? Is this seems like this is really out of character? Like, it's like
it is.
Do you know like who he is on YouTube? Like what his YouTube channel is? He basically does the whole response videos, PC.
Oh, I don't watch a lot of that stuff.
I know.
So
I'm just saying for context, he's basically one of those channels, and he is currently we are sort of going back and forth at the moment about, he thinks PCs are objectively better, and that's what this whole thing is about. Which is
kind of silly to me, if you ask me. It's really.
It is. It really is.
But he seems very dismissive and disrespectful in this. Like, it seems
yes,
he has.
It comes off as
that way, and it's for some. He never used to be. Back when he was very humble and very down to earth, whenever he was a smaller channel and just starting out.
Let me put it this way: when I first me and Furtanga started really talking and getting to know each other, he said in one of our conversations that people who voted for Trump was the problem, right? He said everybody who voted Trump was the issue in our country. That's what he actually said that. And I said, but that was before he got to know me. And then when I finally got into the conversation with him, and me and him had a long thing over a stream over at True Scottish Guy's channel, he actually was able to rectify and change everything that he said. He said, you know what? I was a little hasty about that. I'm sorry, Brim. He said, like, so I'm kind of like, huh.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I'm going to jump in again.
Okay, so hold on. Real quick. I want to read this out. So for Tonga, forgive me. I'm going to read this. And I don't want you to be going back and forth with these guys on Twitter after you just DM'd me. And I sat here and I invited you into my cast. And this is what he said exactly. He says, nah, I don't care enough. Honestly, he muted me. That's fine. I'm over it. Him and Stonesy can settle whatever. I can't be bothered at the moment for this. I don't care anymore. I'm over it. Okay, for Tonga, you said that. From now on, you no longer have any contact with Rambo whatsoever. If you're truly over it, if you guys can talk to each other, great. But if this conversation comes up again, I'm going to remind you that this is what you said.
Man, that is so sad. That is really sad.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I've explained several times, like, I didn't mute these people because I don't like them or whatever. I muted them because it was fucking seriously hundreds of notifications. It wasn't just only from Tonga, but it was his followers. And if I don't mute Tonga to where I don't see his, then every time he replies, hundreds of his followers come in and reply, and then it's just constant. So I mean, my mute list is long now. And I've never muted people because I've gotten to the point to where I can have a conversation with anybody, but whenever I'm getting surrounded by, hounded by 100 people over the same fucking word that nobody can seem to understand, it gets to the point where I have to mute just so that way I can actually just enjoy even coming online.
Yeah.
Well, if he's gonna blow, if him and his followers are gonna blow you up, and he can't respond or let you in a podcast, then that just shows this isn't the same for Tonga that I knew. Like the Tonga I knew would have dragged you in and had you talking. Let's put it this way. Whenever all this thing started blowing up, they had their little untitled podcast thing, and I thought, well, cool, I'll go check it out since I got nothing to do. And so I was in the chat, and I was talking to the people or whatever, and Tonga then starts reading my fucking tweets, just not like the whole context of what happened, but just the single solitary tweet. And they were all responding and everything else, but they would never let me in to actually explain the context behind the whole thing. And so I was trying to do it in the chat, and the chat was telling me, get the fuck out of here, you're a peasant, you suck, you're a corporate slave, fuck you, whatever, you just shut up, you don't even deserve to talk. And Tonga did say, you don't need to tell him, he's cool or whatever, but he wouldn't let me in to actually defend myself. And then it went right back to Twitter, all of his followers that were in that chat started tweeting me, and then Stonesy got on it, and then it was just more and more, and then all of a sudden they were like, well, we want you in the chat this week. Well, I'm like, yeah, of course. Now that you've built up enough people that are interested in views, but I mean, just come over here and talk to me. Let's just go settle this right now.
Rambo, could you clarify something that's being brought up in the chat room? There's a contention that says that you're lumping all PC gamers in the same basket with a few fruitcakes.
How?
What? When did he do that?
No, he's not. He said that the people. He said that all I got from this was maybe he was lumping in the people in the chat of Tonga's podcast, but he's not saying all of them. He said that there were people in there. I don't know if that's what they're referring to.
I don't know how I'm lumping everybody into this is the thing is how do people take what I said and turn it into that how...
wow, people have this thing about you, dude.
I don't know
You know what, Rambo, is happening to you? I have some experience here if you need to share some insight.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's happening is that there's somebody that they like that doesn't like you. And so they don't like you either.
I'm looking at this. So this is Dun Peel. Dun Peel, what are you talking about, bro? Like where did he say all PC gamers? I want you to specifically put that somewhere in a timeline for me in the comments. And the moment audio was he was speaking about all PC gamers.
Well, I don't know that we need it to be
a time stamp.
Do we really? This conversation doesn't need to be so adversarial, right?
It doesn't need to be. No, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you're defensive about the situation because you feel like Rambo's criticizing PC gamers, but he's criticizing some people who are obsessive about PC gaming who've been real assholes. He's not talking about all PC gamers.
Yeah.
Well, God, I'm sitting in the damn cast with a PC gamer and a sole PC gamer, and me and him are not. I think if I was actually lumping everybody into it, he would
peasant box using.
God damn.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah, they got a point. Rambo's kind of a peasant, you know.
Yeah,
well, he would have been one of the first ones. He would have been one of the first ones to speak up, saying, you know, wait a minute, not all of us.
He only has a 6,700K. What a fucking peasant.
Oh God.
I know, right?
Might as well be playing on PS3. Shit.
I know, right?
Dumbass.
Cell processor for the win, baby.
Even though it's literally better than my computer, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
I don't know. I mean, I have nothing against PC gamers or PC gaming of any sort of thing. I actually like it. I just don't like it to be my sole platform.
Why not? Why not? You fucking peasant.
Because like I can't play Uncharted 4 and Infamous Second Son and Still Dawn and Knack 2 and.
Dunpeel's got a good point. He jumped in the middle of the broadcast and he misunderstood the context.
Dunpeel, you're fine. It's all right.
Yeah.
Nobody's mad at you. It's fine.
I'm not mad at you. I'm just letting you know that it's definitely not the situation that you're thinking because I have not ever said that.
Two misunderstandings in this podcast isn't bad for 4 hours.
No. And it's all misunderstanding me. Like
almost every conflict that happens on the internet is a misunderstanding. Almost every time. It's just, are they willing to admit it? Are people willing to set down their pride for a second and listen to each other? That's the only difference between conflicts getting resolved and people going in fucking perpetuity forever in this argument about, like, your particular situation, objectivity, which is now yours, not mine. It's yours.
I'm more of someone, whenever I see two people arguing about something, or if there's something that I wouldn't say passionate about, but something that I stand on, I don't like having this us versus them type of thing. If someone disagrees with me, I'll sit down and talk with them about it. And if we come to an understanding and not an agreement, that's fine too. I understand people won't always agree with me, and that's fine. I don't want I don't want everybody to agree with me, because at that point, we don't know if there's going to be anything really solved. I don't know if what I'm thinking is right, and I don't know what I'm saying is right. So it's good to have people who disagree.
I disagree.
Yeah,
no, I'm just
kidding. This conversation has turned into like a them versus me, and they far outweigh like me.
You're being ganged up on, and when you're ganged up on like that, man, it's hard to, like, it's like when you have like hundreds of people or at least dozens of people coming at you all at once. Man, it's what an unfair thing to have to experience. Not that I've ever experienced such a thing. But for something like that to happen, I mean, yeah, dude, it's really, really shitty for somebody to put you in that situation and then not be willing to talk about it.
I've responded to most people and tried my best to talk to them, and like they won't have it. Like it's like a sort of like a totalitarian type of mentality. Like you will conform to the way I think, or else you will forever be this peasant or whatever.
What exactly did he say again, bro? In his DM?
For Tonga, he said he basically, it boils down to he's over it.
Yeah, he says he's over it, so there shouldn't be any video done on you.
There shouldn't be a video. There shouldn't be a video made on me.
Nope, there shouldn't be. According to this last DM, no, it shouldn't be. What?
Well, I was gonna say, there are many people in the community that I'm sure a lot of you guys wouldn't even give the time of day to. J-Tank, for example. But as much as
I would talk to J-Tech actually.
Yeah,
Really?
I would. Yeah, I used to.
Really?
Dude, I used to be friends with the guy before he went off into the deep end.
I wouldn't debate the guy because I've seen his style of debating, and it's just not. It's not something that would be breed any sort of fruitful conversation. But as far as like just conversating with him, I would have no problem conversating with him.
Well,
I really don't have a type of thing to where I just will rule out anybody. I will never rule out conversation with anybody. Because I mean that's the only way you're ever going to come to some sort of middle ground, or I guess some sort of either maybe compromise on one side or the other, to where you can maybe squash whatever it is between you, or figure out how to coexist peacefully.
Yeah.
And that's why I say
shutting them out, you'll never be able to do that.
That's why I say if you can't come to an agreement, at least come to an understanding.
Yeah.
Well, he sent me this, and I think it's important to read. So sorry again for Tonga for reading this. I normally don't read inbox shit from people, but like I think it's important because Rambo and him haven't talked. So there's a lot of misconstrued deals there that, or I usually blame the audience, because the audience usually, I'm not talking about our audience, but like their audiences, respective audiences, kind of
in the general sense.
Yeah, same. They kind of they mixed the pot a little bit. So that's where a lot of misunderstandings come from. That kind of happened to me and Rags today. Our audiences did that shit. So I'll read this to clear. I think this will clear it up for you, Rambo. He says this. He says, to me personally, no, I don't have an issue now that I know why he muted me. If that was the reason, then it's all right. Like I said, I can't blame him. I'll admit my audience can be cancerous, but I have no control over that. At least not much, anyways. So for Tonga, I completely agree with you. Like, Rags doesn't have any more control over his audience than you do yours. Same with me. Yeah, I don't have any control over my guys. Yeah, my guys can do whatever the fuck they want.
The reason why if you muting him, like basically if you want to call it like the head of the snake, for the lack of better analogies, is because if he me knowing Tonga, if he responds to a tweet, then I would respond back, because me and him have a conversation. But then
there's like 300 other tweets going with it.
Yeah, and so if I don't see his tweets at all, then I don't ever have to worry about the other. So I mean, I can never have just a conversation with just him.
I have a question. Do you guys think? I think maybe I have a different opinion about this than everybody, but do you think that a host who has a following has any responsibility for something that happens based on what they do? Like, if I understand what you're saying, they can't control what their followers do, but if you see and you're aware of somebody getting bombarded because of some actions that you've taken, don't you think you have a responsibility to step in and try to like alleviate that situation if you created it?
In a way, yes, but a lot of these content creators, they've even mentioned, they say, hey, don't go and just leave, massive dislikes. Don't just go in calling them names. And I know there are many content creators who do respond to videos, whether it's political or gaming. They have stated that. But, I mean, they can't really do anything. If
That's the thing. What else can you do but that?
I'll tell you what he could do is he could talk to you. Like he could come in and have a conversation instead of just sending a DM, and set the record straight in his own words, like in his own voice, actually, and not leave any ambiguity. Because the problem with what you're talking about with a host saying don't go and don't harass is the audience going to take that seriously or not? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
yeah, but that's the thing.
But that's not on the host. That's on the audience.
You can't have any control over that, nor can you know.
Well, the one thing that like the DM with Tonga, if he had jumped in here, it's a live stream, it's recorded, it'll be on a channel for people to see and to listen to. So if he was to jump in here and me and him have a conversation, we get to the bottom of it, we move on, it would be shown to the world that we've gotten to the bottom of it, moved on. But by him just basically going, I'm done, moved on, it's like his followers don't ever get that message.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not mad at Tonga. I mean, I've kind of have a different outlook on Fratanga than what I did when I first met him, because of what I've seen him say to other people, and
rightfully so.
Stonzy.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, I understand that.
DRM Sparkles. Now, mind you, he is a Xbox fanboy. Like, he will come in and to defend the Xbox in any fucking, like, I think honestly he searches Twitter for the name Xbox and looks for conversations to jump in on.
Plays Captain Save-A-Ho, in other words.
Yeah, it's like kind of weird how quickly he's into, like, everybody that I follow mentions. But him and Fratanga, I guess, were having a conversation, or Stonesy or whatever, about the Xbox One X, and before it was announced the price, and he was basically saying, you know, that he thinks the Xbox One X was going to be $500, and that would be the price. And Stonesy's response, let me see, because DRM sent this to me. Stonesy's response was, "People like him are why Hitler invented the gas chambers."
Jesus.
Well, I get it. It's a joke.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a joke.
It's a friend of yours.
It's a joke, but at the same time, but I mean, if you go look,
Get inside my oven!
If you go look at Stonesy's things, like whenever he replies to people, it's in some, like, a combative form. Like, I don't know how you're planning on ever having a conversation when you're starting off your reply with "you're a fucking idiot." You know, like, you're never going to get to that common ground, or that ability to have that conversation whenever you're starting off your reply with some sort of put down.
Well, I get why some people, they use insults in their response. I get it. It's for entertainment value, and I'm not going to say that what these people do, what they say is quote unquote right. But I think that in this case, if all they're saying is "you're a fucking idiot," or if that's what they're harping on,
it's worse than that. But I mean, I was just kind of.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I understand why people do it. I understand where it comes from. I don't necessarily think that it should be one of the biggest things that they harp on. You know, just calling you an idiot at the end of the day and just rolling with it. I don't particularly like that. If I were to ever really insult anybody in a debate, it would probably be more of something a little bit witty and subtle, and at least a little topical of the conversation. But I don't necessarily. I can't really say that I'm against them using the insults like that, because, I mean, I can't really say that that's wrong.
Because I say the same shit on Twitter sometimes, so I'm not gonna get on Stonesy for that.
I mean,
but I see what you mean, Rambo, because like, I know what you mean, Rambo. Like, because if you've been going back and forth with him all day and it's been combative, and he says some shit like that to somebody else, you're gonna take it differently.
I mean, I get it.
I mean, you should. I mean, it's just some of the shit that he has said. Like, because we've talked to Stonesy, and he's been like a pretty laid back, you know, chill dude, and since they've started this whole podcast thing, it's like he's gotten this kind of big in the britches type thing.
Yeah. And
it's so frustrating to see, like, somebody that you've talked to, like, turn into that. And I mean, obviously we're joking around here about, like, and stuff like that, which with the joking part I get.
Yeah.
But if that's the way you start your conversation when you're having these conversations with console people or whatever, like, how do you ever expect to win them over to, you know, the
there's a good point. There's
the
security side.
Now, I think this brings up a whole different thing, and I will admit, I think this is partly the reason why the whole PC versus console debate, the whole response video genre, is sort of going a little bit, I wouldn't say it's going down, but it's going into a different direction. And I do think that part of this is because of some of the most popular PC versus console channels. And I think that it's not become a way of starting arguments, but more of just to poke fun and laugh at people who disagree. Like, oh, look at these people, look what they have to say. Isn't that just retarded? And then that's sort of where they get a lot of their entertainment from and their views. And I do think that's what happened with sort of Top Hats and Champagne and Rags' channel. I'm not saying that they are solely on the point of just insulting instead of arguing. I'm just saying that I think that it's starting to put that into perspective more. That they tend to, I wouldn't say harp on insults, but they use them a lot more frequently. And it's become more of just, instead of it being to start an argument, it's more to just pwn people who don't agree with you, and that I don't want it to turn into that.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah.
So what he just said. So what he just said in the long run, that Riley J. Dennis is hot and he would totally smash.
Bitch, what? No.
Let me write that quote down. It's a good night for quotes.
Is Riley Dennis a man, objectively?
Oh my, Tech Man! I bet Shader would like it if you went into his oven. Wink, wink.
Jesus! Oh my God! It's a Dutch oven. I don't know.
It's okay. It's called a reverse blowjob.
Oh no!
You're like, Jesus Christ! I just got super gay, didn't it?
No homo.
Anyway, moving on. Well, but in the long run, basically, and what this boils down to is, I think it's gotten from starting arguments to just, you know, wrecking the noobs, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's not about. I think it's devolved into just look what retarded things this guy has to say in this week's episode.
Yeah.
It's just this contempt, this lack of respect for each other. You know, it seems like that's the online YouTube gaming community is just this like nastiness now. It's just
No, it is toxic. It's pretty fucking
it is
toxic.
It is so divided, and it is so like built upon. I'd hate to use an analogy of identity politics, but I mean it's gotten pretty much to that point. You're grouping all of these different gamers based on what games to play, what platforms they play, and you're just creating so much animosity between everybody.
Bro, we have what they consider like the equivalency of the hood on YouTube. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's all I gotta say.
The crumb side, yeah, it's on the crumb side.
Like, Jesus Christ, you can't just be on here and play games and do commentary because guess what? No one's gonna watch you. So what do you gotta do? Yo, Cyrus, I'm gonna call you out, you fucking casual peasant. Here's your address. Docs, 1 million fucking subs. Boom.
Okay,
You know?
so
Start packing, Brim. You better start packing, yo.
Yo, Full Metal
This is
Jacket,
the type
bitch.
Yay, yay.
this is the type of stuff that I'm kind of referring to, like with Stonesy, you know, like having a conversation or whatever. And remember, the conversation started with the blanket statement: PCs are more objectively better than consoles, than current gen consoles, your modern day consoles, as I said. That was a statement. So that would include that would include all PCs against current gen consoles.
I don't.
And, well, I know. Wait. We're not going to argue their meaning, what they mean behind it.
Don't do this.
We're arguing
Don't do
the words they use, because I know what they're meaning behind it. The thing is, though, is that the only thing I've been trying to get them to correct is the words that they're using, because the words they're using encompasses every fucking PC. And so, tell me where they were selective in what PC.
Well, the thing is, when people say that, they say the PC, they mean the platform itself, because the platform encompasses not really all PCs, but more of the platform.
All gaming PCs.
Like, if you were to say PlayStation, what would you mean? The PlayStation 4 or the Pro?
No. Well, I would be specific. I would say the PlayStation. To say PlayStation. I wouldn't say PlayStation is better than Xbox or whatever like that. I would say like the PlayStation 4 is
it's
better
an
than
umbrella term, I guess, for lack of a better word. It's an umbrella term that references.
Right, but they're using an umbrella term for gaming PCs. Do they take into account that because I mean all the single core processor gaming PCs that are being used in Russia and India, where they're actually
gaming PCs? Are they meant for gaming?
Huh?
Well, are they?
Yes, they're using them for gaming, for like Dota and all these different things.
Well, they're gaming PCs.
Right. They're still like they're able to use that for like basically the very low end games, like basically League of Legends and all that. They could run on a damn toaster.
Okay.
So whenever you make that statement of gaming PCs are objectively better than consoles, They might mean in their
I
what they're
see.
thinking in their head is they're talking about you know, these $500 PCs are matched up price for price. Yes, you know, anything equivalent to the price of a PS4 is better. Yes,
I
so they might
got
be
you now.
meaning that.
I
So
get it.
whenever they
Okay.
say those words, they're including those fucking single core processor PCs. And that's what I'm trying to get them to understand is that whenever you say that, you can't. I can point out to that PC, and that right there is not better than my PS4. You're done.
Yeah,
And
I
that's the
get.
thing is that they cannot figure that out.
I
And
see
so,
what you mean by
yeah.
that. You're saying whenever they say gaming PCs, they don't specify on what PCs. I thought you meant whenever they say the platform itself. I didn't know if you were differentiating between the two. Because
No. And then, oh, go ahead.
I was
going to say.
Go for it. Just go ahead. I'm watching this funny ass immigrant.
I think the Atari Jaguar is objectively better than the Jaguar processor.
Banned slash banned.
Look, Rambo, here's the thing. These guys, they don't want to have a conversation. It's not about...
No, because...
Yeah.
Because I actually messaged Stonesy because he messaged me, PM me on Twitter and told me about this podcast thing. And I kept on getting these fucking tweets from all these followers. And I messaged him today. I said, look, is Fertanga around? And he was like, I'll go check. I was like, because if he is, let's just jump into the fucking call right now and get this thing taken care of. I said, we can stream it on my channel, your channel. I don't give a shit. But I want this thing over with because y'all are not fucking understanding a damn word of what I'm saying. Y'all are taking it as some sort of attack. Let's get it done. And then so, go ahead.
I was going to say, in a way, this sort of ties in with the whole boxing thing. You guys know how boxing has turned more into an entertainment, not more, of course it is an entertainment, but more in how they build up drama with, insulting each other and this whole thing that's sort of fake. Same with WWE.
You don't know anything about boxing. You should stop talking.
Well, I think that's sort of what's turning into the whole response video genre. People are stirring up drama for the sake of entertainment value, and I think that's sort of why people don't like talking about things like this and call it toxic, quote unquote, because all it is people trying to stir up drama for the sake of entertainment in the views. And I think
there you go. Isn't that what this is? I don't want to be too jaded, but Rambo, do you think this might just be about content and clicks and thumbs up and?
Well, no, because the thing is Stonesy doesn't get anything out of it because the stream that I would have been on would have been on Fertanga's channel. It would have been Fertanga's income if he got the views. Fertanga wasn't, to be fair, Fertanga wasn't the one continually fucking replying to me over and over again. He was in the very beginning because me and him were having a conversation, but then he kind of dropped off, and then the rest picked up. And then I have Stonesy replying, when Fertanga made this reply agreeing with me criticizing his stream, what type of pussy mutes over that? And then, yep, what a little bitch. And he's talking about me, and I'm like, and then well, with muting, you're not stopping people from tagging you or seeing what you tweet, even about the one muted. So it's different. And then,
I just, you know what, Rambo, I find it so infuriating because anybody that spends any kind of time listening to you or talking to you in any kind of way, I don't understand how they can feel such animosity. I mean, you come I have never seen or interacted with you in any kind of way where you come across as an asshole. I don't understand why people want you to be that.
He's a giant teddy bear.
I honestly don't know because I mean, then Stonesy copied one of my quoted one of my tweets that says, "Oh boy, this is gonna be good. Sorry, Rambo, but you've been asking for it recently, mate."
What the fuck?
And then he says, "But holy fuck, it'll be a long video. His stream is 3+ hours long. Then with me, Fertanga, and oh no, it's Alex debunking him. Yikes." And then let's see. Then he's like, what for his argument? See, he's obviously thinking along the lines of individual things because one of his replies to me, which I didn't see, says, "What flaws you're basically going, yeah, 60 FPS is superior, but because you can prefer 30 FPS, it's objectively better. That's not my fucking argument at all. I've told people several fucking times if you could actually just fucking listen. And then he says, Rambo, your arguments have more holes than Swiss fucking cheese, my man. Maybe you explain your points poorly. Maybe that's it. And then he says, when you choose to mute me and Fratanga instead of muting the conversation, it was getting spammy for you. If I seriously lost a ton of respect for you. He said, really, because a fun fact, the 960 can do 1080p, 60 FPS in all modern games at mid-high, something base Xbox and PS4 can't. So how old are we talking? Then it just continually like going off and picking it. But then you know who Sierra Air is, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Stonesy actually says, let's see, it's kind of like a weird thing because he said that he wouldn't actually believe, like somebody was talking about me. Like why the hate, all of a sudden hate for Rambo, and then somebody else came in and replied, have you heard about Sierra Air? And then Stonesy replied, I really wouldn't honestly. He said, I have no proof, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if them two are the same people. Like how did they go from that to that? And he says no, it does not. The fact that you said that proves how little you know in comparison to what you think you know, Rambo. And then let's see. He goes, you want more FPS in your games? GPU upgrade. Is a CPU bottlenecking? CPU upgrade. How is that not objective? Because the fucking objective, you can't put any personal opinion behind it, personal thought at all. And then they were replying, and he tweeted out to Fratanga, Rainbow wants to get this all done with. Since you were part of this, I'm game if you are. And he says, I've got about 2 hours to kill, so if we're doing this tonight, that's got to be done soon because I have to work at 9 a.m. and it's midnight now. And then he says, okay, then Shane, we're still doing the vid with Alex? If so, when? And then somebody says, then he says, like, it looks like the Rambo debate won't be happening. I'm not suffering hours of alone. Fuck that. Then he says, but to me, he says, like, by your logic, a fucking 10-year-old Dell with the integrated graphics is a gaming PC. This is how daft you sound to us. Sorry. And then it says, here we go. What a day. Also, I would suggest downloading the stream of a video of Rambo's. I have a feeling it will go bye-bye soon because he has thin skin. Who the fuck? When have I I've never fucking deleted a video once. When have I ever had thin skin?
You know, Rambo, at this point, I don't know what, I mean, it seems like this, I don't know. Honestly, I'm going to tell you, do what I did. Just let this shit go because these people don't want to have a conversation, you know? You need to find somebody else that wants to make this argument and let them have objectivity.
Yeah, I'm.
You know?
Because yeah, they can.
Dude, you don't need this headache, and they are trying to make you out to be somebody else because they don't like the argument. It's not a convenient conversation for them.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where they cherry pick their side. So this is the conversation that me and Rambo has gone over millions of times, and I'm not talking about this one conversation, but conversations that are like it. Remember, Rambo, when people were saying, Sony, or like the Xbox guys were saying Sony doesn't have any good exclusives, and you were like, no, they have exclusives, and the argument was based on exclusivity. It wasn't the type of exclusives that they were willing to accept. Remember that? Rambo?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure if you're still with me.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with PCs. These guys are like, well, you guys are trying to consider single core processors with low end GPUs as a gaming PC, and I'm like, well, you guys aren't really stipulating what kind of PC. You're saying PC in a generalized sense. So when you say PC gaming in a generalized sense, an umbrella statement is better than console, then yes, you are automatically including those. I don't care if you find those to be acceptable or not, because when you're talking about facts, You are talking about facts and not your own subjective opinion to interlude with an objective. So it doesn't work that way. It does. That's not how debating works. None of this works that way.
The thing is, though, is that if like these people jumped in the conversation between me and Fratanga at a late point, whenever, and like Stonesy wasn't even a part of it, in the stream, Fratanga decided to read a single tweet out of the whole fucking conversation for me, a couple of them, and then without giving any sort of context of how it started, where it came from, anything like that, just read the tweet. That got Stonesy interested, and that's whenever Stonesy found the thread instead of actually reading the thread like Techman does, because God forbid people actually understand what the fucking conversation is about before you jump in. He jumps in thinking that I'm just saying that consoles or PCs not objectively like nothing about PC is objectively better. And I'm like, I've never once fucking made this statement. If y'all can just fucking listen for a minute and just read. I mean, I've typed it out like plain as day. When you say this broad statement, you are including all these PCs that you don't want to include. So if you don't want to include them, don't make the fucking broad statement. And then they're like, well, you can upgrade them. Well, don't you know whenever you're upgrading, the whole act of upgrading, the whole act of it, you have to go in there and go, okay, I want this part, I want this part, I want this part. And as soon as you do that, the whole meaning of objectively, you've put your personal input into the damn argument. Yep. At that point, it becomes subjective.
Well, what if you're going off of the objective performance, for lack of a better term?
No.
I know I'm stirring the pot.
Somebody actually said that, and I said what you could do whenever you're using objective for parts, you could say, well, the 1080 Ti is objectively better than the 960. But
I objectively don't have the money.
Right, but what I'm saying though is that would be that's an objective statement. The thing is though is that by you actually having to pick which one you're going to put in this PC to make it better than the PS4, that's it subjectively, because you're having to go through all these GPUs and CPUs and all this RAM and actually happen to make a personal selection that you think is going to make it better than the PS4.
What they're doing,
so that's your personal opinion, your personal influence of the decision.
What they're trying to do though is they're trying to cherry pick and pull out the very middle ground that makes their point when it comes to their side of their opinion. So what they're trying to do is do away with that whole middle part because they don't think it's relevant, because at the end of the day, it is an objective standpoint. So you shouldn't have to count the stages it gets to becoming from a subjective to an objective. That's what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, it's so mind-boggling that like they want to ignore, whenever you make this broad statement, you can't just like choose to ignore which ones don't fit your argument, because you're the one who made the broad statement, not me.
Okay, Rambo, you brought up a good point.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay, Rambo, let me ask you a question. The reason that it bothers me, the use of the word objective, is because nobody's questioning that PC has the potential to be better, like as far as hardware and specs and what's capable on a computer. Nobody's questioning that, right? Nobody's saying...
Yeah, nobody. I've never heard anybody question that.
Right. Nobody's saying that a PS4 or an Xbox One can outperform the best gaming PC. Nobody's saying that, right? We all know that the best quality you can get is on the PC platform, right?
Right.
So what is this defensiveness about the word objective, right? I mean, you can't use the word objective when you say PC is objectively better than console, because you don't choose it objectively. You don't choose, the reason you have a console or you have a PC or you choose one or the other isn't for objective reasons. So it can't be a matter of objectivity. So why the defensiveness and the need to circle the wagons around this word? What is the sensitivity?
Because okay, you go you know how the PC Master Race started. Well, these same people that have taken like the console pez and the PC master race kind of like to a heart type thing. Well, whenever you use the word objectively, it elevates their platform to an untouchable level. Like we have actually we've got ourselves on this level to where you can't reach us. We have proven that we are the best. You are scum. And if that objectively word isn't in there, then they've got to actually continually to make points, like to show like that, like there's a chance that the console could actually become better than the PC, and they can't have that thought in their head because it's I take it back to kind of like how Xbox fanboys or PlayStation fanboys have to like build up their like these shit ass exclusives or whatever because they have to make their platform look better than the other one. The same thing with this. They've taken it to where like they have to make it to where it appears better than any other platform. Like there's no other way.
And part of me agrees with that, but I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. That's my guess. I mean, obviously, I don't. Yeah. I have no earthly idea why they have seemed to have like gravitated to this one word, and they won't let it go, or they don't. I don't know why this word is so important to them.
I don't know why it is that somebody can't understand that somebody might have reasons that they would want a console instead of a PC. Like I don't understand why.
Well, no, they say in this thing that like if you're arguing preference, we don't care because like obviously your preference is your preference. We can't argue against that. They say that, but then I've never once in this conversation have ever stated anything about consoles. Like the only thing I take it back because the only time I've ever brought up the consoles in that area is whenever the one guy tried to make the blanket statement that every single thing. I mean, he said this out. I mean, typed it out. Every single thing that a console can do, a PC can do objectively better.
Everything.
And I said, play Madden 17.
Yeah. Horizon Zero Dawn.
I went through a couple of those like replies. It can't.
Potential,
though,
yeah.
Because
sure.
Potentially it could if it was on there, but it's not on there, so it can't.
I think a better phrasing would be everything. Well, I hate to use the word everything because that's
it's all encompassing.
But that's the problem with the word objective.
Because objectively encourage like you can't. Okay, to use the word objectively. I can't say all mid-range PCs and above because objectively does not leave out anything.
You're trying to qualify it in a way that you want.
You cannot quantify your statement or qualify your statement to make an objective argument. Objective argument is this versus this.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, there's no reason to have this discussion because
it never goes. I mean, it never goes anywhere. But I just wish that people would. I kind of thought since Stonesy was like one of the ones that actually had the original conversation with you, and that we had the conversation with Stonesy, that he was kind of one that was probably going to leave the idea alone. But then, I would just be dealing with for thinking. But then he delved into this whole other avenue, like where he wants to pick apart each individual thing. And I'm like, if that's your argument, you can actually probably make an argument of objectivity. If you're actually going like this row here is objective, this row here is objective, you can probably make that argument if that's what you're doing. But that's not where this conversation started. And I'm not trying to argue anything against your individual choices or individual arguments. The only thing I'm saying is your whole encompassing argument is incorrect.
Here's the thing about this whole thing. I hate saying that PCs are objectively better because that opens up the whole thing. And if I'm ever going to make an argument, you want your argument to be strung very, I wouldn't say narrowly, but you want it to be strung to the point to where there's no loose ends that people can just bring up and say, oh, well, that's not right. And whenever you say that it's everything that a PC can do is objectively better, what you're saying is you're opening up this whole vast thing that people could just keep picking at. And frankly, if you're going to debate, the reason I would never bring that up is because that's just going to put up a whole lot of stress on the debate for you. Because there are many things that people can bring up that would just, I wouldn't say destroy the argument, but just make it just moot. It would just make it just pointless.
You can poke holes in it.
Yeah.
And if you can poke holes in a statement, then the word objectively cannot be used.
It's like it's like somebody has a painting that's completely white except it has one black speck, and they say this painting is white, and you say, well, except for that speck, and they're going to go, no, it's white, and you go, no, there's a speck right there, and they're going to say, but it's white. You see what I mean? You're never going to.
That's what that's basically what they're doing. Like if you have a white sheet of paper and you have one black speck in it, they're saying this piece of paper is objectively white, and it's not.
And
there's that black speck.
And for me, I will not argue with people in their ability to have their preferences, but I will always argue the reasoning behind people's preferences. You can prefer to play consoles if you wish. However, I will always ask, what is it that draws you to the console? And usually if people say, well, I think, that it plays better than most PCs, I don't like to spend $2,000 on a PC. If there are reasons behind why they choose to play consoles misinformed, then I will argue that what they've been taught is false. And that's how I will go about it. I will never say, well, your opinion is wrong, you're just a peasant. People have reasons for why they choose things. There's always a motive behind why people go with a certain thing. And you always have to take that in consideration. People aren't just, foolish from the get-go. There's reasons behind why people think the things they think. And if you tackle that, then that's how you make a productive argument. Go ahead.
Well, then they're doing by points, and that's the only thing that I've actually ever kind of just suggested that they stick. Like they have these talking points, like Steam, you don't have to pay for online consoles. You do. Like that, they have these talking points, which you can't really argue the talking points because you don't have to pay for online on Steam, and you do on consoles. There's no really arguing of that. I don't know if it's like an objective thing. But it's still an argument that you can't really counter because you're saying, I can't go, well, yeah, but, you have to pay for, some weird thing. I don't know. I can't counter that argument. But whenever you try to encompass that aspect into a whole wide gamut like they are, well, then that's whenever you've lost your argument because your wording is incorrect. If when you have an argument, the details are the key to winning the argument is your wording.
You know what sucks about this is we didn't choose this word, right?
I have never once said that.
Yeah, this word was used, and then we responded to question it, and then we've been like hammered by people because we questioned it, and it's like, guys, you used this word. We're just questioning it.
Is it because it's objective? Put that another one on the counter, guys, because he said he was gonna go back and count.
We're gonna have tally marks at the end of this, and it's gonna be filled like a whole wall. It's gonna be filled with tally marks.
So if you guys are wondering why I'm quiet for the next couple of minutes, it's because I'm stuffing my fat ass.
Oh, really?
Well, guys, it's actually getting close to 5 hours. So.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And I haven't been to sleep at all, and the baby's gonna be getting up at 4:45 in the morning here. So.
Oh shit.
That's about 2 hours from what I could see.
Yeah. You're blind now.
No, I go to the very beginning and it says minus 2 hours. I don't know if there's something I'm missing.
Oh, I think there's a lag, or that you can only go back 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, it probably is. Yeah.
Now we're gonna argue about time.
For streams that are currently live, you can only go back 2 hours, I think.
According to my research, I've discovered that the time actually only changes in these time zones and not these time zones. You have daylight savings time there because you have to factor in the difference there.
Well, you're telling me that your clock is a minute ahead of mine? Well, it's
wrong
because
my clock is objectively better than your clock.
It is. It is not. No, mine is objectively better. Mine is objectively better at telling time than yours.
You're a clock peasant. You are a clock peasant. You don't have the clock I have.
You don't Windows clock. Wrong with you.
Yeah, you don't use a Timex. Sorry, fuck you.
Oh shit.
You got Timex. You guys sound like fucking pussies. It's all about that Rolex life, nigga.
Right?
Yeah,
24 carats.
Rolex Master Race.
satellite time here, bitches.
Atomic
damn.
time, bitches.
Oh, atomic time. Damn, you went there. Shit. Fuck. But then you
I
get
don't
somebody
know.
like
I
fucking
don't have
Einstein
anything.
coming in saying time is relative and shit, and then we're all like,
Fucking Einstein. What a dipshit,
bullshit,
right?
dumbass, fucking look it up, Einstein, fucking dumb.
What the
Fucking
fuck did
dip.
he know? He just used Google.
Yeah, idiot.
Who's this Einstein guy?
I'm
Sounds
gonna
like
do a
dipshit.
response video to Einstein. Why,
Yeah.
why relativity is bullshit. So this is Einstein, and he thinks he knows about time.
I'm about to prove him wrong with n equals bd squared. Really,
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Objectively better equation.
Yes, this is objectively a better equation because it is actually an alphabetical and numerical order, and not this bullshit that he came up with.
I know, right?
It's
Who
not
the fuck puts-
privileging E, which is the worst letter.
Who puts letters in math? I mean, come on, they can't be
Yeah,
added.
what's so special about E?
Yeah, I
Because-
mean, instead of this e equals mc squared, we like to use 2 + 2 = 4.
Look at
Fuck yeah.
Einstein. Einstein must have been a retard. He actually put letters in his equations.
Yeah,
Just-
dumbass.
Just realize,
You
just,
can't add E.
just realize, Rambo, we are forever going to use alphabetical from now on.
Alphabetical. I'm so fucking tired, dude.
I think the word you're looking for is alphabetical.
Yeah, I'm so fucking tired.
Alphabetical.
I was thinking mathematical and alphabet, so yeah, it was too much.
Alphabetical.
This is what's nice about being on the West Coast. It's only 2:45 over here.
Well, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, it's not even close to 2:45 anymore.
Hey, look, I'm still in summer vacation. I have no responsibilities. I'm fine.
You're like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
feel
have
like
a-
adulting tomorrow. Fuck this life.
I have a.
I'm
I have
not
a
an
5-month-old
adult, so I
who's
don't
gonna
need
be
to.
waking up soon, so
Wah, wah, wah.
Adult jobs and shit.
Don't you climb
Alright.
trees? No, motherfucker. We got bills and shit.
Objectively alphabetical. Tonight on Alphabetical, Rambo defends objectively.
oh my god,
It's because of the gay frogs, isn't it, Rambo? Tell us.
I'm gonna be on InfoWars soon.
Best time.
Ugh.
All right, guys,
Yeah, I think we're getting to that
I'm
point.
going to.
Good.
I mean, if unless everything fucking blows the hell up tomorrow, I plan on actually streaming a game tomorrow.
Poor Rambo. I
Don't
feel
worry,
bad.
Rambo. All those tweets tomorrow morning, I promise they'll be subjective.
Oh my god. Y'all know that Metallica song where it's like, just a freight train coming your way.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Yeah,
Poor Rambo.
My
Here it
my
comes.
wife is off tomorrow, so I can just like leave my phone turned off.
He's like, fuck all you guys. I'm not even going to internet tomorrow.
Damn.
Yeah,
You know how hard that is for me to do, by the way? I tried that. I can't do it very well.
yeah, me too. I try to last about an hour.
I'm trying to play games and shit, and then I see somebody like respond to me on Twitter on my Xbox, and I'm like,
Ooh.
God
I started
damn
getting
it,
the
I gotta
shakes.
look.
You know, I'm
Started
at
getting
that point on
shakes,
YouTube. I was gonna say I'm not to that point on YouTube yet where whenever I see a comment, it's more like, oh, it gets more like, ooh. So I'm sure once I get to the level that you're at, I'll probably get annoyed by it.
All right, buddy. Everybody, I want you, like, before we end this cast or, like, during, you know, whatever, towards our ending here, I want you to tweet at Rambo and say that your console is objectively better than his. Yeah!
Yeah, well, my PC is objectively better, so
My Super Nintendo is objectively better than your gaming PC.
But then I'll tweet you and say my CPU is objectively better than yours.
you know what? You're not gonna be wrong either.
No, because your CPU is racist.
It may be because it has a K at the end of it.
And because it's the Black Edition?
Stupid SJW CPU. FYI, I don't know.
Nah. Yeah, now we're getting
Hey
tired.
man, black CPUs matter.
Nah.
There you go. There you
La,
go.
la, 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 la.
No, they don't. What are you talking about?
I actually imagine Brim's head was spinning when he was doing that. I was like, whoa, shit.
Oh my goodness. All right, so go ahead and shout your guys' self out. I don't care if you guys walk on each other, whatever.
Oh, rip.
It's like 5 hours of fucking content.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
The
Did you
episode
end
100
it?
really? was
No,
episode 100.
Shout yourselves out. Go ahead. We'll start with budget Barry and work our way up.
Okay, well, my YouTube name is Trism. I pretty much do just about everything that Fratong and all them do. I respond to console peasants, and I don't know. I might start doing some original shit for
Please.
once.
Grandpa said, please. That's fucked up.
Well, no. In actuality, I'm really budget bearing or bullet bearing in disguise. So yeah.
So am I.
All right, who's next?
I don't know.
Well, y'all should definitely know who the fuck I am, and if you don't, then you're fucking probably an idiot.
I didn't come for you. I came from Rags. Where's he? We know who you are. It's fine.
But I'll be streaming a game tomorrow if you want to come by and actually just kind of chill, and it's kind of like a relaxed game. So if you want to come by and just chill and watch the gameplay and talk, so
Sounds good.
Stole my idea. I was probably gonna live stream tomorrow too. I just got Dead Rising 2.
yeah, sorry, but they'll probably want to watch me more. So
Whap whap whap.
You're not wrong.
I'll probably have tomorrow during my live stream. I'll probably have 10,000 people fucking watching, so they can all type about fucking this word.
Trism, I thought you were going to do something original.
Like what?
I don't know. You said you might do something original.
Oh, my channel? I honestly don't know. What is original? Like now, that's gonna be the new objectively. Whenever people start doing everything original.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken. There's nothing really more original than that.
Popeyes
It's in
is
their name.
objectively better.
Am I going to get
Damn
out?
it.
Banned /ban. Right click, server deafen, server mute, server fucking ban.
Blocked on Twitter.
Block.
Oh.
I'm gonna make a expose the video on you now.
Bring it.
Should I go next, or does somebody else want to go?
Hey, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Cyrus Martin. Obviously, guys, thank you very, very, very much for having me on. We'll have, I don't know what times y'all are going to be doing this. I have a weird work schedule, so maybe.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't work.
Usually I can. we all know that.
He survives on Snap.
What's that ramen, my dude?
If nothing else, I'll be probably in your chat if I can't be on. But,
Yeah.
I mean, whenever you want to have me on it. But
Yeah.
guys, thank you again. Thank you for being good friends. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. Oh yeah. Hey, Pete, you gonna shut yourself out, bro?
OG Gangster on Twitch or Gangster on YouTube is pretty much it. I haven't really made much content though.
Are you going
But
to?
stay tuned. I've got some things in the works.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Damn, you motherfuckers turn that shit gay hella quick, dude. You're like, oh my.
I like where this is going.
Tell us more, Daddy.
That's Papa Bear to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.